It's Sunday Fun Day from the Big A. We have 9 races on tap, including the $100,000 Plenty of Grace Stakes, featuring the $3.3 million Malavath, making her first start in the U.S. for trainer Christophe Clement. I am joined by my friend, champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Mig, what's going on?
It's great to be here with you, and another beautiful day here at the Big A. My home track. Grew up about 9 miles from here. Been coming here since I was about 7 years old.
I've heard some stories. I think we'll see a couple of a nice ride you had when you were 16 years old. A field of 5 line up for the 8th running of the Plenty of Grace Stakes. And Chad Brown sends out Juddmont's White Beam for her first North American start. Chad's won 5 of the 7 runnings of the Plenty of Grace, but all the attention is on the one horse, the $3.3 million Malavath. This is her at Del Mar back in 2021 when she ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Yeah, huge run this day, just missed. Had to overcome a wide draw that day, but boy, she finished relentlessly. I think maybe even more impressively, Jonathan, was her try in the Breeders' Cup Mile last year, where she was beaten less than 2 lengths. But I think this gives you an idea of when we talk about turn of foot, this is what the Euros bring to the game. Horses that are able to really kick on and finish, and they're usually brave. You know, she got beat by Pizza Bianca here, who got an absolutely dream trip. But she worked out a pretty good trip saving ground there, too. And
like you mentioned, she comes back a year later against Soldiers in the Breeders' Cup Mile, basically in the same position she was at Del Mar, down on the inside. Another nice run in the stretch.
Well, you know, and again, we talk about horses coming from Europe. They're used to running in big fields. They're used to running very closely bunched up. So they're brave. They're not afraid to run through traffic. And that's just by training and experience. And again, diving down to the inside here, she's facing, the best in the world here. Modern Games needs no introduction. A horse that, unfortunately he was defeated the other day, but he still ran well. I mean, she's going to be very tough here. I do think there's some other ways you could look at, because maybe she's not going to catch the kind of pace that would, certainly benefit her style, but no denying her talent.
Yeah, she hasn't run in 162 days, so she does come in off of a layoff. I understand that she was expensive. I understand that she's talented. We've seen that. Looking forward to seeing what she does in her first start for Christophe Clement. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm, Aqueduct 1 through 9, race 3, Plenty of Grace, race 5, the start of the late pick 5, Richie, but also the debut of Salivo Spritz for Adelphi Racing. Salivo in Saratoga Springs, a restaurant that most will know is near and dear to my heart, but more importantly, the last name of my lovely fiance, Jovanita.
I love it, and Salivo is near and dear to my stomach.
Join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Race 1 from the Big A, the 2 Pot of Gold. Should be taking some money. First-time starter for Christophe Clement in a group that just wasn't overwhelming. The 7, Macart, has had a lot of opportunities, but hasn't quite got the job done.
No, this is a horse that obviously makes sense from, the pace, buyer figures he gets, but 15 tries and no wins to show for it. I'm always looking for a fresh face in situations like these.
No, absolutely. I ended up going with the 2 Pot of Gold just because I just didn't trust anyone else in here. We'll see some of the replays of West Star, Boys Code when we get back. I wanted to go with the new face. It was a small field in yesterday's Danger Hour, but it was a big performance by the front-running Big Everest. That and more when we return.
Eclipse champion Blaine, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His recent top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Litigate.
Litigate going to go on to win it here.
As well as Kentucky Oaks hopeful Wet Paint. Also an emerging broodmare sire, his stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion and Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks. Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Richie, you're one of the winningest jockeys. You are the winningest jockey at this racetrack. What's your favorite memory of all your times here?
You know, just so many, going back to when I was a little kid, coming to Aqueduct with my father. First stakes race I ever saw was the Sport Page Handicap, the Toboggan Handicap. Winning the Wood Memorial after studying that Wood Memorial win picture wall as a little kid. Getting Eddie Maples goggles after he won the Wood Memorial on Believe It. But if I had to pinpoint one, and I did win my 3,000th and 4,000th career victories here, I loved the 1981 Knickerbocker Handicap on a mare named Euphrosyne. She was near and dear to my heart. My contract holder, my boss, Steve DeMoro, had her. Now, you can see number 4 with the yellow silks, the red cap. And this is when a young rider, I'm still an apprentice here, really starts to see a race. You're sizing up everybody in front of you. Who am I going to follow? And knowing your competition, equine and human, their habits. You got Angel Cordero on the far outside on our Captain Willie. Jean-Luc Samin's going to the lead right now on a horse named Nasker's Breeze that used to run with a run-out bit. So you knew that when he was going to let him run, he was going to drift a little bit. And I'm going to see him slide up into the pocket. And I know Angel wants to keep me there, but I'm counting on that space presenting itself when Jean-Luc, who rode Nasker's Breeze very well, and he's right there. You see, he had to spread the turn just enough. I get through, and this was a filly against Colts here. Our Captain Willie was a big Darby Dan horse under Angel. And you're going to see all the way to the wire here. My boss did not like horses to be hit with the crop very much. A hand ride to the wire after working out that absolutely sweet trip. And I remember in the winner's circle, my boss would throw around compliments like manhole covers. He said that was almost perfect.
Richie, you kind of breezed over one part of this. How old were you at this time?
I was 16 years old. This was towards the end of my apprenticeship. I had ridden probably about 1,800 races. And there's a moment in time, Jonathan, when a young rider really starts to see a race. Your peripheral vision gets broader. You slow things down. You're watching horses in front of you. You can tell by the way they're carrying their tail if they're going to go forward, the way they're carrying their head if they're going to drift in or drift out. And then knowing riders' habits. You weren't going to try to go inside of Angel if you could help it, but in that particular case, I had a buffer. I had NASCAR's Breeze in between us, so I knew there was probably a good bet I could get through, particularly with the equipment that horse is, wearing. But being able to see that and process all that, that's when a young rider really comes into their own.
It's wild. I mean, I was failing algebra tests, I think, when I was 16 years old, and you're winning stakes races.
Well, we talk about algebra all the time. Saving ground, point between two straight lines, right?
Yesterday, the Danger's Hour. There was only 3 horses in the race, and sometimes they'll call that a rider's race. Richie, I thought that what Manny did here was brilliant. I thought he got to the front end, but he didn't go too slow. He kind of opened up a little bit and went on his fractions.
Well, I think it's a huge mistake that riders making the lead. The art of riding a horse on the lead is not going to the lead and going as slow as you possibly can. It's making other horses work to stay with you, stretch the field. You're not going to try to, wait on a closer and out-kick him. He didn't do that. And Manny, I talked to him after the race. He had a plan A and a plan B. I love the way Big Everest pins his ears and digs in. He does not want to get past, and every challenge they put in front of him, and I know a lot of people say, well, he works out perfect trips, he gets the lead. He creates his own trip. You cannot knock a horse for making his own trip and making the running and digging in. And Big Everest keeps on climbing every mountain they put in front of him, and I thought Anaconda was going to put the squeeze on him late, but he couldn't get by him.
I didn't think about this, but Big Everest, we'll talk about a little bit later, Malafath, that we're going to see later today, named after a 13-year-old girl from India who climbed Mount Everest when she was 13.
I can't even imagine that. Listen, I've climbed every high peak in the Catskills. Those are pimples compared to like Mount Everest.
I can't even walk up a hill without getting tired, let alone doing that. On to today's races at Aqueduct. Race 1, we have a maiden claimer, $25,000 maiden claimer. The 2 Pot of Gold, a first-time starter for Christophe Clement. The 7 to the outside, taking money as well. Mac Art. I went with the new shooter in here, and it's not even Preakness week, and I've said new shooter, because these horses just don't seem like they want to win.
No, I hear you. It is a difficult debut distance, though, right? 1 mile. Now, obviously, Christophe Clement is great at putting foundation into horses and getting them ready. I thought the 3 Boys Code was a little bit interesting. I think this horse has shown some steady improvement in the last couple of runs.
Yeah, well, we'll see a replay with Boys Code and with West Star after the post parade. I do think that he ran significant. Oh, we'll see before the post parade. I do think that he ran significantally better. West Star was just kind of being ridden the entire way around there.
Yeah, but also that's kind of part and parcel with lower level horses. West Star, you see, has a tendency to want to kind of lay in and drift towards the inside. Rider already, using a left-handed crop, trying to keep the horse straight. Lower level horses need constant reminders of their job. Their attention span maybe isn't as much as better horses, if you will.
And here they are on the track, the post parade. To get started here is Connect the Brox with Romero Mirage.
Romero Mirage, a rider that gets horses to outrun their odds, thinks he's been riding very well, drops to his lowest level of 25,000.
The favorite Pot of Gold making his debut for Manny Franco and Christophe Clement.
Yeah, first-time starter, new face in a sea of familiar faces.
Here's Boys Code, making his 8th career start.
I think this horse has actually really kind of started to figure out the game, and if this horse could take another little step forward, I think this is a major player here.
4 Impulsive Spending, which I've been known to do from time to time.
Well, if he wins, you'll have a bankroll for Impulsive Spending. If you back him, he's just going to have to show more than he did, although dropping back to the $25,000 level.
In the money once in 11 starts. Here's Bears. Correct.
Yeah, it would be a surprise. You just don't see a race that would make this horse competitive.
West Star takes the blinkers off.
Yeah, gets Heeman Harkey. Has run a couple of decent races, especially 3 back at the $25,000 level. And Heeman Harkey promised he'd give me some riding tips.
And the 7, Macart, with 5 seconds and 15 career starts.
Well, certainly he's run figures that you understand why this horse is taking money. But when you've got a horse that's run 15 times and just hasn't gotten it done, yes, they win. I'm going to take stabs against them.
If you want to play along, free Equibase PPs. Follow along and get all the stats on to the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. And I've been thinking about this. I was really nervous I was going to get the last name wrong, but I thought about it so hard I'm going to get it right. Let's go check in with our friend Acacia Clement.
Jonathan, I told you ACC works as well. We can always just go by the initials on the show too. But talking about a couple of horses on the track here with Macart to the outside, as Richie mentioned, this is a horse that's already had a lot of chances, and more than anything, has had those 5 second-place finishes. One thing I don't like about this horse too is that he has the tendency to kind of linger on that inside left lead. Now he does stretch back out in distance, and he's gotten a pretty big warm-up from Dylan Davis out there on the track. I'd say the mile's probably the max for him. I really wouldn't want to see him go much further. He's smaller. There's just not as much of him. Could he win based off of his numbers? Absolutely. I just feel like there are a couple other more interesting prospects down to the inside. The number 2, Pot of Gold, is a first-time starter. He does debut wearing short-cut blinkers, and I would imagine that's with the hopes to get him to be a little bit more into the bridle and show a little bit more early foot, as he's very laid back in the paddock. He is a horse that looks very fit for debut. Does come in here as the one who hasn't disappointed anybody yet, which is always an encouraging fact in these kinds of lower level races when you don't have a lot of form to sink your teeth into. Out of a mare who Mrs. Susan Harris also had, that horse's 2 starts also for Christophe were both on the turf, and the 1 win was on the grass as well, and the siblings were a little bit more turf, though there was one that did win on both surfaces with the Spite Star on the top side. I can understand starting here, and he doesn't look overly like a turf horse. I don't mind the start on the main track. But the horse I'm very intrigued by is the number 1, Connect the Brox. I'm a touch concerned about the inside post because this is a very big son of Connect, who's by Curlin, and this guy really looks like Curlin. There's just a lot of him. He's really, really solid. But I noticed that he's had the tendency to not break as well, but he's facing tougher, and he was knocked a little bit at the start last time out and kind of rushed up and kept close. I think with the drop in class, having a few more races under his belt, hopefully Romero Mirage is able to get him out of the gate well from that inside post. I think that this could be an intriguing spot for him, and he's one that might have a little bit more of dirtied up form, but it just has been facing a touch better company than what he finds today. Jonathan?
Thanks, Acacia. Richie, the 6 West Star I wanted to talk about a little bit. I mentioned when we were watching that replay, it's a horse that I just felt like was being ridden the entire race. And you talk about these bicycle horses. I think West Star's probably one of those.
Yeah, he's definitely a bicycle horse. And what we mean by that is if you're not pedaling or asking him to run, he's not running. You've got to constantly remind him of his job and keep him to task. Now, they take the blinkers off today, and usually it's the opposite, right? A horse that has a short attention span, they're going to have even less of an attention span. But I actually like Heeman Harkey getting the ride here. I tease Heeman because he did say he would, if I brought my boots and helmet out, he would show me a few things. But he's done well with limited opportunities. I think this horse is live. He's drawn well towards the outside because he has a tendency not to break very sharply. And sometimes he's his own worst enemy. He gets himself shuffled out, which compounds even more the fact that he's what we deem a bicycle horse.
Richie, the 7, Macart, the favorite as of right now. You know, what do you do with a horse who's 0 for, I guess you don't have to do much with a horse.
Well, we get a late scratch of your favorite here, Macart. And this is one of the things, Jonathan, you know, we have attending veterinarians at the starting gate. Sometimes visually you can't see if a horse is not 100%, but a rider could feel it. So obviously Dylan Davis was not comfortable with how Macart warmed up. And for the safety of the horses, the riders, and the betting public, those horses will be scratched and have to go through protocols to be eligible to race again. Obviously, a full veterinarian exam and working for to the satisfaction of the state veterinarian. So, some people will grumble, oh, I just lost my, the favorite out of the race. This is the best thing for all parties involved.
Absolutely. And the new favorite, who I think there was a chance would have been favored anyway, even if the 7 would have stayed in, the 2 Pot of Gold. I think a lot of times in these types of races, especially with connections like Manny Franco and Christophe Clement, people have seen these other horses run. They've seen their act, and they're just hoping that this one, who hasn't had a chance to kind of be exposed, can run a little bit better than the rest of them.
Well, and that's it. You don't know. I mean, he's got a steady, if somewhat slow work tab, starting back in Payson Park, but he spent the majority of his winter in Florida. Usually those horses are fresher. Their coats are a little bit more resplendent because they get to spend time in the afternoon with the sun beating on their backs. It's all good for horses, but you don't know. We're guessing, about this horse, and at a short price, I really do like the 3 a little bit, Boys Code. I just feel like I've seen the light bulb, the proverbial light bulb, go on with this horse the last couple of starts, and I think this horse has a chance to even take another step forward.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We're thinking and hoping that the 2 Pot of Gold shows up and can fit with this group, but it's not like Pot of Gold is a world beater. He wouldn't be in here for maiden claiming for Christophe. They would be trying to run this horse protected. If you're new to the game, maiden claiming versus maiden special weight, these horses are all for sale in this race. 15 minutes to post, you could have put in a claiming tag to buy one of these horses for $25,000. So when we say they're not protected, like in a maiden special weight race, that doesn't happen. Those horses will go back to the barns that they started for.
Right, and for $25,000, I think they're being realistic. I'm sure the horse hasn't lit up the world in the morning, but I think it's the responsibility of trainers, right? You can be a great horseman. If you don't spot your horses properly, not only is it going to be unsuccessful, it's not fair to the horse. They run harder than they should have to and not have anything to show for it.
The first at Aqueduct, maiden claiming $25,000. The favorite, the 2 Pot of Gold, first-time starter for Christophe Clement, Manny Franco. The co-favorite, the 7, was scratched in the post parade. The 2, 7-5 so far. The 3, Boys Code, looks like could be the second choice. With the call of the first, we'll go up to Chris Griffin.
Impulsive spending stepping forward. Bears correct. There's Bears correct and West Star to the outside. West Star goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking quickly was Impulsive Spending in between horses with a head in front, and at the rail, that's Connect the Brox in the early mix as well. Out wider, Bears Correct and West Star, these 4 across the racetrack. Gold Cap in behind them, that's Pot of Gold, is going to track in 5th, now moves towards the outside for an outside run, and the early trailer is Boys Code. Up front, it's Bears Correct now with a head in front. Down to the inside, it's Impulsive Spending, and 3 wide, that's West Star. Out in the center of the racetrack, Manny Franco and Pot of Gold is now in the clear, is challenging for 4th, and a tight hold there for Connect the Broxes in between horses in 5th. At the back, that's Boys Code. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Bears Correct at a big number as a neck in front. West Star under a tight hold here up on the outside is ready to challenge for that lead. Impulsive Spending is trying to hold that position very tight there at the rail. Pot of Gold continues to progress out in the center of the racetrack, 48-4 for that half-mile time, and here's the move from Pot of Gold. Pot of Gold is ranging up on the outside here. The new leader is West Star, starting to back out of it there. Was Bears Correct and Impulsive Spending at the rail. From the back, Boys Code is launching a big rally, and Boys Code, Jackie Davis, they're on the move, 3 wide. Pot of Gold has got to do better in between horses. Boys Code and West Star, they're 1-2 as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Hugging the rail, saving the ground, that's West Star. Out in the center of the racetrack, Boys Code is trying to run this leader down. West Star is cleared by that full length. Boys Code, with every stride, starts to move closer. A final furlong down to these 2. West Star is very game to the inside. Boys Code is trying to push on by and does. It's Boys Code, West Star trying to come back. Boys Code, West Star, Boys Code, West Star, Boys Code wins the opener. It's Boys Code over West Star. Then a photo. Pot of Gold with Connect the Brox in 1 minute 41.55 seconds.
Mig, it's the 3 Boys Code to win the first. Jackie Davis moved pretty aggressively on that turn. You mentioned during the race that you thought maybe a little too early, but it seems like it was the move that got the job done.
Yeah, she got Boys Code running, leaving the half-mile pole, and sometimes horses have a tendency to hang a little bit, but got the measure of West Star last time, a little easier than this time. West Star, I thought an improved effort from him, and these two kicked away from the field. Pot of Gold was poised in a perfect position. I think it underscores just how difficult it is to debut at the 1 mile distance on an elongated sprint, but good job. Boys Code gets it done. Mike Maselli, terrific horse trainer, was a terrific jockey, won the Travers in 1974 on holding Paddock. Going back, I'm really dating myself now.
You dated yourself earlier when you showed that race from 81. I wasn't born until 82, so I didn't want to say anything. But
thanks, brother.
The 3 Boys Code takes the first at Aqueduct. The 2 Pot of Gold took a lot of money here as the favorite. The other favorite, the 7 scratched prior to the race. And look, the 3 Boys Code was just relentless. The 6 didn't stop. The 6 West Star, I think, ran extremely honorably on the inside and continued to try, but just a little bit too much for the 3 Boys Code.
There's Mike Maselli.
There he is.
One of the good guys. We actually rode a lot together when I was an apprentice. He rode a lot for Old Glory Stable, Bob DeBonis, and I was riding for them as well. And just a gentleman, a good guy in the game.
Well, yesterday, Mig, we saw a showdown between 2 of the best horses, not even sex aside, best horses that we have in this game, Clear Air and Secret Oath. It was advertised like it was going to be an unbelievable battle, and that's exactly what it was. When we get back, we'll talk about the Grade 1 Apple Blossom from Oaklawn Park.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000 hit $1,950,000 and never gonna $1,950,000 hit $1,950,000 and never gonna $50,000 we're $1,950,000 and $1,950,000 $2 million quickly $2 million $2 million $2 million $2 million hold on $2 million $2 million $50 all through and I have boom. Thank you both. $2 million Rogers way. Good luck.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Richie, I've always wanted to do that, and I hear Greg and Lafitte, and occasionally get to do it all the time, and it's my turn.
First of many.
The first of many. Well, I like kind of sitting where you are. The winner of the first from here at Aqueduct, the 3 Boys Code, who ran down West Star in the stretch.
Yeah, and a good, strong finish from Jackie Davis, part of that Riding Davis clan. Had the great privilege of riding against their dad, Robbie. We were bitter rivals at one time, good friends now, and just terrific, relentless run from Boys Code. Mike Maselli, terrific conditioner. Heeman Harkey, real nice ride on West Star. Came up second best, but a long way back to the third place finisher who Connect the Brox came back to edge Bot of Gold, who probably just needed the race and will improve with that run.
Bitter rivals. I wish we had time to elaborate on that. Richie, yesterday we were treated with the Grade 1 Apple Blossom between two horses that I think are going to be a lot of fun to follow throughout this year. The one Clairiere and then also Secret Oath. Richie, what did you see at the beginning of this race that you think maybe did or didn't make a difference?
Well, you know, I thought Secret Oath was a little bit, maybe even just a touch on the keen side. I mean, you know, the horse that went to the lead, and she that's her way of going. Now, some people, I think, were of the idea that maybe Secret Oath moved too soon. Look at Tyler Gaffrey. He's sitting on her and, you know, giving her a chance to build her stride. And what would you give for the chances of Clairiere right here to run her down? I mean, it wasn't as though Secret Oath ran, you know, laid down. And Secret Oath's not a horse with a short run. Think about her Kentucky Oaks when she made a half-a-mile run. Clairiere just dropped her head, and you might be seeing the best version of Clairiere now at 5, and went and got a really game filly in Secret Oath.
Look, I bet Clairiere, and at this point, I thought I was beat. At this point, I thought I was beat. At this point, I thought I had a chance. And right here, I knew I was going to win.
Well, listen, let's talk about Joel Rosario for a moment. You know, a lot of people compare Joel Rosario to Lafitte Pink Eye, and I agree to a point. I think Joel Rosario is a blend of two of the greatest riders I ever had the privilege of riding with, Lafitte Pink Eye and George Velasquez. He has the timing and the finesse of Georgie. Georgie could produce a horse and put him right there, and the brute strength of Lafitte. That's an incredible combination of skills to have for a rider, and he has both. But that's what I see. I see the best of George Velasquez and the best Lafitte Pink Eye in Joel.
Well, Richie, we were lucky enough to watch the Apple Blossom on TV, but our friend Paul LaDuca was lucky enough to watch it in person. Paulie, what's going on?
You know, JK and Meg, it was absolutely electric, to be honest with you. And the crazy part was there were announcements all over the track at 4 o'clock. They cleared out the infield. There were supposed to be storms coming in, and they never really got here till basically the horses got down to the backstretch. And then when they got to the home stretch, when Secret Oath had hit the front end, the wind started whipping and the rain started coming down, and it just seemed like this was destined to be a duel down to the wire. You know, and Mick makes a great point in talking to D. Wayne after the race. I mean, he gave the props to Steve Aspen. Such a classy moment, too. Privileged to interview him after the race, and he thought, you know, Tyler did all he could. He felt maybe if there was another horse in front of Hot and Sultry, another target, maybe Secret Oath got a tiny bit lost on the lead. But then again, you know, D. Wayne said to me, I never thought she was going to get caught. I thought Tyler did the right thing. And like Mick said, she just sort of took him to the lead. I don't really think it was an early move. And then Clairiere just unleashed. And the thing that is amazing is Joel Rosario never used the crop. I mean, it was pure strength, pure handwriting throughout the stretch. You could see Secret Oath tiny bit, you know, switch to a wrong lead there towards the end. But, you know, I just feel the way these two horses are going and the racetracks are playing, you got to understand now the La Touraine is probably next, you know, I would think for Secret Oath to see what happens with Clairiere. And we already know Secret Oath likes Churchill Downs. So it's going to be very interesting down the line. Hopefully this is for something special. One so far for Secret Oath and one so far for Clairiere, Jonathan.
Look, they're two exciting horses, and I can't wait till we get that third one in the mix with Nest. I would imagine we'll be getting Nest back in the mix as well. And when that happens, what a division that's going to be.
Well, and, you know, you love to see these budding rivalries, and the fervent hope as a fan is that they stay healthy and we get to see them compete several times over the year to, you know, settle a championship. And rivalries in this game, I think, captures the public's attention. And obviously I was witness to one of the greatest rivalries of the turf, Affirmed and Aladar. This has the makings of a great rivalry.
Well, coming up in 4 minutes, we've got the first from Oaklawn Park. It's 6 horses in this field. I think it's a very competitive race, and we'll get started here with this post-parade here in a few moments.
Really competitive race. I full disclosure, I feel like I have such a poor handle on Oaklawn, and I do the best I can with it.
We get started with the rail horse, Thundershook.
Yeah, stretches back out from a sprint, gets a good advantageous inside post. Isaac Castillo, good rider.
The 2, Doubly Blessed, who ran a good second last time out.
Good second last time. This is third off the layoff, major player.
Huge Bigley, first off the claim for Diodoro.
Yeah, Diodoro having an incredible meet, gets the leading rider, Christian Torres.
The 4, Windcracker, stretching out from a sprint last time.
Yeah, claim for 25, drops into the starter allowance, back on the stretch out.
Short List, getting back on the dirt, been running on the synthetic.
Yeah, and certainly has races good enough to be competitive here.
And the outside horse, Offshore Affair, making his second start off the layoff and being claimed from Diodoro.
Yeah, always tough to claim off such a successful outfit like that, but this is probably the speed of the affair, I believe, from the outside, particularly when we talk about horses' habits, riders' habits. Tyler Bays is a guy who's not bashful about allowing horses to use their speed.
Yeah, in a paceless race, I think the 6 outside makes a lot of sense. Let's see what our friend Paul LaDuca thinks.
Yeah, guys, I'm kind of with you that the 6 is the horse that's going to go to the front end. And at 9-2, Cody Rosen's pretty good off the claim. I know he's claiming from Robertino Diodoro, but he's had a pretty solid meet, and he's a pretty good trainer as well. And he's, 21% off the claim. And, yeah, I'm with you. This horse has got to go to the front end. You look at the 2, Doubly Blessed. Where does he go? This is a horse, if you look way back when in the Kelso, was chasing around Life is Good. And then 2 starts back, he was voided a claim. So obviously at age 6, he was able to run last time and ran a really bang-up race. But I don't know, about 2-1 in here. With, Thundershook, the 1 was right behind him in that race. I know that he's 7, but, then the first start in the Martin Villafranco barn, that horse went sprinting and now stretching back out. I thought the 1 had a look in here. The 3 is interesting because if you've paid attention this whole meet, Robertino Diodoro has claimed these horses and have dropped them, and they've won. Now, he's claimed this horse for 45. He's not dropping this horse, and he's put in 4 works and a layup. But to be honest with you, this horse is not won in 2 years, so do you want to take a horse at 9-5? But when I read through the lines for Flying P Stable, this horse has been at many tracks. Churchill Downs, Emerald, Golden Gate, Fresno, and then came back here to Oaklawn. So I think it's a sign of confidence for Robertino not to drop this horse because that's what he's been doing this whole meet, and this horse is taking money. So I'll land on the 3, U Bigley. At 2-1, just on that principle, because Robertino's been winning with everything dropping, and I think he's protecting this one because maybe this one's been improving since the layoff.
Thanks, Paul. Richie, when I look at these races, I think a lot of times the conditions can help when you're handicapping because there's pretty specific conditions of this race that can maybe lead you to some ideas. This is for horses that started for a claiming price of $30,000 or less in one of their last 2 starts and which have not won a race since December 16, 2022.
Right, and if you look, this horse ran for 32 back when he was claimed, ran back for 45, which a much tougher level, and ran extremely well that day. Finished 4th, but ran an improved figure, but's eligible to run for horses that have run for 30 years. So I think Huge Bigley makes a lot of sense because he actually comported himself very well against much tougher in his last start.
Diodoro has 54 wins for the meet, and I think one of the things to be able to have that many wins, I mean, you obviously be a good trainer, but you also have to be able to find conditions that fit your horses and be clever, and that's what I feel like he's doing with the 3 Huge Bigley here.
It's a great point. There are a lot of great horse people and get their horses right and ready to run, but if they're not spotted properly, they're not going to show their best. Your best trainers, your most successful trainers, put their horses in positions to succeed. They get them right, and then they run them where they belong. You can get a horse the best he can be. If you overmatch him, he can run the race of his life and finish 5th.
And it's really evidence that he's spotting these horses correctly when you look at the prices. If you have a horse who's favored in a race, you put them in the right race, and there's no question about that.
Absolutely.
The public is gonna reward you with that decision by making the horse the short price favorite, and that's the 3 Huge Bigley. Look, I think to the outside, the 6 Offshore Affair is interesting. I hate the fact this horse is claimed off of Diodoro, but it wasn't too long ago. I like the outside draw. I like the second off the break to maybe take another step forward, and I like the price at 5-2.
Well, also, you got to think he's going to be freewheeling on the lead. They're going to have to run where he's been, right? And he has an opportunity maybe to get very brave. You know, it's interesting. He's a Calbred. He's by Lucky Pulpit. Lucky Pulpit's most famous offspring, California Chrome. Proof that good horse can come from anywhere.
Man, California Chrome was good.
Was he ever?
Yeah, what was he, $5,000 too, I think? He was something super cheap.
Inexpensive. And, you know, listen, there are a lot of people that outrun their pedigree. He certainly was a horse that outran his pedigree.
The favorite, the 3, Huge Bigley. I'm gonna go with the 6 to the outside, Offshore Affair. Nothing against the 3. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Flying P and Diodoro get the win with the 3. But I just think the 6 is a little bit interesting. Those outside stalking trips at Oaklawn Park just always seem to reward the people that back those horses. Off to race 1. We'll send it over to track announcer Jim Byers.
Last to load is Offshore Affair. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off to an excellent start. And Huge Bigley is being sent early on and goes to the early lead. Windcracker is second, Doubly Blessed on the inside third. The gray Offshore Affair is fourth toward the outside. Then some 3 lengths back. And at the back end of the field is Thunder Shook on the inside of Shortlist as they move on to the backstretch here. About 7 lengths front to back. Huge Bigley has the lead by a half length. And Windcracker is alongside. Offshore Affair and Tyler Bays, 3 deep on the outside. They're racing in third. Doubly Blessed in the bright orange sits inside in fourth. Followed by that trailing pair, Shortlist on the outside of Thundershook as they continue up the backstretch. It's Huge Bigley with the advantage here to Windcracker. Huge Bigley with the lead by a neck, and Windcracker is right to the outside for Martin Garcia. Length and a half then to Offshore Affair. Doubly Blessed on the inside. And Shortlist remains in the clear on the outside. He's fifth. And Thundershook is trailing the field as they round the turn. No change up front here. It's still Huge Bigley and Christian Torres leading the way. Now it's only a head advantage to Windcracker. And Offshore Affair is being called on for his best. He's still third. Doubly Blessed remains covered up inside. He's in fourth. And then comes Shortlist and Thundershook. They straighten away in the upper stretch. Windcracker has the lead now. Windcracker has taken over, and here is Shortlist, and he is storming down the center. And Shortlist at the 16th pole is going to take the lead and step clear. Windcracker is next, and then Thundershook. Shortlist, sharp effort here to open up the program. Takes it by 3.5 to Windcracker, then Thundershook, and Huge Bigley faded to fourth.
Richie, the 5 Shortlist gets it done rolling down the middle of the track. Just kind of sat in behind, let the others kind of ding-dong. They went 47 to the half. This horse, I think, appreciated getting back on the dirt. Last 2 starts was on the synthetic.
Yeah, absolutely. Gets back to the dirt, gets some pace, comes with the last run, basically. Francisco Arrieta, another rider. Deep colony there at Oaklawn this year. I think a lot of good riders congregated there. And this horse finished well, trained by Tom Vanberg, son of Jack Vanberg, Hall of Fame conditioner of Ali Sheba. And if you haven't read it, read Jack Vanberg's autobiography, or biography, I should say, From Grit to Glory. Great read.
The 5 Shortlist had some back dirt for him, and he reached back and found it here in the opener at Oaklawn. Coming up next in the second at Aqueduct, Hot Fudge looks to get back to her winning ways, while Pharaoh's Heart looks for that big performance from February. Another important piece to this very, very competitive puzzle. I thought the second was really hard. The 2, Movie Moxie, in the money in her last 4 starts. And can she get that 4th career win versus Salty Group in the second from the Big A?
So I was just trying not to get in your way.
Welcome back to America's Best Racing. Not really America's Best Racing. Obviously, we'll go with America's Day at the races. How about that?
But it is America's Best Racing here at Aqueduct.
We'll go with Naira Bets too. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. We're on to the second at Aqueduct. We have a nice competitive field of 5. The 6 Hot Fudge, I think, is interesting. Pharaoh's Heart, I think, is where I'm going to land. And we'll hop into this post-parade. Richie, the one from the rail, I'm Buzzy.
I'm Buzzy, more of a deep closing type. Does she get enough pace to kind of benefit her late run?
The 2, Movie Moxie for Linda Rice and Dylan Davis.
Another one that should be lurking from just off the pace under Dylan Davis.
Pharaoh's Heart, looking to right the ship for Michelle Nevin and Manny Franco.
Well, she turns back an 1/8 of a mile after setting or forcing a very fast pace last time going a mile.
Honey Money from my man Kendrick Carmouche and Rob Atras.
Another one should be well spotted, stalking just from the outside.
And to the far outside, Hot Fudge for Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, get Jose Ortiz, a horse that's been showing speed, going 6 furlongs. Is this horse part of the pace? And you've always got such a great handle on this. I'm going to ask you quickly, because I know we got to get to Acacia. Who is the pace here?
I mean, I think it could be the 5 Honey Money if Kendrick is aggressive. But there's like 3 or 4 horses that can make the front if they want to. And a lot of times you can tell from the warm-ups. But let's hop down to trackside to check in with ACC.
Thanks, JK. And we will talk about those warm-ups, but beginning with Hot Fudge to the outside. And she does have the ability to be forwardly placed. And as Richie mentioned, she's going to stretch out a little bit to the 7 furlongs. I don't mind that at all. It's my first time seeing her as a 4-year-old now, and she's done well coming back this year for Linda Rice. She's grown a bit. She's got a lot more leg now. She looks like a filly who can handle the distance without any problem. I thought 2 starts back, she ran very well off the bench. And last time when kind of pressing the pace, yes, she did lose second, but I thought that she's one that has come back and run well, and I think she has a touch of class versus these who may surpass her as far as the experience is concerned. But I like what I see from Hot Fudge. The number 2, Movie Moxie, also for Linda Rice. This is a mare who she claimed back in January. She did get a bit warm out there on the track today, but that's typical of Movie Moxie. She can get a little bit sweaty prior to her races. She puffed up a little bit more when they put the tack on. But typically, Linda Rice's horses carry a lot of condition and are really, really solid. And Movie Moxie just looks a touch lighter across her flank than I would like to see. That being said, she kept on right to the wire behind Mosienko, who has won a bunch of races over the last year and has just been in very good form on the dirt. So we'll see if Movie Moxie, cutting back a little bit to the 7/8, can run back to those good numbers she has been putting up recently. But I'm with Jonathan. I'm very intrigued by Pharaoh's Heart. She had a big warm-up under Manny Franco. He took her right away from the pony, and that showed a lot of intent because she also seems to be the type that is very energetic, maybe a touch distracted. They had to saddle her on the walk back in the paddock. She was kept away from the rest of the field until they went into the post parade, and immediately he took her off on a big gallop to just kind of expend some of that excess energy. But she was moving beautifully out there. There's a lot of length to her frame, and she is a very big daughter of American Pharoah, but I thought that she moved really nicely on the track, and she has some very quick races on the go back, and that race 2 starts back. I think last time out she was just a victim of having forcing the pace and pressing the pace early on, just didn't have enough stamina off of a big effort 2 starts back. I think we're going to see a nice run from her today.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, I mean, look, I agree. I think this horse is very interesting, the 3, and hoping that Manny will be aggressive. Manny's rise to prominence is you know, it's in the last 3 years, it's been outstanding. It started with his agent, Angel Cordero, and then he's made the switch to John Panagot. And it feels like that 3-year mark kind of started right around Tis the Law.
Yeah, I think Tis the Law kind of propelled him into that upper echelon where, wow, he can win those kind of races. And it's important for owners and trainers to know that you can win at that level. It's important for you to know you can win at that level. And his confidence level is through the roof. He's as physically a strong a rider as we have in New York right now. and he is consistently getting his position going forward, and I think that's critical to his success.
And you mentioned that confidence. I think that's what kind of helps me in this situation know that if Pharaoh's Heart pops away from there clean, that he's not going to take any prisoners. He's not going to take back. He's not riding safe and trying not to make mistakes. He's riding as if he's on the best horse, and he's the best rider in the room right now. And when you have that kind of confidence, you put horses like Pharaoh's Heart on the lead.
I think it's a great point you make. Going ahead and doing the things you know are going to make you successful, as opposed to kind of shying away from potential criticism if it doesn't work out, is a huge difference, and that's what that confidence level brings.
We're going to take a look back at a common race between Honey Money and Movie Moxie. Honey Money forwardly placed here. Movie Moxie trying to run that one down. Honey Money could find the front end, I think, if Kendrick wants to be aggressive. I just don't know if he'll be more aggressive than Manny.
Well, he's also outside of Manny, and sometimes from a psychological standpoint, if you're inside, you're going to come out more aggressive, and the guy outside will go, okay, well, I'm not under pressure from that horse from the outside. I'll defer. I'll follow. I like to turn back to 7 furlongs for Pharaoh's Heart. Honey Money certainly, is going to be close, but I think she'll take more of a stalking trip. And also, talking with Kendrick and watching Kendrick over the last few days, he has been of the opinion that the inside portion of the track is not the best part of the track. So even that plays into Manny's hands more, because maybe he'll just kind of park outside of him and follow for a ways.
Yeah, you mentioned the inside not being ideal. Just a comparison, if you're new to this game, think about a beach. When the tide comes up and there's a little bit of moisture, and it's easier to walk where there's a little bit of moisture than there is where it's deeper. It's not that pronounced on the racetrack.
Sure.
But it is that same comparison. It's just a little deeper sometimes on the inside, so it's a little bit more tiring.
Now, I felt like the track was fair yesterday, and if you look at the first race, horse on the inside hung in there a long ways and ran well. I think the track's fair today as well. But sometimes when a rider has an opinion about the way a racetrack is, they'll tend to ride to that opinion as opposed to maybe the reality of it.
We see the 3s for you and Acacia. I went with the 6. I think the 3's going to run well, but I kind of like the 6 to the outside. We're going to take a look back at the 1, I'm Buzzy. You mentioned in the post parade a horse that wants to kind of come from out of it.
Yeah, more of a deep closer. She'd like to see several of these get involved and kind of chew on each other and come with that last run. You get Eric Cancel. Katie Davis rode this horse extremely well, 2 back to get the money. Now you get rode her back in the correction where she was a bit overmatched, but this is the kind of finish she can come up with when she's good. You see her just kind of extricate herself from behind horses, sift out to the clear here, and runs them down late. I mean, the only time her nose was in front was just on the winning post. And that's the only one that counts. That's where they pay you.
She's got 7 furlongs to work with here to try to close. My biggest concern is it feels like the pace is going to be honest, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be a ding-dong pace up front for her to set up. But we saw a closer win the first, and look, if that speed ends up on the rail and Kendrick's right, that the rail's not exactly where you want to be, you'd like to try to see the 1 circling in the middle of the track, see if they make their run down on the inside or if they decide to find the middle. The 6, Hot Fudge, looks like they're going to be favored at the moment, but there could be a click on the 3, Pharaoh's Heart. We've got the 2nd, a very competitive race here at Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin with the call.
Pharaoh's Heart is stepping forward. 2 out. Honey Money and Hot Fudge. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Awkward start there for Pharaoh's Heart, who's the trailer. Hot Fudge is flashing early speed, is going to quickly cross over as they come out of the chute. It's Hot Fudge, who's now up by a full length. Honey Money is up on the outside here from 2nd. Now recovering there is Pharaoh's Heart. In between horses is the gray in 3rd. At the rail is Movie Moxie, and late running I'm Buzzy is the trailer. 5 lengths off the leader. Hot Fudge and Jose Ortiz, they're clear. They're doing it nicely so far. Hot Fudge is up by a full length. Honey Money is to the outside here from 2nd, and here's the move from Pharaoh's Heart. Splits rivals, and Pharaoh's Heart is ready to challenge this leader. 23-2 for an easy opening quarter, but now pushing the tempo up on the outside is Pharaoh's Heart, and now getting the cue is Hot Fudge, and they are about to be head-and-head into that far turn. Just off of them is Honey Money, who's tracking from 3rd. Towards the back, it's Movie Moxie and I'm Buzzy, still the trailer. Hot Fudge is still holding off Pharaoh's Heart, who's trying to move in closer. It's Pharaoh's Heart who's challenging. Hot Fudge has got plenty right now to the inside as they approach a quarter mile left to go. 46-4 was that half-mile time, and Hot Fudge is trying to repel the challenge of Pharaoh's Heart, who's moving up on the outside. Moving Moxie's got some momentum down towards the inside with Honey Money with a mild rally on the grandstand side, up for a long left to go. It's still Hot Fudge in front. Pharaoh's Heart is right there, and now Honey Money starts to put together a late rally. Hot Fudge is still there. Hot Fudge up by 3/4 of a length. Hot Fudge wins it on a Sunday. It's all Hot Fudge over Pharaoh's Heart. Then came Honey Money in 1 minute 26 seconds flat.
I see what Chris Griffin did there. Hot Fudge on a Sunday. I enjoy Hot Fudges, and I enjoyed this performance from Hot Fudge here. Like you said, while we were watching the race, it makes the lead so easily, and it was basically over at that point.
Yeah, she broke sharply from the outside. Jose Ortiz allowed her to stride out, leaving the little 7/8 chute here at Aqueduct, and her ears went up, and she got comfortable. Pharaoh's Heart had to split horses down the backside, kind of on the hard chase, and Hot Fudge just repelled her insistent challenge through the stretch. But you like Hot Fudge, and you liked Hot Fudge, and got the money.
Yeah, it's easy. I'm going to try to have to eat some Hot Fudge tonight. Celebrate this win. Yeah, look, I think the 3 Pharaoh's Heart ran well. She broke a little bit slow. Manny kind of had to move her into the race about the half-mile pole in between horses. I think she ran okay. If you're a fan of this horse, I think you're allowed to kind of keep your fan card and maybe look for her to continue to improve. I don't think you want to necessarily. I don't think she hung here. I think that the 6 had a lot left, and I think the 3 had a little bit of a worse trip behind her.
Well, and you could see the slack outside rein there for Jose Ortiz. She was trying to drift steadily through the stretch. I don't think she did anything over the line, but he was doing his best to keep her straight. And when horses make the lead with their ears up like that, when they get challenged and they pin their ears back, they've got something left. They're going to fight back.
What do the ears tell you, Richie, in that situation when they go up?
They're relaxed, they're comfortable, they're doing it easily, well within themselves. Think of a horse's ears like their own radar system, right? They're kind of checking things out. Their focus isn't completely centered on just running. And then when they get challenged and they bear down, their ears go back, they're fixated on running again.
My dog pins his ears sometimes too when he's mad at me. So far, the conversations about the Plenty of Grace have been around Malavath and White Beam. But Evie Jets got good in the fall and might have something to say about that outcome.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality has won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 went to Hot Fudge, piloted to victory by Jose Ortiz, who joins me now. And Jose, Hot Fudge, she broke sharp today, too. She really kind of took you right to the front.
Yeah, she broke really sharp, and I had no choice. I had to go really.
Now, tell me a little bit about the stretch, because you were kind of fanning her with your crop. She was drifting out a little bit there. Talk about trying to get a horse to keep a straight path at that stage.
Yeah, you know, she was drifting out a little. I knew the other horse was there close to me, so I didn't want to win and get taken down. So I would kind of don't take her momentum away, but just try to keep her as straight as I could. I don't think we did pretty good. She kept going too. Every time the horse get closer, she pre-spun. I mean, she was good.
She was very game today. And coming up in the Plenty of Grace, you're going to be riding Malavath, her U.S. debut. I know, obviously, it's her first start here stateside with Christoph, but can you tell me a little bit about your expectations for the race? Because typically, she's a deep closer.
Well, I mean, she's a deep closer when she run here, but the paces was very fast on the Breeders' Cup. And last time on the Breeders' Cup in Keeneland, the pace was really fast. I watched her replays over in France, and in a slower pace, she put herself a little bit closer. It's a small field today. I don't think it's a lot of speed, so hopefully she jumps well out of there. We got a great post, and she put herself into a good position, close enough, safe ground, make one move.
Best of luck. Congratulations here, Jose.
Thank you.
Jose Ortiz, he's been doing his homework at JK, and that's what makes all the difference.
No, absolutely. I mean, he nailed it. I think that he does need to try to get her away from there and stay connected. But, you know, if they don't take advantage, if someone in the race doesn't take advantage that there's not a lot of pace and they invite her into the race, Richie, it could be dangerous. They didn't do that in this last race with Hot Fudge.
No, Hot Fudge took him gate to wire, 520 under Jose Ortiz. Pharaoh's Heart, your second choice, chased gamely throughout. Seems like a generous exacta for your two favorites. 8 and change for $1.
The big race today from the Big A, the Plenty of Grace. We've got Malavath, $3.3 million she was at auction based on her performances that she'd had in the Breeders' Cup. Manny Franco's career really seemed to skyrocket after his success with Belmont Stakes and Travers winner Tiz the Law. He really is at the top of his game. Let's see if he can guide White Beam to Chad Brown's 6th win in the Plenty of Grace Stakes.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
If you walk around the Oaklawn backstretch, you'll notice that the barns don't have numbers. The barns instead are named in honor of horses significant to Oaklawn's rich history.
Here come two champions, side by side. Emily Price to the outside and Pastiana right there. And Zenyatta flies to the lead in the middle of the track. And it's Spotty Jones, one step forward to Kentucky and one giant step to $5 million.
It's time to make some memories.
American Pharoah, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance. The Oaklawn Handicap and #1 rating will go to Cigar by 2.5. The champion Azeri, here she comes down the middle, and she does it!
40 barns named after 40 important horses, all who helped to contribute to Oaklawn's rich history in their own way.
Carlin is going to decimate this field, winning the Arkansas Derby by 9 lengths.
It's time to make some memories.
So many racing greats with compelling storylines and ties to Oaklawn.
Whitmore win time, Whitmore!
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We've got the second from Oaklawn Park coming up, an $8,000 claimer. And the favorite right now is the one Lantern's Candy on the drop for Diodoro. And Diodoro plays the claiming game very well at Oaklawn Park.
He really does. Like we were talking about before, Jonathan places his horse as well. This is a horse well placed. Inside draw, 2 turns, so critical.
We'll get started with the favorite, Lantern's Candy, first off the claim for Diodoro.
Leading trainer, leading rider, inside post, very tough to beat.
Time for Gold takes the blinkers off.
Stretching back out after showing good speed, sprinting, blinkers off on the stretch out.
2020 redo for Danny Pish.
Yeah, would have to find some of the races in the past to be competitive here.
Moonlight Rain trying the dirt for Team Asmussen.
Yeah, with more of a dirt pedigree on the female side of the family anyway, and you get Keith for his dad, Steve.
Lil's Turn, who looks to need some pace to close into.
Yeah, it's going to have a lot of things go right. You get a 10-pound apprentice. I always like to see the young kids coming up, trying to get a start.
Izzy on Point, another that looks to need some pace for Jason Barkley.
Yeah, but a pretty consistent sort. Always seems to close. Would like to see them go quick.
Put a Bow on It, who was beaten badly last time at a short price.
Yeah, also stretches out. Showed good speed. The last time was seen going 2 turns.
And the 8, close to me. Another horse that seems to need some early pace to close into.
Yeah, but you know, like these are the kind of horses I like. I call them meat and potato horses or blue collar. 43 starts, 11 wins. Basically wins 25% of her starts.
Look, I mean, I think this race starts and kind of ends with a 1. You have to make a decision with Lantern's Candy. We talked about claiming races a little bit at the top of the show. Maiden claiming races, a claiming race. These horses are all for sale for $8,000. In the previous race, this horse was in for $16,000. Diodoro claimed for $16,000 back in February after this performance, and then decided to run today for $8,000.
Yeah, now it's a decent pot, $27,000. You know, with the training bills, and if she gets claimed today, the $8,000 on top of the purse, it's probably pretty much a wash. You know, not going to make money, not going to really lose money. Gotta like what you saw here. She was brave. There wasn't a lot of room on the inside, and she was able to come through, and some horses won't run through those spots. Gets the inside again, so you know that's not a concern.
And look, it was a reclaim as well, right? Diodoro had this horse prior. He paid $30,000 back in November. Was claimed that day for $30,000. Ran the horse for $40,000. And then dropped to 12.5 where he lost the horse and then he claimed back. So when we talk about reclaims, when a trainer reclaims a horse, it's always a pretty big sign to me that they like what they had.
When I see horses that are popular at the claim box, meaning they're claimed multiple times in their form, And when they're claimed back by previous connections, I think it's a vote of confidence. There's something attractive about the horse to other horsemen, and then obviously if it's a reclaim going back to a barn, they like the horse. There's something about that horse that they gravitate to.
And like we talked about earlier with Diodoro, I think that, you know, spotting your horses, when you continuously show up in races and you're 6 to 5, you're putting horses in places where they can win. And if you're, and you talk about it being a wash, basically, when they get to the purse, if they get the purse for this race, if someone claims the horse back for $8,000, now we're talking about it being a wash. But if you're going to play the claiming game, just like most investments, whether you're betting, whatever you're doing, breaking even sometimes is very good. You need that. You can't just be losing all the time.
Right.
You need to try to break even as much as you can to help, you know, until you can get those wins.
Well, sometimes you have to play your outs, and if this is the out where we're not going to take a bath on a horse, right? We're going to run this horse in a spot where you can win, even if we lose it. You want outs in these situations. Now, you talk about jockeys all the time, and when you hit a certain level, you can make moves without worrying about what people think about it. It's the same thing with a trainer. They hit a certain level of success.
Richie, this horse is going in with a blanket. What's that about?
So some horses just are very claustrophobic in the gate and very sensitive on their side. So they get fitted with this blanket, and now what they'll do is they'll clear the blanket from the rider's legs, and they'll tie it to the back of, or hook it to the back of the starting gate. So the horse will essentially break out from underneath the blanket. Generally speaking, horses that wear the blanket break very sharply.
That was the 4 Moonlight Rain, so keep an eye on that. The second race from Oaklawn Park, an $8,000 claimer. Let's go to Jim Byers.
He is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off, and a tremendous running start for Put a Bow on It. Time for Gold gets out in second. Lantern's Candy third. Moonlight Rain is fourth. 2020 Redo splits Rivals Racing in fifth. Lil's Turn is out there in sixth. Then comes Eyes on Point on the inside next to last. And the gray Close to Me is trailing the field while about 3 wide as they swing on to the backstretch. Put a Bow on It with the lead here. Now it's only a half-length advantage as Time for Gold is holding her spot right on the inside. And then it's 2.5 back to Moonlight Rain, who is racing in third, just on the outside of 2020 Redo. Then 1.5 lengths, and Lantern's Candy is settled fifth on the inside in the white blinkers, saving ground, and is about 4.5, 5 lengths off the lead. Then Lil's Turn, Eyes on Point toward the inside, and Close to Me with a half mile to go. It's still Put a Bow on It with the advantage here, and Put a Bow on It, a path off the rail at least. To the inside is Time for Gold, and then up on the outside, Moonlight Rain. And meanwhile, Lantern's Candy is out and moving up. There goes Lantern's Candy, gaining on the outside 3 wide now. On the outside of Moonlight Rain, coming at Put a Bow on It as they come to the head of the stretch. Time for Gold not doing enough at this stage. 2020 Redo alongside her, and then Lil's Turn, Eyes on Point, and Close to Me. They straighten away at the top of the stretch. Put a Bow on It on the inside, maintains a narrow lead. Moonlight Rain from between, and Lantern's Candy on the outside. And Moonlight Rain is coming on well on the outside of Put a Bow on It. Put a Bow on It inside. Moonlight Rain on the outside. Another Tapeta to Oaklawn win. 2 in a row today. Moonlight Rain wins it. Shipping in from Turfway. Then came Put a Bow on It, Lantern's Candy, and Lil's Turn.
Richie, it's the 4 Moonlight Rain for the winningest trainer in North America, Steve Asmussen, and his son, the Texas Longhorn, might I mention, Keith Asmussen. Right before the show, Richie, you told me that you really like how Keith has started to ride.
I think Keith has developed so much as a rider. He finishes stronger. He's getting horses to rate a little kinder into his hands. And this is without the benefit of ever being an apprentice jockey. His development has really been impressive.
Well, here we are, the Plenty of Grace, the race we've been waiting for all day, and I can't wait to check in with Acacia so she can tell us what $3.3 million looks like.
Malavath making her first start for trainer Christophe Clement-Jonathan. And first of all, fun fact about the Plenty of Grace. This stake has been run 7 times, and it's only been won by 2 trainers, twice by Christophe Clement and 5 times by Chad Brown. And both of them are represented in the race today. As far as Christophe's charge Malavath does go, she was purchased at the Arcana breeding stock sale along with Amazing Grace, also from Moiglair, who won the Orchid on Florida Derby Day down at Gulfstream Park. So this is a filly that has already shown an affinity for American turf racing, and that was, I know, a big part of the mindset in purchasing her to come race here in the States. She is one that can get the miles. She's run shorter in Europe as well, and she was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies behind her now stablemate, Pizza Bianca, and then last time out and facing the boys in the Breeders' Cup Turf, Turf Mile, I should say, Breeders' Cup Mile, facing the likes of Modern Games. She just has the class. Second behind Kinross 2 starts back, who would go on to win a Group 1 on British Champions Day. I've had the pleasure to be around her at the barn, and she oozes class. She's been very relaxed here in the paddock. She's very fit, very well muscled. Interestingly enough, she was accompanied by a pony while saddling, and of course they don't use lead ponies over in Europe, but I've seen Christophe do this quite often, almost to kind of show and keep relaxed a horse coming to a run in America. The other Euro making her stateside debut is the 6 White Beam for Chad Brown. Now, she's run some good races over in Europe, but she hasn't faced the same kind of quality, the likes that Malavath has. Last time out, Times Square, who went on to a run in Australia after that. She hasn't done any running since then, but we do know that, of course, Chad Brown can have a horse ready to roll in their U.S. debut. I would like to see just a little bit more strength behind the saddle from her. She's not carrying any excess condition. She is quite fit. They did have to saddle her outside of the saddling stall. She's very reluctant to get the tack on it first. Seems like she's settled, but I'll be intrigued to see how she does in the warm-up, JK.
Okay, appreciate it. We'll get started with the $3.3 million Malavath.
It needs no introduction, has faced some of the best turf runners the world has to offer and comported herself very well. Doesn't get a great deal of pace to run at.
Evie Jets projected to be on the front end and far in front of the one at some points of this race.
Lone speed here, honest as the day is long, game mare. I'm a fan. She tries every time.
Spirit and Glory for Rob Falcone and Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, some big races here last year, and she won on American debut. She basically just dwelt at the start and came with a huge late run.
They got a $3.3 million runner. We got a New York bred Runaway Rumor.
Yeah, stakes winning New York bred against New York bred company, and another closing type in a race devoid of speed.
And the 6 White Beam for Chad Brown and Manny Franco. Chad looking for his 6th out of 8 wins of this race, the Plenty of Grace.
Yeah, the other Euro, certainly a major player here, Juddmonte Farm. And so we were talking off camera, Christophe and Chad, both the only 2 trainers to win this race, but CB has the edge on CC.
And then ACC is hanging out with CC right now.
Well, it is a family affair over at CC Stable. Jonathan and Christophe joining me. And Christophe, Malavath, she's been down at Payson Park in training for the first start in your stable. What have you seen from her?
She's trained well. She was a very exciting purchase from Moiglair Stud, with one of the leading owner breeder operation in Europe. She came to us like in early January, and from the beginning she's trained well. We like her. You know, today she might not be quite at her peak. The whole idea is to give her a career, not just a one race, but she's exciting.
And I know as far as Moiglair and purchasing her, the idea that she could go a little bit shorter, she had that speed and eventually be a nice broodmare for them too with her pedigree and what she's done so far. There's a lot of upside.
No, absolutely. But let's worry about the races at the moment. But I think she's probably 7 furlong to a mile. Today it's a 2-turn mile, so that's a little bit of a question mark, but we'll find out.
How do you expect the race to play out? Do you think that she could be a little bit sharper early?
Yeah, I mean, I told him to try to get her covered up to relax, and then it's up to Jose. I train them, he rides them. There's not much pace in the race, but it's the same for all of us, so we'll see what happens.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
We'll see what Malavath does first time here for Christophe. Jonathan.
Thanks, Acacia. Richie, I think the most important rider in this race is Eric Cancel. What is he going to do with this pace? Is he going to try to open up with Heavy Jets, or is he going to invite them into the race and try to crawl on the front end?
Well, I think it's a huge mistake if you invite them into the race. Now, my take on it, and the way I can explain it to people at home, is track and field. If you're a guy that has a natural gait that puts you up on the lead in a race, do you want to wait for Sebastian Coe or Dave Waddle to be next to you to try to outkick them. You don't try to outkick the kickers. What you try to do is seize control of a race. Now, Evie Jets doesn't need the lead, but she's going to be given the lead here. I mean, this is a race you saw, she was in trouble, waiting for room, finally finds a split. Or does she ever find a split? Yeah, right here, she found the split. It was getting a little late in the game for me there. And then she kicks on. But in this race, she's going to be in front. That doesn't mean you send a horse. You just don't get in the way of their natural gait. Don't inhibit their stride. Allow them to use their stride. Never take anything away from a horse that comes easily.
I mean, it's very clear her weapon in this race is her ability to move quicker than most early. So it's always been a puzzle to me why riders, and some riders, will make the decision to try to go 49 to the half, which is slow, and then try to, like you said, kick home with everyone else, and then invite horses into the race like the one Malavath and the 6 White Beam.
Well, let's say you go a half and 49 on Evie Jets. You've created an advantage, but now play the advantage. Put your hands down going to the far turn. Let her march on. Make that third quarter starch them in the third quarter. Pull them off the bridle, make their run longer, and weaken their closing kick. If you continue to hold up and they get on top of you at the quarter pole, you've given your advantage away.
Yeah, when they turn for home, if Malavath or White Beam are within 2 lengths of Evie Jets, they're likely going to run by her.
They should outkick her, right? Yeah. Now, listen, I'm a huge Evie Jet fan. I think the Cantermasis have done a tremendous job with this mare. It's also difficult for a speed type, more difficult for them coming off the layoff because they have to run more of the race. But it behooves Eric Cancel to allow her to run.
Let's check in with Acacia.
Well, as far as you were talking about Evie Jets, she does look to be the one who could control things in here. Interestingly enough, she was kept pretty quiet out on the track with Eric Cancel, but she's not one of those typical kind of speed types that shows her hand before the races. She doesn't get too energetic. She's always kind of cool, calm, and collected, so to speak. So that's typical of her. I would say I think she'll be better after a race from the fitness perspective, but tactically speaking, she really could have a huge advantage in here. And she's run some big races, including that win in the Grade 3 Noble Dancel to give the Cantermasis their first graded stakes win. The number 4 Runaway Rumor, she also makes the first start of the year, coming back after she won the Ticonderoga, and that was her first time with blinkers. And I remember that it was actually Flavian Pratt's suggestion to add blinkers because he felt like that would get her a little bit more into the bridle, and it worked. You could see that last time out. She was actually a little bit keen early on in the race and parked a little bit wide throughout, and Flavian, who was riding her again that day, kind of took a hold. She had a lovely warm-up on the track today under Javier Castellano. I also think that she will do better after having a race. She will strengthen up a little bit after this, but she just looks more than anything like a happy horse, and I really think that those blinkers have made a big difference in getting her to kind of respond to her rider's cues a little bit quicker, Jonathan.
Thanks, Acacia. Richie, the 4 Runaway Rumor. We got to show some love to the New York bred in here. I've always thought she was a really cool horse, and I've always thought that, she ran against Open Company quite a bit, and I always felt like when she started running against, state bred, she was going to be extremely tough.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, and Larry Goichman, the owner-breeder, has been breeding good horses in the state of New York for a long time. Last time she got it done in the Ticonderoga back in October on New York Showcase Day. She's honest. She's consistent. She shows up. Earner of over $424,000. New York breds truly start with an advantage.
Richie, let's talk a little bit about the 6 White Beam. When you see these horses, and you've seen them for years with Bobby Frankel getting these horses from Juddmonte to come over from the UK to the US, and they've always just really excelled on the grass here.
Well, and listen, arguably the greatest breeding program in the entire world, Juddmonte. The depth of their brood mares and the matching of their matings, and look at the consistency and the basically dominance of this race by Chad Brown. So I think White Beam is a major player at 9-2. I mean, yeah, if you want 2-5, I totally understand why with the one horse Malavath, but I think the best alternative is the Juddmonte runner White Beam.
That was a heck of a list. Regal Glory, outstanding. Uni, another horse that they brought over from Europe, and thinking about Regal Glory reminds me, I have to at least mention how impressive An Italian was yesterday, winning the Ginny Wiley, the Grade 1, in those same green and lime green of Peter Brandt. Super impressive.
Really impressive, and I love horses that basically take the race away from other horses and run them off their feet. Let's get back briefly. You know, we're talking about riders and hands, and some riders, you know, riders have different strengths and weaknesses. And when we talk about hands with a rider, there's a suppleness to a rider's hands where the reins are an extension of the bit from the horse's mouth, and the ability to feel just how much tension you can apply without applying too much tension. And riders have to be strong, but the strength comes from the ability to take one hold and sit with that hold and not sway from the amount of pressure on that horse's mouth. So as strong as you need to be as a rider, there has to be a tenderness, a suppleness to it as well.
So are you telling me that as soon as they pop away from there, the first thing that you're going to look at in evaluating this race is Eric Cancel's hands?
Absolutely. His hands should be down on her withers, long hold with just enough tension. I like to say 5 pounds of pressure. Not 10 pounds, not 15, not 0. 5 pounds of pressure, long, nice, quiet hold, and allow her to stride into the bridle, into the bit, up underneath you in the reins. If you see his body position and the reins a little bit up off his neck and the leaning back, it's too much pressure. You're fighting with the horse too much.
Where would Richie Migliori be? How many links up on Evie Jets would you be when you get to the backside?
I would be 2 in front by the first turn, and if I had my way, I'd be 4 in front by the time we left the 3/8 pole, and now come and get me if you can.
The one, Malavath, loading, $3.3 million. She was 5th in the Breeders' Cup Mile last year. She was 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf a couple years back. She doesn't have a lot of early speed, but she's definitely the classiest horse on paper.
She doesn't. She also looks like a horse that wants to run inside in a short field. That, you know, riders are where everybody else is. She's going to have to work out a trip and find a space to run.
It's the Plenty of Grace Stakes. Let's go to Chris Griffin with the call.
Runaway Rumor. White Beam goes in. All set for the Plenty of Grace. And they're off. Maybe a step slow for Malavath, who's going to be the early trailer. It's Evie Jets who's got early speed. There's Runaway Rumor. Now recovering as Malavath is going to be closer to the pace. White Beam is 3 wide in that second grouping as they really back off the tempo as they approach that first turn. The trailer is going to be Spirit and Glory. It's Evie Jets who's in front. No pressure on the front end as they work into that first turn. Evie Jets and Eric Cancel, they're up by a clear length and a half now. Saving ground to the inside, that's Malavath. And to the outside of that rival comes Runaway Rumor, who's right there in second. White Beam is under a tight hold, is in the center of the course, and the trailer, Spirit and Glory, is 2.5 lengths. Now 3 off the lead, 25 seconds flat for that easy opening quarter. Evie Jets is going to try and take them all the way. It's Evie Jets who's up by a half length. Runaway Rumor is right there to the outside in second, and Malavath is well settled at the rail in third. White Beam under that tight hold here. Manny Franco maybe moving out wider, and then Spirit and Glory is the trailer as they get set to sprint for home. They work into the far turn, and they're still chasing Evie Jets, who went 49.69 for that half-mile time. Evie Jets turns up the pressure, and now it's Evie Jets who sprints for home and is still up by that full length. White Beam is up on the outside of Runaway Rumor. Malavath has got to do better from there, is dropping back through the field. It's Evie Jets as they turn for home. Evie Jets is in front. White Beam is now unleashed down the center of the course. Evie Jets is still in front. White Beam is in full pursuit. Here comes White Beam up on the outside. Evie Jets approaches the 16th pole. White Beam continues to chase. It's Evie Jets, White Beam, Evie Jets, White Beam, Evie Jets gets it done in the Plenty of Grace in what will be an emotional winner circle. Evie Jets over White Beam. Photo back to third in 1 minute, 35.73 seconds.
Richie, the Plenty of Grace finally goes to someone not named Christophe Clement or Chad Brown, the 2 Evie Jets. Eric did everything that you said he needed to do, and he got the win.
Outstanding. Outstanding ride from Eric Cancel. He got her to run up underneath him so kindly. You saw there was no fighting. Nice, quiet run into the first turn. Had plenty left. Kicked on hard for home. Held off a very game white beam. You could see Malavath was not on the bridle from a long way out. This was an absolutely highlight reel ride from Eric Cancel. He should be very proud. He contributed greatly to this win, and it is an emotional win. This is the estate of Robert Amendola, an owner here in New York for many years, who passed away, and his son was down there in the winner's circle with the Cantermasis. Great run from Evie Jets, as honest a mare as you're going to find, daughter of Twirling Candy, and White Beam ran great. Just everything went Evie Jet's way, and a terrific ride from Eric Cancel.
Yeah, White Beam ran outstanding, trying to close into those slow fractions. Eric was masterful on Evie Jets. Look, the one Malavath ran so poorly that there has to be an excuse. So, you know, they'll get back to the barn. I'm sure Christophe will try to figure out what went wrong there, and I'm sure she'll come back and run and just fine. I just, for whatever reason, today wasn't her day. She didn't just get beat. She never ran.
No, and you could see leaving the 3/8 pole that she was pretty much done. She was in a comfortable position, saved ground, was not far off a tepid pace, and she didn't show up today. But Evie Jet showed up in a big way, and Eric Cancel showed up in an even bigger way.
Yeah, I mean, it was perfect timing, Richie. You basically explained everything that he had to do, and he did all of those things. It's almost like he was listening to the show on his AirPods before he got into the gate.
I won't take credit for that, but I give this young man a lot of credit. You know, sometimes I can be critical of Eric about not finding his right position or getting into a fight with his horses. This was highlight reel for him.
The 7 previous runnings of the Plenty of Grace won by Chad Brown or Christophe Clement. Mertan Cantermasi adds his name to that list. Evie Jets was outstanding and a great ride by Eric Cancel on the front end.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet over 300 tracks anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Visit nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Evie Jets, the winner of the Plenty of Grace Stakes. Let's go down to Acacia with the winning trainer.
Pleased to be joined by Matt Cantermasi with Evie Jets getting the win. And first, Matt, I have to ask you, I know that this was for the estate of Bob Amendola, who passed away last year, son Michael overseeing things. How meaningful to have this win in those silks?
This race for Mr. Bob, even he's not with us right now, we worked hard for this filly and to make him happy with this filly. And I'm sure he's watching somewhere for our hard work, and this filly made it happen for him even before he passed, and she continues after he passed.
You had a lot of history together and a lot of success, and Evie Jets has been very good to you too. She was so game today.
Yeah, I was little like concerned about the pace. Maybe someone wants to go and bother us, but it worked out really well for us, and Eric knows how to ride her, so it was beautiful.
Can you tell me what you were feeling when you saw how comfortable she got on the front end?
Yeah, she gets comfortable and she gets the pace she wants. She's not tired, just waiting for the stretch run. And she answered really good today, the outside horse. That's a good sign after the layoff.
You should have a fun year with her as well. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you so much.
For the Cantor Mossies, a long history with Bob Amendola, and I agree with Matt. I'm sure, JK, that he was watching somewhere.
Absolutely, you can't love this game and not continue to watch it no matter where you are. Look, I thought Eric's ride was brilliant, and you wanted to point out this part.
Watch right here. She's on her left lead. Watch this little shift here. This is when you get horse change leads. Right here, she goes that step in to her right lead, and she found a bit more. If she lingered on her left lead all the way to the wire, I think she gets nipped at the wire. Get into her right lead, that little shift of Eric's weight. Everything he did in this race, some of it was evident and some of it was very subtle, was picture perfect. And Evie Jets, as honest as the day is long, at 1180 over White Beam, your second choice. How about that exacta? 25.25 for $1.
Nothing wrong with that at all. The big favorite, Malavath, didn't run her race today, but I'm sure at some point in the near future we'll see her again. Richie, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you.
Oh, this is great.
I'm about to.
I'm
going over there. Greg Wolf's coming over here.
And I'll see you downstairs in a race or two.
There we go. We've got 6 more races from Aqueduct, and we also have 7 more races from Oaklawn Park. A lot of action still to come here on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf coming up next. I'm sliding over. See you in a few.
Anybody going 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Continuing live coverage of America's Day at the Races on this Sunday afternoon here at Queens, New York. Good to be with you. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Thanks for being with us on our FS2 coverage. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin stepping over. Well done in the hosting chair. Did you have a good time?
Yeah, it was fun. I just tried to do my best Ewan Lafitte impression. It worked out well.
Good to see you in that seat. I think don't do too good.
Oh, trust me. I like it over here. It's much easier.
Our best still yet to come. We're getting to the third at Oaklawn. This late pick 5 at Oaklawn seems like it could be wide open. That's a couple of races away.
Oaklawn is always tough. There's people coming from everywhere. There's horses dropping. There's Diodoro. There's Asmussen. Always a tough place to operate.
Now, this third race, mile and a 16th. Arkansas breds, first allowance condition here, Street Commander, blinkers on.
Yeah, it took a lot of money last time and didn't do much running.
Meets leading rider Christian Torres in the irons, 6-1 right now. Re-up, 17-1 with Kelsey Hart.
Look, has some tactical speed, made the lead last time, got a little bit tired first time trying 2 turns. Maybe the second time is the charm.
A couple of okay runs at this condition for a Fleet Sky.
Yeah, I've been making some ground up late in shorter distance races.
Where's Randy? This horse has faced some really good Arkansas breds, but sprinting, going long for the first time.
Yeah, a little sneaky with the sprinting closer.
John Ortiz trains Black Apple. He got a win with Barber Road at Keeneland yesterday.
Yeah, another one coming from way out of it. Ran well last time for 40.
Here's Backgate Red at 26-1.
Yeah, this horse just doesn't have any early speed. I feel like too much to do.
Wicked Prince. He's actually never won. He got his win last time out via DQ.
Yeah, but he ran well that day. Find the front end. Another one that could be involved in the pace.
Alo Henry, more of a sprinter, but the one time we saw him go long, he actually ran pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just not crazy about horses off of Diodoro.
And on the outside, Skyped. This is a pretty much strictly sprinter, stretching out. Took him 13 starts to break his maiden.
Yeah, but Wolfie, this horse has those kind of even pace figures with a nice final that I think does help when horses try to stretch out.
And he's known as Calvin Burrell. How's he going to get to the rail from that outside post?
It's going to be hard, but if anyone can do it, it's him.
Let's check in with Paul Aduca, third from Oaklawn, coming up, Paulie.
Nice to hear you, Greg, and Jonathan as well. We got these Arkansas bred races, and yesterday they hung up a 63-1 shot over a 58-1 shot in the last race. The horse was coming off a 0 buyer, so these Arkansas bred races can be very, very tough. A $35,000 10-cent super to end the Apple Blossom card yesterday. So, when you get to this race, where's Randy the 4? You'd think he would have the pedigree, son of Flashback, who's a son of Tapit, out of a Kitten's Joy mare, so you would think going the distance to ground, but I don't know about 3 to 5. This horse has got gait issues. Every single start, this horse has gotten dead left. Now, are the numbers the best on this horse? Yeah, but, closing, deep closers, like Jonathan said, in route races, he might be the best in here, but he's going to have to circle a field going a longer distance. And he's the only horse in here that has not gone around 2 turns. Even the 9 Skyped went around 2 turns a while ago at Louisiana Downs on the turf. The 4 is the only horse. Every other horse in here has at least tried 2 turns and has run okay. I thought the 5 was interesting in here, and I'm surprised at 10-1. Blinkers has helped this horse completely. And you wonder, okay, did the wet fast racetrack help the 5 last time out? But the horse did win going around 2 turns and one going away with a big middle move. So, the gray, I think at 10-1 is not a bad price. And I think the Burrell combination on the outside. Another horse that's put on blinkers, and ever since this gelding by Sky Kingdom has put on blinkers, has gotten a lot better. I think on the stretch out at 7-1, you're getting a decent price. I think they're sort of going towards Aloe Henry. You know, this horse does have 2 wins, the 8. And the one race that he did stretch out, it was a nice race where he ran second at Bellamy's Roan. So I just can't take the 4 at even money. Might be the best horse in here. I think the 5 is live as can be. And I think the 9's the bet in here for Calvin Burrell, Skyped. I just think this horse with the blinkers has been a different animal at 6-1. Where's Randy's going to have to beat me at that price, Greg? And by the way, I got to give you some props because before you went off air yesterday, you talked about Skelly, and Skelly put on a show in the Count Fleet, and that's a sprinter that we're going to have to pay attention to the rest of this year.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. It's incredible. He did his impersonation of Jackie's Warrior, didn't he?
Look, it was very impressive, and I think that you make a good point, or Paulie makes a good point that you'll probably have to hear from him later.
That was, he is quick and just blitzed that field. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on, that Count Fleet victory. Loading up, really short price to take on a horse who is unproven. He has never gone beyond 6 furlongs. Obviously faced some very good ones sprinting. Arkansas Breds. Can he handle 2 turns in a mile and a 16th? Where's Randy the 4? Going to try and do it for the first time for Randy Morris at a short price. Let's go to Jim Byers.
Under Hall of Famer Calvin Burrell. They're in the gate. And they're off. Re-up broke in the air and is out slowly. Skyped is driving off for the early lead. Wicked Prince gets out in second. There's a Fleet Sky on the inside. A noticeable third. Street Commander is fourth. Aloe Henry is outside of him. Now, Aloe Henry into fourth. Street Commander moved out at the turn. He's racing in fifth. Re-up just had to check sharply there. Moving by that one is Black Apple, one of the light grays from the outside. It looks like Re-up isn't handling the turn very well. Where's Randy is outside of him. Randy is about 10 lengths off the lead, and then it's way back to Backgate Red. Up the backstretch here, it's Calvin Burrell and Skyped. They lead the way by a good open 3 lengths to Wicked Prince, and a Fleet Sky on the inside is third. Aloe Henry in the clear to the outside fourth. 2 lengths then to Re-up and Black Apple to the outside. He's about 4 wide into that far bend. Street Commander on the inside, and Where's Randy? Where's Randy is splitting horses, appearing to rally just a bit now from behind, but still with a lot of work to do. And Backgate Red is trailing the field. Skyped has the lead by himself, and he traipses to the top of the stretch with the lead by 2.5, but it's diminishing. Aloe Henry will have first run. Then Black Apple and Where's Randy? Those 2 grays toward the outside. Wicked Prince and a Fleet Sky drop back on the inside. Here they are in the stretch, and Aloe Henry is up to engage Skyped. Skyped on the inside. Aloe Henry is going on by. Where's Randy is racing in third, and then comes Black Apple, final 16th. Aloe Henry with the lead here as they come to deep stretch. Skyped is going to be second. It's Aloe Henry, the only one in here with more than 1 win, and he wins this 1.25 lengths to Skyped. Where's Randy, a non-threatening third, and Black Apple fourth.
And now it's 3 wins for Aloe Henry. This is a sprinter. He'd only gone long once. He actually ran very good sprinting. Did get beat that day. Ran second, beat a 1/2 length. Tries it again, and this time he seals the deal.
Yeah, and he was first off the claim for Diodoro, but in hindsight, Diodoro didn't have him very long, and he ran back in 17 days off of Diodoro. So either way you want to look at it, it probably wasn't that important that he was off of Diodoro.
9-2. And Calvin Burrell hustled that 9 out of the gate, and he got to where he wanted to be.
Yeah, I mean, the 9 ran extremely well, too. And that's just, evidence to that point I tried to make earlier with the 9 is when you're looking at these horses that are stretching out, when they have those kind of even-looking styles where they're not slowing down late in their races, those horses stretch out well, and that's exactly what happened with the 9.
We'll have these prices for you, 8, 9, 4 in just a moment. It's back to New York. And the pick 6 coming up, this 4th at Aqueduct, 7/8 of a mile. New York Breds allowance optional claiming field. Short price on I'm Having a Moment. Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And picking up there, Greg, I'm having a moment does make quite a bit of sense. Added the blinkers last time out, just short cheater cut blinkers in this filly by Uncle Mo. There's a lot of size and good substance to her as well. She will cut back a little bit to the 7 furlongs, and I don't mind. She's a nice leggy type. She's striding out beautifully here in the paddock. She's dappled head to toe. One thing I didn't love about that last race was that she was hanging on her left lead inside. So hopefully now making her 4th start, the 2nd time with the blinkers, we'll see a little bit more maturity. I can't fault her here in the paddock, and I just think that she makes a lot of sense. The number 5, Fancy Joke, is an intriguing one, as she won first time out at Monmouth when with Claudia Gonzalez and against Open Company. So she comes here now with Rudy Rodriguez to face her fellow New York breds. She looks very fit. She's very well muscled coming back for the first start of her 3-year-old season. There are some questions for her to answer, though. We haven't seen her since July of last year, and the fact of the matter is it's just been a cold spell for the barn, and we'll see if she can turn things around. That being said, I do think that she ran pretty well last time out, or I should say her only start at Monmouth. One thing I noticed about that race is that she tended to be a little bit of a high-headed type of mover, kind of with her head carriage, and it can't be the most comfortable type for a rider sometimes. Just come back here in her first start with Rudy, and the type of noseband that she has in a figure 8 where it kind of crisscrosses over her nose often helps to keep a horse's mouth closed, keep them relaxed, and hopefully that'll help her to keep her head down a little bit and more settled and relaxed. The number 7, Security Code, she was one that showed promise at the beginning of her career back in Saratoga of last year. I haven't seen her since December. And I remember towards the end of last year that she had been kind of losing a little bit of her muscle mass, that she wasn't keeping her weight as well. And while she has still raced over the summer, she looks spectacular, over the winter, I should say. She looks like she's in the summer. She looks spectacular. She's dappled out, great weight, great muscle mass to her. A distant second behind Maple Leaf Mel last time out, who she was kind of chasing, and Maple Leaf Mel, one that also showed a lot of promise early in her career and was always going better than this filly. But as Security Code gets on her toes, I like what I see from her in the paddock. I've always been a fan of her, and we'll see if she can get back on track today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Security Code, there's no question, has faced by far the toughest company of anybody in this group. 7-1 right now from that outside post.
Yeah, and look, I thought that horse made a ton of sense. Had nice pace figures last time, drawn towards the outside, kind of get that kind of tactical stalking trip. I thought it wasn't as easy as just the 1 in here.
Yeah, this is a lot of money on him. Having a moment for Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, the short cutback.
Yeah, should appreciate that short cutback. Has some speed, deserves to be the favorite, just probably not this short.
10 strike.
10 strike, 10 strike. Another one who has some early speed, ran last time on a sloppy racetrack, but did it extremely well.
Yeah, gate to wire, won by 6.5 lengths. Kendrick Carmouche, the return call aboard. Linda Rice, Starry Midnight has Dylan Davis aboard.
Yeah, the debut for Jorge Abreu was competitive with this group, but she hasn't run that well for Linda since.
Can you make any kind of case for Lady Mine, the 4?
Yeah, I mean, she's got races back in the summer from Saratoga when she was a 2-year-old. She just ran so poorly last time, but she did have a little bit of trouble.
A second to Maple Leaf Mel, who's incredibly talented. Fancy Joke, 7-2, and the only start, it was a win, but it was back in July of last year at Monmouth.
Yeah, and this horse is nice too. Ran a nice number back as a 2-year-old. You know, 2-year-olds to 3-year-olds, you get a nice little figure improvement. A little bit light on the number here, but you got to think she can run a little faster because she's a little older.
Joey Big Nose, the 3-year-old filly, okay, at 9-1.
Yeah, I couldn't make a case for this one.
For Natalia Lynch. And then Security Code outside 6-1. We've talked about, look, Downtown Mischief, Maple Leaf Mel, Le Bon Temps. A lot of good ones she has faced.
Yeah, I mean, I think she absolutely fits in here. She's drawn well. She's got tactical speed. She's getting back to the Lasix. I think there's a lot to like here with the 7.
27,500 plus in the pick 6, which begins right here. First leg coming up. Where can we try and narrow this thing down? You see the amount of runners in each race? Help us.
Yeah, I thought Stage Raider was one that you could lean on a little bit.
That's race 6 for Chad Brown.
Yeah, and then in the last, I thought it was going to be the 10, but they scratched the 10. So I think maybe the rail horse is one that you could potentially lean on in the last. The rest of them I thought were pretty tough, pretty wide open.
And it's Busted Roxy for Michelle Nevin in that last. Manny Franco, horse who has speed, has the rail, and just missed at that condition last time out. Good luck to everybody getting involved this afternoon. So it begins here. A couple minutes left to put your tickets together as we take a look at Fancy Joke. So Rudy Rodriguez talked about those struggles he had last summer at Saratoga, struggling at this meet a bit as well, looking for his first winner. But this horse, first time out. This is a new horse to his barn with a different barn. Last year's a 2-year-old, looked very good in the debut.
Yeah, absolutely. Did look good in the debut down at Monmouth, going 5 furlongs. And remember, the speed figure that was earned this day was in July of her 2-year-old year. Some will say that maybe 10 to 15 points you can expect in just allowing a horse to kind of improve. So whatever figures you look at, if you add 10, 15 points to it, does that make her competitive in here? And I think the answer is yes. I think she's got a chance to run well in here. I think this race is not as easy as the one being the favorite in here. I think a lot of horses are live, including the 4 Lady Mine that we talked about in the post parade.
Surprised to see that price on him having a moment. The figures don't suggest he should be anywhere near this short a number. There she is. Obviously added blinkers last time out. That was at a mile, and maybe it will work out perfect. The short cut back to 7/8 today, as she did get beat running second at a mile last time out. Here it is.
Yeah, and last time she had kind of an outside comfy trip. She doesn't project to get that comfy trip this time because she's drawn on the inside. She's going to have to kind of hustle away from there to get her position moving forward. Look, I think she's the most likely winner in this race. I just don't think she should be this short of a price.
Battled in here and came out on the wrong end of it. But that's, you would think, too, going to give her some fitness and some foundation going forward to this now 4th start of her career coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the old school saying, third off the layoff, is supposed to be a horse's best run. This is her 3rd start off of a break, so she is supposed to kind of show her best self today. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
And she won at 7/8 in her debut, and anytime you do win your debut, obviously you have some talent. Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on the number 2, Majestic Return, who, as Jonathan mentioned, ran a nice figure and a big performance last time out to break her maiden. Now, she is one that I'm laying eyes on for the first time, but she got very warm back in the paddock, just a little bit of a revved up type. They did hose her down, trying to get her to settle, and then she got that patented Kendrick Carmouche warm up away from the pony, and it seems like she's really settled a lot since then. Sometimes taking a horse away from the pony and getting them to kind of stretch their legs over the ground a bit can really have them expel that nervous energy and relax. I liked what I saw after the warm-up was done. The number 5, Fancy Joke, wanted to just go back to her as she does come back here in her first start for Rudy Rodriguez. Wanted to clarify something I had mentioned with the noseband that she's wearing back in the paddock that I had touched on. When they have the figure 8 that kind of crisscrosses over their nose, that's a noseband that often trainers will employ to allow a horse to get more air in. So that was what I was talking about, with hoping that she could kind of lower her head a little bit and that she would be a little bit more comfortable. It's something that, a piece of equipment that typically Rudy Rodriguez uses quite frequently too. She warmed up fine out on the racetrack. I do wonder if the 7/8 might be a touch of a stretch for her physically, but if she does improve off of that figure that she ran as a 2-year-old and against open company, she could certainly be dangerous. And here, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Final chances to put your pick 6 play together. First leg coming up here in the 7/8 New York bred allowance optional claiming field. And as you see, a look at the pool size there, right-hand side of your screen. Still, it's been a short number throughout. Not quite as ridiculous as even money, but 6 to 5, still very short. I'm having a moment for Bill Mott.
Yeah, I mean, look, she absolutely deserves to be the favorite, but there's a lot of horses in here that you can have an idea with. I think the 2 Majestic Return could run better off of that performance on a sloppy racetrack where she showed a lot of speed. Lady Mine, who had a Saratoga maiden special weight win with a figure that if she improves off of that last start, she could be dangerous. Fancy Joke we talked about. Security Code to the outside. It's a wide open race that I think that if you're playing the pick 6, I wouldn't try to beat the 1. I'm having a moment, but she's not the type of horse I would single in this group.
And, back to the 5 quickly, Fancy Joke. To do what she did first time out, and it was at Monmouth early on, 2-year-old campaign, so we don't know if there was a whole lot behind her. She could have real talent. To run that kind of figure in July as a 2-year-old, impressive.
Yeah, when you say we don't know who was behind her, I don't really need to know who was behind her because she met up against the clock and she defeated the clock.
New audience joining us here in just a few seconds. Slight pause, and we'll get back to it. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal. Those already with us on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races on this Sunday card from Queens here at Aqueduct. We also have live coverage from Oaklawn Park. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchen. We got Paul LaDuca out in Hot Springs. Keisha Clement with us as well. Got the whole crew, basically, as we had said for the Pick 6 coming up on this Aqueduct card. And a short price favorite for those just joining us. I'm having a moment, the one from the rail for Bill Mott, the one to beat.
It deserves to be the favorite. I think the 2 is interesting. I think the 4 is interesting. The 5, the 7, and the Pick 6 that I played, I used all of those horses I just named. I'm being a little aggressive myself. I'm singling in the next, but it's mostly because, what do they say, happy wife, happy life. Salivo Spritz is running. If I don't single that one, I might have to sleep on the couch tonight.
I got to get those dinner reservations in now, don't I?
Yeah, I would start paying attention. Start paying attention to that for the summer. I think they're gonna. I don't know for sure, but I think they're gonna pop those up maybe in May, if I'm not mistaken. You can follow them on social to find out when all that is. But yeah, you got to get those reservations in early.
And by the way, in terms of, you talked about it quickly for those just joining us who may not have heard, you thought Stage Raider, even though coming off a long layoff, haven't seen him since July, you're going to single there.
Yeah, Chad's horses run well off of a break. If it was someone else, maybe you'd have a question or a concern. But Chad doesn't send them over there short. He doesn't send them over there needing one. I think Stage Raider will be ready to rock.
Ran huge last time we saw him. That was early summer, Saratoga. He's been off since. So that's coming up in race 6. That'll start the Pick 4. First things first, back to even money on this horse on your screen right now. 3-year-old filly by Uncle Mo for one of the greats, Bill Mott, with his main man, Junior Alvarado. The debut win, it was at this 7/8 distance. Getting back to it after 2 runs at a mile. As the 2 acts up a little bit, Majestic Return. Expect to see, we'll see. Was forwardly placed on a wet track, but with Kendrick, showed that speed, probably going to be forward again.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very interesting race. Like I said, the 1 deserves to be the favorite. I understand why the 1's the favorite, but there's a lot more going on in here. I think that you could see a surprise. Like I said, I think the 4 is interesting at 23-1.
Chris Griffin to get us started. Pick 6 on this Sunday card begins here in the 4th from Aqueduct.
3 out. There's Fancy Joke stepping in. Joey Big Nose. And Security Code. Security Code stepping forward, front of the gate open. Start of the Pick 6. Backs away. Goes in. Front of the gate is closed. Security Code is in. All set. And they're off. Step slow there for Lady Mine at the back end of the field. Fast break for Majestic Return. Quickly out to the front. Has company from Fancy Joke up on the outside from 2nd. I'm Having a Moment is at the rail in 3rd. Center of the racetrack comes Security Code, who's now in 4th. And behind them, that's Starry Midnight, who's in 5th. Making up some ground is Lady Mine from the back of the field. And the trailer is Joey Big Nose. They're chasing Majestic Return. And Kendrick Harmouche, they're in front. They're up by 3/4 of a length. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Fancy Joke is stalking from 2nd. I'm Having a Moment at even money is at the rail in 3rd. Security Code is right there. There is room at the rail here. Lady Mine is going to try and push on through, and Lady Mine does find a seam there to the inside of I'm Having a Moment, is challenging for that 3rd, now 4th spot. Further back in the field, that's Starry Midnight, and far back the trailer, Joey Big Nose. Majestic Return is still in front. It's Majestic Return, Fancy Joke, and Trevor McCarthy. They've been there the entire journey. Security Code is called upon. I'm Having a Moment. It was a brief rally there from Lady Mine, who starts to back out of it. They reach the top of the stretch. Majestic Return is still in front. 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Majestic Return. Up on the outside, here comes Fancy Joke. Security Code has been a touch wide, but has momentum as well on the grandstand side. Here comes Security Code. Manny Franco now to put a neck in front. It's Security Code who's up by a full length, approaching the 16th pole. Security Code is now striding away. Alone in 2nd is Fancy Joke. I'm Having a Moment. Security Code kicks off the Pick 6. Security Code over Fancy Joke. Then came I'm Having a Moment, and Majestic Return. Final running time, 1 minute 27 seconds flat.
Security Code, she had faced the best company of anybody in this field. Manny Franco, Phil Serpe, and Wellspring Sables with the win.
Yeah, she ran well. That outside draw, I talk about it often. It's just a comfy place to be. You're outside, you see everything underneath you. You don't have to have pressure from horses from your outside, and you kind of get to dictate. And this is how horses train in the morning. They train, typically the good ones train on the outside of other horses. That's where they kind of start to learn to pass horses. And Security Code, I thought, was extremely impressive in here. And this is a good group. A good group of horses. I think the 5 Fancy Joke did come back and run well. The 7 Security Code just ran better.
7-5-1, 9-2 start to this pick 6. And the second win, 10 tries here for a filly who has tackled some difficult competition to this point. And an upset, beating an even money favorite, no less, to start this pick 6. And Manny Franco continuing to have a fantastic 2023. We'll have these prices coming up for you in a moment. Pick 6 underway. We'll get to the late pick 5 coming up. That's going to begin on the grass. And we'll look back to Saturday as well. One more look at Security Code down the stretch. Impressive against this bunch. Steve Asmussen's had some good sprinters. Matoli, Jackie's Warrior. Is this his next superstar? Skelly, like a rocket ship out of the gate. Impressive. And the Count Fleet. We'll show it to you when we come back.
At Gainesway. This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Bally Sports SoCal as well. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Pick 6 on the Sunday card, and Aqueduct underway, and its Security Code under Manny Franco with a win.
Yeah, the 2 Majestic Returns set the pace, was running in the stretch. The 5 Fancy Joke took the lead. And then the 7 Security Code on the outside, getting back on Lasix. Finishing down the middle of the track, opening up and running away from him, keeping Manny Franco's hot streak alive.
Impressive here. Daughter of Frosted for Wellspring Stables. Picks up just the 2nd win of her career. And Manny really just, I call him a silent assassin. He's so quiet, kind of keeps to himself, but he is making a huge impact.
Absolutely. You know, and I think it kind of all started for him really rolling with 'Tis the Law a few years back. And it's great. Manny stays up here in the winter when the other guys go to Florida and to Keeneland. Manny stays here and establishes his business here. And then when they come back, he's just as competitive with those guys in the room, Irad, Jose, Louis, Joel, Johnny, and the rest of them.
Said going to break, we're going to take a look at that impressive performance in the Count Fleet. Steve Asmussen has another big-time sprinter on his hands. Looked like, I thought anyway, pretty wide open race going in. Skelly made this a mockery of this group.
Yeah, he had run fast prior to this, but you just don't really know all the time if they're going to do it again, and he did. Came back and ran a 105 buyer. And that's a little bit faster for Breeders' Cup Sprint Champion type of stuff, but it's definitely in the conversation. It's definitely in the conversation for races like Grade 1 races throughout the rest of the year that this horse will show up in extremely fast. And with Steve Asmussen, you got to think he's only going to get better.
This was the 100th stakes victory at Oaklawn for Steve Asmussen, by the way. So big moment for him, and 5th Count Fleet win for him as well. For Santana, it was his 6th in this race. He just continues to rack up all these huge victories. This division, you know, we'll see who kind of, there's a long way to go. Who can get to this point, maybe step up and surprise and be a factor in here, but this horse looks like he could be a player.
Absolutely. When you're in the hands of someone like Steve Asmussen and you are running these fast numbers, he's going to make all the right moves. He's going to spot him in the right spots. He's going to continue to get him to improve. We have not seen the best of Skelly, I would assume.
Some big moments still to come at this meet. Obviously, it was a huge weekend with that big showdown, which we'll get to later on in that distaff division. That was a thriller in that compact field in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Here's what still lies ahead. Grade 2 Oaklawn handicap worth $1 million. Last Samurai.
It's a lot of money for a Grade 2. I'd like to think that that money will draw out some pretty big runners, and I think the Graded Stakes Committee over the next couple of years, they can continue at that $1 million. I think that there's a chance that grade could change. You can keep luring in the big ones.
Oaklawn's 4th, approaching the 6-minute mark to post. And 6-5 table money in this one right now. Well, the post parade for you in a moment. 12-5 maiden claiming 5.5 furlong sprint. In this spot, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Speaking of the Count Fleet, man who won a couple of them with the great Whitmore. There he is, Ron Moquette. Got the best place, best view on the ground is out on the backside. That's where he calls home. That story when we come back.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. 50. And then we're going to 50. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. 50. And then we're going to 50. 50. And then we're going to 50. We're $1,950,000. $1,950,000. $2 million quickly. $2 million. $2 million one. $2 million one. $2 million. Hold on. $2 million. $2 million 50. All through, and I have. Boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Roger's way. Good luck.
my version of the clubhouse when you go to the racetrack. I always think that the universe takes care of me, but I couldn't imagine doing my job in the winter months without this location.
Ron Moquett built his hideaway along the Oaklawn backstretch in 2015. 3 years later, he was diagnosed with sarcoidosis, an autoimmune disease that makes him especially susceptible to large crowds. He had no idea just how beneficial having Oaklawn as his next-door neighbor would end up being.
Let's go to this rider, something that he'll forget before he gets to the gates. And different riders are different. You know, Joe Talamo, he kind of warms up and hangs out until he gets there. If you miss Santana, you just miss him. He's a very hyper-focused guy. Takes a little to get used to because I like to watch the horses walk off whenever I leg them up and stuff. And you don't get to do that, but you get to watch them back here warm up. So it's you gain some stuff whenever you lose something else. There's the horse. It's just a sloppy track. I was going to try to tell him to get involved and go on.
They're off. Reeves is the leader past the half-mile pole. A 2-length advantage. Resides to take second. Furniture third at the rail.
From the inside now, trying to get her. All of our dreams, Stargarita. Final surge. All of our dreams in Stargarita.
Third.
Wow, this is an inch.
Third. But I think if we get to the outside, she's probably a lot happier. So this gives me a little good feeling that she might win here at the meet if we get a good trip. So off of a year layoff, that's pretty good. Well, I wouldn't be in Hot Springs, Arkansas if it wasn't for Oaklawn. You know, I wouldn't ever go to Louisville if it wasn't for Churchill. I go where the horses go. And Oaklawn is so endeared to me because Hot Springs and the surrounding area all share my enthusiasm for the horses and the races. We have the craziest, coolest fans there are.
Best spot to view the races of anybody in Hot Springs, Ron Moquett, and that was just such an incredibly popular win when Whitmore finally broke through and won that Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did enjoy it. It knocked me out of the pick six, so it wasn't my favorite win of Whitmore's, but
pained me as well. Cost me $82,000.
Oh, tough day at the office.
Here's RR Empire, big price, 36-1.
Yeah, 36-1. This horse hasn't done much running.
Speed against a little bit better in the debut for the two.
Yeah, I like this horse a little bit with a lot of speed. I think when you get these lower level races, being in front is a big weapon.
Here's Uptown Social, added blinkers last start.
Another one with speed, but this one stopped pretty badly last time.
Nebraska bred, the 4, PR Call Me Maybe.
Nebraska bred. I've been to Oaklawn Park.
You have?
Over 30 times.
Have you really?
Yeah. How about that?
What are you doing out there?
Long story.
Okay. Matt Foley, Van Man down by the river. Here's the Ron Moquett runner.
Another one with some speed and a little bit of ability to stick around. I think this one's also interesting from a speed standpoint.
Even money. Steve Asmussen with his son Keith on table money.
It feels like a little bit of a connections play to me that they're playing this horse. Doesn't stand out that much to be even money.
It was a couple of state-bred maiden specials, but this is open company, 12-5 maiden claiming. Colonel Barton, blinkers coming off.
Yeah, just hasn't done much running. Did run okay last time. Figure just seems a little bit light.
Huey Dewey was in a stake in the debut at 30-1.
Ambitious placing. Didn't take much money. Didn't do much running either.
And on the outside, Fancy Painter, who did hit the board. It was at Louisiana Downs against Open Maiden Special Weight Company.
Yeah, this was a little bit interesting. Did run Maiden Special Weight 3 times. Did run okay in those times. Was entered for $10,000 back in November. They scratched that day. So it seems like things were starting to go in the wrong direction back then.
So that's our field coming up. Wow. Is it just a bit of people don't know where to go in here, that they're going with Team Asmussen?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times in these situations, I mean, Steve Asmussen wins a lot of races, and I think we've seen that at lots of different places. We saw it in the first here today with Christophe Clement. You gotta, you just don't really know where else to go, so you go with the connections. Table money can win this race, but at 4-5, I just think that there's a lot of other options. This horse has 2 speed figures that are good, but they're not 4-5 standout good.
And that drop, too, it's not as big as some would think. Arkansas bred maiden special to Open Company maiden claiming, even though it's the bottom.
No, it's not a huge drop. It's a drop, but it's more about this horse's speed figures and what this horse has run and how this horse has run. Just hasn't been a standout.
See how it plays out coming up. Horse, I guess you would think, at least show tactical speed against potentially a little bit better. That's 9 horse. I'm sorry, the 8, excuse me. 7-2. I mean, that was state bred obviously as well, but the Rainbow for 150,000 stakes race, that's the biggest dropper in the field.
Yeah, this is not meant to be an offensive statement, but when you're dealing with a trainer who's a 5% trainer, a move like that where they run in a stake and then drop, to me, it was a misevaluation of this horse's talent, I would assume.
7-2 right now. Meanwhile, the 2 taking a little play, Explosive Pride. Tim Martin. This one has showed some brief speed against slightly better, that maiden 20 group on that sloppy sealed track. 4th from Oaklawn. Jim Byers with the call.
Huey Dewey. The outside runner is Fancy Painter. And PR Call Me Maybe. Those 2 will be the last 2 in. PR Call Me Maybe heads in. Fancy Painter moves forward. They're in the gate. And they're off. Explosive Pride and Matt Foley Van Man out well. Huey Dewey wants a part of the lead from the outside. Uptown Social and Table Money are right there. Table Money is 4 deep. They are literally lined up 5 across the track. Matt Foley Van Man just took back out of that leading contingent. Then it's 3.5 back, and Fancy Painter is racing a relatively distant 6th, and from there quite far back to Colonel Barton and PR Call Me Maybe. RR Empire is trailing. They're midway around the home turn. And it's Explosive Pride on the inside by a head. And right to the outside is Uptown Social. And then farther out, Huey Dewey in the white blinkers. Table Money is boxed in. He needs racing room. Colonel Barton is showing interest from the extreme outside. Here comes Colonel Barton at Huey Dewey. Table Money has clear sailing now with a furlong to go, and here he comes for Keith Asmussen on the inside. Table Money is going to take over the lead in the final 70 yards. A big one here for Colonel Barton. Table Money, another winner for the Asmussen team by 3 parts of a length to Colonel Barton, then PR Call Me Maybe, and Fancy Painter.
Table Money, odds-on favorite. Team Asmussen, father and son here with the short price favorite.
Yeah, look, this horse made some sense. I just thought was a little bit over bet. You look back at the money this horse took in the last start. I suppose that was a little bit of a clue of the talent. You know, these good trainers spot horses where they can win.
Back to New York. And here we go with the late pick 5. Begins sprinting on the grass. 40 maiden claiming race. Quick look at the odds. Let's head downstairs to Mig for more.
Yeah, interesting group here, guys. We'll start with the 4, Salivo, Spritz. You know, you can go back. This horse was working last fall. But look at the work tab since March. Every 6 or 7 days, this horse has been working steadily since March 5th. And what does that tell me? It tells me that the horse has had uninterrupted training, meaning the horse is healthy, happy. I don't look at times of works as much as I look at spacing of workouts, and I love the spacing of the workouts for the 4 Salivo Spritz. And a first-time starter from the Ray Handlebarn looks very fit and honestly prepared to go. She looks like she knows why she's here, got her game face on. 10, Wonder Girl. I think we're seeing a horse that's really going to like the turf. Sharp looking, first time dropping from maiden 40. Really terrific horseman. And Bob Caceres, somebody who's been winning races for decades. I like Wonder Girl a lot. Just love her look, the way she's turned out. The 2B, Sharp Pippa, daughter of Sharp Azteca from the Todd Putcher barn. Another one. Think she's going to relish the turf. Love the confirmation on her from a physical perspective for turf. And the 3, Rum Runner Ready. We saw a Gun Runner win on the turf here the other day. This is the first time this horse is sprinting on turf. Lone turf start, 2 turns at Ellis Park. Showed a lot of speed that day, just couldn't quite stay the mile, beating 7 lengths that day in the maiden allowance race. This is maiden 40, sprinting on the turf with a good inside post. Trevor McCarthy riding the turf well. I think she's a major player.
All right, we'll see what happens here, Mig. 6 furlongs, outer turf sprinting coming up. The entry, the 2 and 2B, 5-2 favorites as we see riders get a leg up.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about it. This is just a situation, I think, where it's Todd Pletcher. And so you think, oh, it's Todd and this maiden 40. I get 2 for 1. I think it's just a kind of a default play in this situation. Can one of them win? Sure, they're first-time starters. We don't know what they are, but keep in mind they are debuting for 40 for Todd. So it's not like they're the good Todds. They're the $40,000 maiden claiming Todds.
Coming onto the track for our post parade here to start this late pick 5, and here's the remaining half of the entry with the 1 and 1A.
Yeah, this horse just doesn't have a ton of speed from the inside.
Post 5 for the 1, Aunt Barra. Here's the 2 with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, daughter of Verrazano. Verrazano was great on the dirt, really improved when he got to the turf.
Post 7 for that one, the other half of this entry. Post 10 for Sharp Pippa.
Yeah, I mean, you get Manny Franco here. This horse obviously can run a little bit. It's a live entry. I just think an overbet entry.
Rum Runner Ready. Good luck to Chris Griffin. Blinkers coming off.
Yeah, exactly. Has some speed. Always dangerous in turf sprints.
And it gets the rail as well. Salevo Spritz, first-time starter, Ray Handel.
Yeah, this will be 55 Philo will be rocking here in a couple of seconds. I know that Joey's got the volume up loud, I would imagine.
28-1 because of the Brave, Katie Davis.
Yeah, another one who's had a lot of opportunities, hasn't found much in terms of final figures.
Bellicosa, blinkers coming off.
Yeah, takes the blinkers off, has a little bit of speed. Be interesting to see what this one does. Getting back on the grass, that's where they started.
Here's Leanna B, Jose Ortiz, John Kimmel.
Yeah, has some speed, ran on the synthetic the last couple of times down at Gulfstream Park. It's an American Pharaoh with a dam that has produced turf winners. You'd like to think this one will appreciate getting on the grass.
Double-digit odds on Tap It Up here, adding blinkers.
Yeah, once upon a time, this horse ran an okay race, but hasn't done much running in the last 3 starts.
Here's Wonder Girl, Bob Cliceris with Jaime Torres.
Yeah, you heard what Richie said. Not much in terms of turf pedigree here, but this horse has run okay for maiden special weight, dropping into maiden claiming.
And turf debut outside. Here comes Scarlet.
Yeah, another speed, some more speed towards the outside. The siblings have tried the grass and have not been successful, so we'll see if this one appreciates moving to the green stuff.
How did we not hook up a live view to the watch party at Salevo for the 4?
You know, it's a phenomenal point. I'm sure there's a lot of Salevo spritzes being passed around there right now. You know, it's Prosecco, Aperol, club soda, and an orange wedge.
It's my favorite summer drink.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that. I drink old fashions in the summer sometimes after a long day at the races. It doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense. I should probably find something.
It's a little more refreshing.
A little more
hot weather.
refreshing. Yeah, I get old fashions and eat a veal chop Parmesan sitting outside in 92-degree heat. It's not the smartest decision I've ever made.
Oh, that's why we love Saratoga. 4 minutes away from this 5th here coming up. So potentially, yeah, case here. We've seen it a lot, actually. We're still early on, as you get a look at the crowd here this Sunday afternoon, getting back to turf racing here. And the public, you know, quite often just betting these name trainers a bit when they don't warrant that kind of price.
No, it's really, especially early when you get back, it's about the pedigree, I think, you know, and trying to find horses that are going to appreciate moving to the grass. It's not always easy to spot, but it can be rewarding when you can do it.
First-time starter. There she is, daughter of Street Sense. 9-2.
Yeah, I mean, they're betting a little bit, you know.
And by the way, you're going to be back in time to celebrate if this filly wins.
Yeah, I get off air here in a little bit. I'm hit the train, and yeah, I'll be back in time to celebrate. I guess I wonder how many Salevo Spritz are being sold currently at the moment. Instantly, I mean, you'd think it's a lot, right?
I hope they ordered extra.
I don't know. I mean, if they win, if she wins, like, is there like a round of free Salevo Spritzes, Joe? I mean, is that going to happen?
Can we get that answer? Because I'll come down. I'll come down tonight. Got to beat this entry, of course. The 8 taking plenty of money, Leanna B, who has speed on synthetic, which, you know, not always an indicator, but synthetic can be a good translation of how you're going to run on turf as well.
And you talk about pedigree, the 8 screams, I want to get on the turf. American Pharaoh, who's had a lot of good turf horses, and like I said, the Dam has produced 5 out of 8 runners to win on the turf.
2 minutes to post here in a race that kicks off the late pick 5. New audience joining us right now, so a slight pause. Welcome to those just joining us, those already with us. This is America's Day at the Races, SNY. Welcome aboard. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kitchen, Keisha Clement stepping back in momentarily. We got Paula Duca live in Hot Springs. We have the late pick 5 coming up here right now in moments in New York.
Yeah, it's a nice little sequence, too. I think Stage Raider in the 6th is one you could probably lean on. The rest of them are pretty wide open here, starting with the Turf Sprint, Maiden 40 Turf Sprint. Always a challenging race here in Naira.
Yeah, and I know this is going to kick things off, sprinting on the grass here. Let's get back to Stage Raider just quickly. That horse, last time we saw him, showed huge ability. If he can keep it together and stay on the racetrack, what can we expect from him?
Yeah, I mean, look, his race against Highly Motivated a couple of races back I thought was outstanding, even though he ran second. He's always been good, and he runs right there on that triple-digit buyer line. He's close, and I think that if he comes back running, which I presume that he will, because that's what Chad Brown horses do typically when they come in off a layoff. We saw what An Italian did yesterday at Keeneland off a layoff. His horses run their races off of layoffs. He doesn't give them one.
Pick 5, those starts here. Sprinting on the grass. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, guys, kind of reinforcing the impressions I had in the paddock. The 10 Wonder Girl was ultra sharp in the paddock and continued to really like what I saw from her on the track in the post parade. Really warmed up nicely. Gets a good outside draw. Should get in the race the right way. First time maiden claiming on the turf, and I think she's going to like the turf. Bob Caceres, like I said, a trainer that knows how to win. You get Jamie Torres, an apprentice that has really impressed me. Watch this kid finish. He does not finish like an apprentice. He looks like an older rider. He's tutored by the amazingly legendary and great Angel Cordero, and the kid's got a big future. I'm going to pick the 3, guys. Rum Runner Ready. I think it's the Goldilocks effect. The horse is finally getting to sprint on the turf. Bill Murray does great work. She could not look any better. Her dapples have dapples. I think she's going to run lights out here at 7-1 with Trevor McCarthy, who you want to see how to ride the turf? Go back and watch yesterday's first race where he sat the pocket, found the seam, and came running through the stretch. Trevor really found his form again after having to sit out a few months with an injury. Not an easy thing to do, but Rum Runner Ready. She looks ready.
There she is. Keep in mind, too, she got the inside post, and she showed very good speed cutting back, sprinting on synthetic last time out.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's the thing. I think in these races, you want to show speed. It's a valuable asset in turf sprints. It's obviously more prominent up in Saratoga where we go 5.5, but even going 6 here, it's just getting to the front is a huge advantage. So if whoever makes the front in here, I think, kind of turns to the in-race running favorite. Being forward in these races is huge.
I talked about the 8 Leanna B. She's shown synthetic speed as well. At 5-2, Jose Ortiz. Some pace from the 9, Tap It Up. And you got some first-time starters, though, and we don't know what they're capable of in terms of being forward early. 8-5 now on this Pletcher entry.
Yeah, like we said, I mean, it's Todd Pletcher. He wins a lot of races. He's in the Hall of Fame. You get Kendrick, you get Manny, you get 2 for 1. I'm not surprised at all, but I don't think it's any indication of the ability of these 2 horses. I just think that it's in a race full of a lot of question marks. The public often will defer to connections that they know. And not only that, like I said, you get 2 for 1 because it's the entry.
Late pick 5. Starts here. Good luck to everybody watching up in Saratoga Springs. First timer Salevo Spritz the 4. Favorite though the 2 and 2B for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin the call.
Hello, there's Aunt Bera. Sharp Pippa. Here comes Scarlet to the outside. backs away. Here comes Scarlet is in and backs away again. Just a touch reluctant here. Try again with the 11. Here comes Scarlet. Closing the front of the gate. She's in. All set. And they're off. Good break from in between horses. There is Leanna B right out to the front. Down to the inside is Aunt Bera. Out wider, that's going to be Wonder Girl. They're second and third. Up at the far outside, here comes Scarlet. At the rail, that's Rum. Runner Ready is now tracking in the 5th spot. Further back in between horses, there is Salivo. Spritz is now moving up on heels here, is now tugging at. Dylan Davis wants to move forward. Then comes the Orange Kappa because of the Brave. That one is followed by Yukon, who's going to be mid-pack and towards the back end of the field. We've got Tap It Up, Sharp Pippa, and the trailer Bellicosa. They are chasing Leanna B, and Jose Ortiz will take them well into the far turn now. 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. It's Leanna B in front. Trying to make a move here down towards the inside. That's Rum Runner Ready, who's got some momentum and now splits rivals. And Rum Runner Ready is coming after lead Wonder Girl. And up on the far outside, it's Salivo Spritz. It's still Leanna B finding plenty on the front end. Leanna B is clear, is up by 2 lengths. Rum Runner Ready is now trying to split rivals late. Wonder Girl is still in the fight as well. A 16th to go. Leanna B has been caught. It's Wonder Girl. Rum Runner Ready down towards the inside is lunging. Rum Runner Ready. Wonder Girl. Rum Runner Ready. Looked like Rum Runner Ready. Over. Wonder Girl, then came Leanna B. Further back in the field, that was Tap It Up in 1 minute 8.73 seconds.
Rum Runner Ready between horses. Nice call. Mig, 6-1 here.
Yeah, I mean, Mig pointed it out. You know, it was a gutsy ride too. In between horses, she split in between there, and she had shown some speed. She had shown some ability to run. She ran fine, you know, just fine on the grass. Previously, she had run on synthetic, which, you know, synthetics. It's not an exact equation, but it's more common that if you can handle the synthetic, you probably can handle the grass as well, and that's exactly what the 3 Rum Runner Ready did. Blinkers off.
Wonder Girl to the outside in that battle with this one, was getting on turf for the first time. Pretty good effort in the turf debut, but it is Rum Runner Ready. Good job, Chris Griffin. Just the second time on turf, first time on turf sprinting with the victory, and yeah, gutsy between horses to get that win here at a price. 9-2, 6-1 start to this Sunday pick 6.
Oh yeah, it's a nice. Like you said, it's a nice start. And when you can beat favorites, you can beat entries like this, it can really pay well, because there's not a lot of tickets out there that didn't include this entry of the 2 and the 2B. And if you notice, neither one of them did much running.
Trevor McCarthy, Bill Morey, Gunrunner Philly with the victory here to start off this late pick 5 against 6-1 odds. We'll have the prices when we come back. And we'll set up the start of the late pick 4. A lot more coming up on this Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races right after this.
Sire Sensation Gunrunner is the sire of 6 first crop Grade 1 winners.
God-eyed, and he's going to win the hopeful Red Gold Zulu wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and Cyberknife has won the Haskell.
Society is going to win the Cotillion, and Tata, they win the Bathurst, Pennsylvania Derby.
Early voting comes inside and wins it. He wins the Preakness.
Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hard-working people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our coverage across the country, including FS2. Good to have you with us. Coming up next weekend, all kinds of Hall of Famers will be involved with this. And it'll be broadcast on our program, FanDuel TV as well, in collaboration with Naira and Fox Sports. Live streamed also. PDJF Telethon for a tremendous cause. Last year it raised over $400,000 supporting jockeys who have suffered serious on-track injuries, which was added to $1.2 million in support of the PDJF since the inaugural telethon back in 2018. And tremendous prizes given out as well every hour, I believe on the hour throughout that. When you donate, you can be part of that. So we'll have live coverage of that next weekend. Another look back to the start of this late pick 5. Rum Runner Ready with Trevor McCarthy at 6-1.
Yeah, look, the 8, Liana B ran extremely well. The 10, Wonder Girl ran well. And the 3, Rum Runner Ready, just split in between those horses. Showed a lot of guts in between there. Sometimes they can shy away from that. She didn't. And she had shown she had some ability. It feels like the cutback really helped her finish up her race there, and the removal of the blinkers. Rum Runner Ready, 1480. Like you mentioned, Wolfie, a good second leg to that pick 6.
3:10.8 finish early pick 5, $1,219. And a start here that maybe we can beat that here in this late pick 5. I rarely get to work with you until we get to Saratoga. So this was a treat. Good to see you. And good job hosting today.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It was fun. And I'm still going to probably have a Sleevo spreads tonight.
Keisha Clon going to join me on the desk as this guy heads back up north. You're going to go to Sleevo anyway, aren't you? Have a spritz.
You know, I would think so. We'll see. I would think so.
Enjoy it. We're going to talk Derby picture when we come back. One more horse is in, and we might have a horse to see later on down in the Triple Crown that could be a factor as well for Brad Cox. First time in against winners off a maiden victory. First Mission takes the Lexington. We'll be back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Valley Sports SoCal SNY with us as well with live action from Aqueduct and Oaklawn. To work with everybody a little bit today. Keisha Clement, busy afternoon back up here on the desk. Good to see you on the Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, it's fun to be on this side of the table. It's like the game of musical hosts this week as we got JK hosting earlier. Fun for me to get a chance to be in the analyst side of the desk today, but looking forward to some great racing still to come from New York and Oaklawn.
Yeah, 5th coming up next at Oaklawn, approaching the 5-minute mark to post, and this is going to kick off the late pick 5 sequence out in Hot Springs. Post parade underway right now. We're going to get to it coming up here. 6 furlong sprint, where a lot of money going outside to Robertino Diodoro's Mac Daddy 2. He's also got Blowtorch first off the claim, who's a bit of a price, double-digit odds. He's always dangerous when the horse enters his barn. Here's Penetrator, though, for Todd Jordan.
A horse that had a tough time of it at the break last time out. The neighbor kind of came over and bumped him really hard, causing him to be squeezed on either side. That being said, would need to take a step forward against this group.
Ram has some big races for D. Wayne Lucas.
I remember this is a horse that he had really planned to be a big factor on the Kentucky Derby Trail. In fact, ran in the Preakness Stakes, comes off of a 3rd place finish.
Last time he sprinted, he went against Skelly, who just won the Count Fleet the other day. Texas Red Hot, here's Randy Morse.
3rd last time out against the non-winners of 3 condition. A horse that actually has some good races on the go back too.
Another one to face Skelly last start. Mumayaz at 7-2.
5th behind Skelly on a wet track. Last win was at Churchill. That was a nice race in the starter allowance company.
They tend to move forward when they go to this barn. Blowtorch, Robertino Diodoro first off the claim.
And he's been riding Ramsey Zimmerman quite frequently too. If you like a first off the claim for Diodoro at a price, here's your opportunity.
Major player here. An Improbable Journey just claimed, was just beat at 4-5.
Yeah, disappointing effort last time out. Did have some trouble at the start for a horse that typically is forwardly placed.
John Court, League of Legends for Jinx Fires.
A horse that was 4th in that race. So we saw Improbable Journey finish 2nd in Common Race, all rematching today.
And the favorite outside, the other Diodoro, the more highly regarded Diodoro, Mac Daddy 2.
Christian Torres and Robertino Diodoro were 29% together at the meet. This one was really up in the fray in between horses, lugging in a little bit late, but I thought it was a very strong effort against a pretty similar group of company last time out.
At your field, 5th from Oaklawn starts the late pick 5. We'll have it for you when we come back on our live coverage here on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back with the 5th next.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bay Short. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country getting set for the 5th at Oaklawn, which will kick off this late pick 5, 50,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint, one of 2 in the race here for the meet's leading trainer, Robertino Diodoro, that 9 horse in the background, and that is the horse to beat at 9-5. Paulie, what can you tell us about Mac Daddy 2?
Well, I'm in agreement with you, Greg, that he's the horse to beat in here to start this pick 5. Do you need to want to lean on him? That could be tough in here with the presence of the 7 in here. Improbable Journey, and Improbable Journey is very, very quick. And, you know, Mac Daddy 2 last time out, you know, it was a very good race, was, you know, on the rail, was battling. Ninja Warrior came back to win. I thought that was actually a very good effort. It was the second time in the Diodoro barn, and this is a horse that hasn't run much on the dirt, only 4 starts. 0 for 6 the last 2 years, so hasn't done much running. So do you want to take even money? But I thought he was ultra game last time out. What is Christian Torres going to do? Is he going to lay off the 7 in here, who looks like the speed of the speed, I would guess? I know the one's maybe a little cheaper speed. I thought the 4 was primed for a really good effort in here. Mumayaz, I mean, he just got outrun. We saw what Skelly did in the Count Fleet yesterday, and it was a sloppy racetrack. It looked like he just doesn't like the slop. His last race over a dry racetrack, I think he could be forwardly placed. I think he's going to get a very good trip. I had this race 4-9. I didn't know what to kind of do with the 7 in here. I thought you can go some other ways too. My only worry with the 2, Ram, how far back is he going to be? He comes from so far out of it. So it's going to be, I think the first quarter of a mile, Wolfie's going to be key here between the 7 and the 9. Does Torres want, you know, to turn this into a 2-horse race with the 7 and the 9? Or does he want to go after him with Mac Daddy 2? And then it includes a lot of other horses. And I think Mumayaz could be sitting in the right spot, the 4.
All right, we'll see what happens coming up. You know, 5-1 on Mumayaz here. As we talked about coming out of that Skelly race on that sloppy sealed track, he ran pretty good the last time he was on a fast track.
He did. 2 starts back, finished 4th on a fast track, ran a good race to win a starter back at Churchill sprinting in November. I thought that race would certainly make him a big player here. And I thought it was interesting, the conversation that Paul was touching on as far as how the pace might play out, because you have Improbable Journey, who's very quick early. Blowtorch is not slow either. And then you have Mac Daddy 2, who has early speed, and he was right up in the fray early on in a group of 3, and then ended up dueling throughout the race last time out. And I noticed the warm-up that Christian Torres was giving Mac Daddy 2. He always kept him moving, circling on the track. He was always going forward. That's, I think, really an indication. Obviously, you always want to break well, but he really wants to keep that forward momentum, have him break running from that outside post.
Meanwhile, there's Ram moving in the 2 for D. Wayne Lucas. Came up just a little bit short in that Apple Blossom showdown with Clairiere in the rematch. On our Saturday evening coverage, we'll show you a recap of what happened. Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Jim Byers.
And his crew. In goes Mumayaz. And that leaves Mac Daddy 2, the favorite, on the outside. Mac Daddy heads in. They're all in line. And they're off. Out in a perfect line. Mumayaz came away well with the long shot penetrator on the inside. Blowtorch, Improbable Journey, and Mac Daddy 2. All there on the outside. Ram is just a length and a half off the lead in the blue sleeves, and then about a 4-length break back to Texas Red Hot, and League of Legends is trailing the field into the far turn. It's the long shot penetrator by a half length, and Mac Daddy 2 is right with him to the outside. Improbable Journey and Ricardo Santana sit a length and a half off that top pair. And then comes Blowtorch, and Mumayaz in the clear on the outside is 3.5 off the lead. Then Ram, Texas Red Hot, is traveling well toward the outside, but is still 7 lengths off the lead. And League of Legends trails as they move off the turn. And the favorite, Mac Daddy 2, has taken over from Penetrator. And then comes Improbable Journey, and here is Texas Red Hot still sustaining that bid on the outside, and Texas Red Hot is up to collar Mac Daddy 2. Meanwhile, here's League of Legends from the back. He's moving into a minor award as Texas Red Hot. Calvin Burrell wins it by 2 lengths. It was tight for second. League of Legends or Mac Daddy 2. Ram finished third.
Texas Red Hot 25-1. Calvin Burrell for Randy Morse.
Huge price here, and he looked like when he was closing on the outside, he was always winning. He had the favorite measured Mac Daddy 2. He broke well from the outside with the forward momentum, just as we discussed under Christian Torres Mac Daddy 2, but he was parked wide as there was a relatively hot pace, and when he looked like he was home, you had the closers taking the opportunity there, and Texas Red Hot under Calvin Burrell always traveling well. There was a question as far as the class and how he would stack up with this group, but he got the right setup and did it pretty convincingly too.
Huge number to start off that late pick 5 as we go back to New York. 1 turn mile allowance optional claiming field, and that is Stage Raider. The last time we saw him, Saratoga last summer, he was dominant 99 by our speed figure in a big win, going 1 mile and 1/8. This will be his first start back since. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, a really interesting group and a tough race. We'll start with the 2, Market Alert. I just think this horse is really well turned out for Orlando Noto. He's been in really good form. I think that he's, you know, a horse that possesses early speed. He's going to put himself in the game. And from what I see here in the paddock, I think he's going to run one of his A efforts. The 3, Stage Raider, obviously extremely talented. John Gunther breeds a good horse, the owner breeder here. I will say this, though. He is a horse that's a little bit on the thicker side, carries a bit of weight, and those horses are hard to train into condition. As great as Chad Brown is, obviously incredibly successful, I do think this horse will be better for a race, and that's why I'll probably look elsewhere today, and maybe that's misguided, but he is a horse that does carry more weight than the average horse. A good doer, and maybe that's just him, and it's not going to be an issue, but I think that potentially he will improve with a race. And then the 5, Unbridled Barmer for Jimmy Ryerson. Horse was in great form last fall, ran a subpar race in the Queens County in January, was freshened up, but I love his work tab coming into it, and I love the way he looks, and he looks fit, prepared, and ready to go today.
All right, Mig, thank you. Yeah, some recency for some of these others that certainly Stage Raider is up against. Haven't seen him since July, the half-brother to Justify, the Triple Crown winner. As we take a look at the 4 here, Chestertown, $2 million horse from back in the day. There's the half to Justify, and people not scared by the layoff, especially with this barn.
No, and you can certainly expect this horse to be ready to roll. I do agree with Richie that he is a horse that typically carries some condition, and I am of the feeling, and I've always felt this, that he is better after having a race or 2 under his belt, just to kind of get back into it. Sometimes horses like that carry a lot of condition, you can't really even train them into fitness. It's only something really that racing can do. You have to do as much as you possibly can. Maybe he just has the class coming in here. He was dominant going the 1 mile and 1/8 last time out in Saratoga. Comes back at the mile. I don't have any problems with the distance. He seems pretty relaxed in the paddock today too. Sometimes he can be really sweaty prior to his races, or really quirky getting the tack on. They saddle him on the walk usually away from the rest of the field, and it looks like he's acting well coming back off of the layoff, but he is one that I'm sure is not the easiest to train and get prepared for these races.
Yeah, he's had a lot of gaps in his career. Just 7 starts now as a 5-year-old. Obviously, some major talent there.
Looks like Kendrick told a joke
having
that
fun.
He was laughing at his own joke.
What is that? Man always has a smile on his face.
I know.
Show's always better when we have Kendrick on it. He's going to be on, I thought, one of the main horses that has a huge shot for an upset here if Stage Raider is not ready off the bench. Curlin's Wisdom.
I agree. This is a horse that's won the mile at Aqueduct before. Kendrick Carmouche climbs back aboard. He hasn't been aboard since October on Curlin's Wisdom. He is a horse that's coming out of a try going 1 mile and 1/8 in the Excelsior. I think he gets back to a level where he could be successful. And last time out, he just didn't pick up his feet that much last time. He was wide throughout. I think we're going to see a much better performance from him today.
Here they come for our post parade. We're going to start with Cool House. Paolo Lobo, been off since late January.
He was actually entered in the Dangerous Hour yesterday, but cross-entered to run here. I would imagine it was a little bit of a let's play the weather and see what happens game.
Market Alert, New York bred, with Orlando Noda now.
Second off the claim from Orlando Noda. He's one that can be a little bit quirky, but it seems like he's gotten over some of those quirks and is very relaxed out on the track right now in the post parade.
The half-brother to the Triple Crown winner, Justify, off since July of last summer. Chad Brown off the bench, 2-5 favorite.
He's a short price at that 2-5 odds right now, but he obviously has a lot of talent. And I think that he's one that has really improved as he's gotten older, too. We saw the best race with that 99 Beyer speed figure when he was able to string a bunch of races together from March to July. Let's see how he does starting over off of the layoff now.
Chestertown, they're going to try something new. Blinkers coming off this horse.
I'm sure he's been a bit of a head scratcher. I know I really felt, as Maggie did too, that the gelding last year was really going to help him. Let's see if the blinkers get him to relax.
Here's Unbridled Bomber, Jose Ortiz for Jimmy Ryerson.
Tried stakes in the Queens County last time out. I like that he had a little bit of freshening after that poor performance.
And Curlin's Wisdom, there's Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice.
He looks great on the track today. I think the cut back to the mile, back to this level of competition, getting that Kendrick Carmouche patented warm-up, I think he's a big player.
And he could be a danger here and certainly has that recency on Stage Raider. 5 minutes to post coming up here in a race that's going to kick off this late pick 4 on our Sunday card. You can play it by getting sign-up started with Naira Bets. Sundays at Naira Bets, be sure to opt in to that 10% trifecta bonus. All your winning trifectas available to new and existing players. And don't forget, you do have to opt in at NairaBets.com. So pick 4 pool, 93,000 and growing coming up as we take a look here at Unbridled Bomber. And Jose Ortiz, horse that will be coming from fairly far back in this field.
He is. He's a closer. He's a horse that tends to kind of get out-footed at the start, but I thought when he won this race, he just took over so easily, pulled away from the rest of the field really nicely. This was a lovely performance from him, able to edge clear and kick away from the rest, which you like to see. That was going a mile in 3/16. He's going the mile today. I do think long is good for him, but I don't have a problem with this. Again, I echo what Richie said. The fact that he was 2-1 last time out in the Queens County. He had a little bit of a break off of back-to-back big performances. He didn't fire last time. They put him to the shelf. He comes back with some sharp workouts. I like that. Maybe something went wrong in the race last time out. He obviously was trying tougher and going back into stakes company, but giving him a chance to just kind of go back to the basics, so to speak. I really like that, and sometimes it does wonders for a horse mentally, especially as he had a pretty strong 2022 campaign.
6-1 on this 4-year-old son of Upstart. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, I agree with you, Acacia, about, he had a pretty comprehensive campaign last year. Sometimes horses just need a break. They get tired. It's just like humans, you're doing something every day, you get a little worn down. I love his work tab into this. Very steady, some nice works on the Belmont training track. A minute and 2/5, his final work. It's essentially 12 seconds to every furlong, making a real nice impression on the racetrack. I love the way he framed up. I love the way he's moving under Jose Ortiz. He is my top selection. The 2 Market Alert, another horse caught my eye. A big price. I think this horse should outrun those odds. It very well turned out for trainer Orlando Noda. And then a horse that didn't grab me as much in the paddock, but certainly elevated when he got on the racetrack was the 6 Curlin's Wisdom. I love the way he warmed up. Now, I'm a believer in big warm-ups, and obviously Kendrick Carmouche is too. He leaves the pony with almost everything he rides and allows them to really gallop. I like horses open up their lungs a little bit, get their blood pumping a little bit. I think it's so important that horses get good warm-ups, and I really love the warm-up of the 6 Curlin's Wisdom. But number 5, Unbridled Bomber, my top selection.
All right, Mig, 6-1, his top play. And this horse dangerous. Certainly Curlin's Wisdom has some races that, if Stage Raider is not at his best off the bench, pose a threat.
Yeah, I don't think that either Richie or I would be surprised if Stage Raider wins today. He's 4-5 for a reason, and I don't think either of us are saying he's not talented or that he's not probably the best horse in this race. I just think if you have a horse that's that short a price and you have one that doesn't consistently stay on the racetrack, you have an opportunity to find some more value and find another alternative in a race like this. This is the day that you'd want to bet against Stage Raider, and I think that's what we're both doing and looking for some alternatives. For me, it was Curlin's Wisdom. I completely agree with Richie. I thought that the warm-up was beautiful, and that was kind of what won me over. Not to mention that this is a horse, I know that he's won going longer too, but he's also won at the mile here at this track, and he has some tactical speed too. He doesn't doesn't need to be too far out of it. He's pretty versatile. Kendrick Carmouche can put him wherever he sees fit, and he can kind of work out his own trip, which is something that I appreciate about Curlin's Wisdom.
And yeah, just back to your point about Stage Raider too. If he runs, which is very possible, especially from the Chad Brown barn, he runs his top race or even anything close to it. It's not even close in here. He should be probably 1 to 5 against this group.
Definitely. And that's what I said. I just feel like today is the day that you could potentially take a little bit of a shot against him. I have nothing against this horse. I think that he has talent. I'm sure, though, as I mentioned, that it's probably a little bit frustrating and maybe just a little bit of a head scratcher with a horse like this that you know has ability, obviously has a huge pedigree, and you have to almost kind of do those stops and starts and not being able to keep him on the racetrack. Horses that have little nagging issues or whatever it is that keep them to the sidelines sometimes can be very, very tough for a trainer, because it seems like as soon as Stage Raider starts going good and things are going well, he ends up with a break in his races. And I'm sure that's very frustrating to Chad Brown and his team. It's good to get a horse ready off the layoff, and they absolutely can do it. But I'm sure that this is a race with bigger and better things in the future in mind.
And I don't know if this is where they want him, but this is a horse who actually early on, he showed sprint speed. There's not a ton of pace in this race. He's off the bench. When you see horses sometimes coming in fresh too, they'll show a little more eagerness early. Where do you expect to see him in the race?
Oh, I think that he'll be forward. He typically is. And he's usually, like I said, a horse that is pretty energetic prior to his races. I'm astounded with how relaxed he was. He got on his toes a little bit on the track, which is good. But even though, again, they saddled him on the walk, he didn't seem like he was washing out. He didn't seem like he was giving his handlers a tough time. He's really seemed like he's mentally matured. And we talk about this with Clairiere as an example, a horse that was allowed to come back at 5. Horses are physically mature at the age of 5. That's when you're really going to see them mentally and physically reach their peak maturity. And maybe that's the case with Stage Raider too, mentally more than anything. That could be the case with him. I think that he'll be forward. I wouldn't be surprised if Market Alert is on the lead. And again, Curlin's Wisdom is not slow. He doesn't have to be off of it. But I would think perhaps Market Alert will be the one setting the pace, with Stage Raider not too far off of him.
Making their way to the gate, pick 4 coming up here, and the return of a horse who, had the pedigree to be potentially special. He's put in some really big performances, been tough to kind of keep on the racetrack. Was as low as, I think we saw 2 to 5. Now it's floated up to even money for the return here. Bred by the man who bred Justify, John Gunther.
Yeah, he has that absolutely beautiful pedigree, and he's a beautiful individual too. He looks absolutely nothing like Justify, though, which is very funny. Like, I know it's bay and a chestnut, but even in their physical makeup, they do not look alike at all. He's very small. He's a little bit more compact. He's a little bit stouter, where Justify was that big, imposing type of individual.
See how he does here in the comeback. First start since early of that Saratoga meet last summer for the 3 here. Stage Raider. Short price for the return, Manny Franco for Chad Brown. As we get set with his pick 4, there's Market Alert stepping in, Dylan Davis, and there's the big favorite. Here he is, first start back as a 5-year-old. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Chestertown moves forward. 2 out. Unbridled Bomber and Curlin's Wisdom. Curlin's Wisdom, last to load to the outside. Goes right in. All set. And they're off. Curlin's Wisdom has early speed from the outside, and there's Stage Raider from in between horses is going to be in the early mix. Market Alert down towards the inside, Cool House, and also joining them is going to be Unbridled Bomber. 5 of them across the racetrack. The late runner Chestertown is the trailer, but only 2 off the battling front end as they come out of the chute. It's Stage Raider with a nose in front. Market Alert is challenging to the inside. And to the outside there is Curlin's Wisdom. They're all now head and head as they work up the backstretch. Tight in between runners there is Unbridled Bomber. Taken off the pace was Cool House, and Cool House is settled right in the battling quartet. They are 4 across the racetrack, and Chestertown's up on the far outside, but tightly bunched on the front end. Everybody wants the front end. It's 23-3 for that opening quarter mile, and now Stage Raider is pressing on. It's Stage Raider with a neck in front. front, losing some ground to the inside. That was Market Alert, who's back to third. Unbridled Bomber goes with the favorite. It's Unbridled Bomber who now puts ahead in front. Unbridled Bomber, Stage Raider is now being encouraged down towards the inside to keep up with this new leader. Unbridled Bomber and Jose Ortiz, they're up by a half length. Stage Raider looks to be all in right now down towards the inside, maybe playing a little possum down towards the inside as Stage Raider gets a bit of encouragement, and now it's going to move to the outside. It's Unbridled Bomber who's in hand. Stage Raider, what does he have here in the final stages? Unbridled Bomber is now striding away 3-4 lengths clear. Stage Raider is left back there in second. Unbridled Bomber, this is going to be a very good effort. Less than a furlong to go. Unbridled Bomber, Jose Ortiz just striding away 6-7 lengths clear. Stage Raider's going to try and hold on for second. Here comes Chestertown up on the outside. Unbridled Bomber, no doubt. Unbridled Bomber wins this one easily. Late run here, Curlin's Wisdom is with Chestertown, then Stage Raider in 1 minute 37.74 seconds.
Unbridled Bomber rolled right on by Stage Raider, and that short price favorite had absolutely no response. Huge effort from this 4-year-old for Jimmy Ryerson with Jose Ortiz.
Great call by Richie. Liked everything that he saw from Unbridled Bomber in the preliminaries, and he ran to it too. I believe Stage Raider held on for second, but you could see he was a little bit leg weary, and as soon as Manny Franco started asking Stage Raider, he just didn't have a response. There did end up being a little bit of pace on here. It seems several were intent on being forwardly placed. I thought as far as trip was concerned, Stage Raider didn't have any excuse. Maybe we'll see a better effort from him second off the bench, but as Richie and I were touching on, with a horse that's a short price like that and maybe doesn't run that frequently, maybe needs some races off of the layoff, and in fact he actually faded to fourth, Stage Raider, this is the day to try to go against him, and a great call by Richie with Unbridled Bomber getting the job done.
Yeah, Mig having a big day handicapping. Well done. 5-6, 4-3 finish. Even money favorite winds up fourth. We have not had a favorite yet in this Sunday Pick 6.
Wow. Hope you're still alive.
6-1, 9-2, 4-1 now, I believe. Prices from this one when we come back, and we'll go back to last night, that big showdown, the rematch in the Distaff Division, Grade 1 Apple Blossom and Clairiere able to turn the tables for Steve Asmussen and company.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And we just saw a big upset here at Aqueduct. Unbridled Bomber rolling right on by the short price favorite Stage Raider and picking up the 4th win of this 4-year-old's career.
Jimmy Ryerson is such a good horseman. He had this horse in excellent form, tried a stake last time out in January. He disappointed at a relatively short price that day. He gave him a couple months off, back to the basics, and he immediately rewards that patience coming back with a big effort like this. Unbridled Bomber, the son of Upstart, and another win today for Jose Ortiz.
A couple today for Jose. This horse winning for the first start back since early January. $10, 60 cents for the win, 5, 6, 4, 3. So 4th place finish for your short price favorite. Here's this pick 6 so far. Rum Runner ready in upset. Oh, sorry, late pick 5 here, Unbridled Bomber. And we had an upset as well to kick off our pick 6. But late pick 5 shaping up nice. Either way, you went after it. If you're still alive, we're rooting you home the rest of the way. We'll get to the 7th coming up in a little bit. We're going to look back to last night and compact field, but 2 of the big stars in this Distaff division in this rematch from the Azaria that went to last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath. This time around, Clairiere gets some revenge.
And as we take a look at the start, typically we will see Clairiere break slowly and drop pretty far back. She wasn't the fastest out as usual, but I thought Joel Rosario was pretty intent to kind of get her right onto the hip of Secret Oath. And as expected, hot and sultry, went out to the front. David Cabrera did everything that he was supposed to do with that filly and trying to open things up. I think that Tyler Gaffleone and Secret Oath moved when they kind of had to. She's the type of filly that runs better when she's covered up. In a short field like this, there were no opportunities for that. And your speed, the pace setter, hot and sultry, she wasn't hanging on at that point. And at the end of the day, Secret Oath was nabbed by Clairiere to win her 3rd Grade 1. It's not a common horse that was coming to run her down. It was a very, very talented and classy mare to do so. I thought it was a big performance. And you know, sometimes, Greg, these races with these rivalries don't exactly live up to it. This one lived up to the billing.
Tremendous finish between these two. Still, if you're Secret Oath in that situation, you're supposed to seal the deal?
I don't necessarily think so. Yes, you would have loved to see her dig in and hold off. I was of the opinion going into this race that Clairiere is just a little bit of a better horse, and I thought that Secret Oath, who really had, I think, a little bit more to prove in the Azaria last time out, might have been sharper last time, but Clairiere was sharp last night.
Special mare, as you said, not just anyone trying to run you down here. This is a multiple Grade 1 winner that has meant so much. Homebred for Stone Street Stables and to Steve Asmussen as well. Maggie Wolfendale caught up with him after the win.
What a beautiful race. You know, Secret Oath, hats off to her. Great mare, great here at Oaklawn. Clairiere, can't say enough about Stone Street, Barbara Banke, the tradition of them being sportsmen and keeping a horse like her in training. And you grow up dreaming of chances like this, and to have her in the barn, and you've seen her on many kids, she's just so elegant. She's racing royalty at its best, and wow, she came home today. This is her day. I mean, this is a great race today. What a great moment it is.
You hear the emotion in his voice, how much she has meant to them. Special mare and a 3rd Grade 1 win of her career. And unfinished business, too. Runner-up in this race last year.
I think that trainer Steve Asmussen's celebration right after the race might have been my favorite part about it, too. Reminds you that North America's winningest trainer can still be excited about big wins. Training horses are not an easy game. It's filled with so many ups and downs. There's so many disappointments every single day that the public doesn't usually know about. And so when things actually work on the racetrack and you have the opportunity to bring a mare like this back at 5, and I agree with what Steve said to Stone Street Stables for allowing her to stay in training, it's a real treat for all the fans, and it looks like we have a little bit of a budding rivalry and a very interesting Distaff division.
Yeah, earlier on the card, Asmussen picked up his 100th career stakes win at Oaklawn. That was number 101 for him, and he got some airtime there.
Yeah, he did.
Nice hops. But that is one of the premier races as well in that entire division that comes earlier in the year. 6th at Oaklawn, late pick 420 maiden claiming 2-turn mile. That was the one Haskell went by.
Ran okay at a mile. 2 starts back on a voided claim. Now a gelding with Robertino Diodoro.
Daryl's Bolt 6-1, a player for Chris Hartman.
Absolutely a player. Gets a little bit of a drop in class too, which should be key.
Ransom Painter at 15-1.
Was eased last time out. Hasn't done much racing as of yet. Let's see if he can run back to that race back in February with previous connections.
0 for 19 with Chrome Run.
Yeah, you said it. This horse has had a lot of chances already.
As has King Doodle, but this horse a little interesting, but claimed off of Steve Asmussen.
Steve looks like he had him knocking at the door, and he is one of those horses that is often right there, just has a tough time stealing the deal.
Today could be the day for this one. Kid Shalene, blinkers come off.
Blinkers coming off, a horse that has some speed, second time with the Tom Van Berg barn.
8 seconds, though, and 15 starts for that horse. And then Discovery Peak, Asmussen with his son Keith outside.
Asset Basis?
Sorry, skipped the 9. That's the 9
you're fine.
we're looking at. I had the 9 out for some reason.
Asset Basis, the new gelding, and then there's Discovery Peak for Steve Asmussen. Also gets a little bit of a drop in class.
There we go. 8-1 on the 9, 7-1 on Discovery Peak. Minute to post in the 6th at Oaklawn. Start of this late pick 4. We'll have it for you live when we come back on our America's Day at the Races coverage on FS2. Stay with us.
Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today we have the Late Pick 4 next here in Hot Springs. 2-turn mile, 20 maiden claiming race, and 3-2 favoritism. Kid Shalene, Paul LaDuca, 8 seconds, 15 starts for this short price favorite. Is today the day?
You know what? I'll tell you what, the betting public and the board is saying that today is the day. When I looked at this race last night, Greg, I thought, okay, Shalene, obviously one of the horses to beat, but you got a horse that's run second 8 times, and in this last race we're going to show you, the horse was 3-5 and got beat. Now, Thomas Van Berg's already had a win on this card, and, you've seen this movie a lot of times. Now they're going to take the blinkers off for the first time. You don't really know how that's going to help or hurt, but they've smashed this horse in the pick 3, and when I was looking at this race, I thought, okay, the 1 and the 2 are going to get play, and it seems like the 2 horse in here, Daryl's Bolt, and the 1 Haskell, especially the 2 Daryl's Bolt, dropping class for Chris Hartman, is not taking any money. So maybe they're thinking it is the day for Kid Shalene. Maybe if he runs that last race, he finally gets it done, but he does find a way to check in second. But like I was saying, this horse opened up at 8-5 from the get-go, and the 1 and the 2 have sort of been like It's kind of chilly on board for a Diodoro, and especially the Hartman horse, the 2, which I thought was going to be a player in here, Daryl's Bolt. But right now at 4-1, and they're going in for more at 7-5 in Kid Shalene. I don't know what to tell you. I think the 4 could be the way the bombs have been running. I think the 4 goes to the front end in here, and I would think Kid Shalene lays right off the 4. Maybe the 4 can run around this racetrack at a big price, but today could be the day. The way they're betting this horse, I don't get the betting, but the horse has been close a couple of times, so maybe Kid Shalene gets it done.
Especially stretching out with a 1. Diodoro is so good with horses going longer. That horse, I thought they'd be a little more close, the 1 and the 2 to the 8. We'll see if this horse can break through. Kid Shalene, short price favorite. Francisco Arrieta on the 8. Let's go to Jim Byers for the start of the pick 4.
And Discovery Peak. Chrome Run is in. Now Discovery Peak. They're in the gate. And they're off. Ransom Painter with an excellent start. Haskell on the inside, and King Doodle to the outside are next. Daryl's Bolt is 4th into the clubhouse turn, and then comes Kid Shalene. He's placed in 5th, about the 3 path, followed by Chrome Run, Asset Basis, and Discovery Peak is settling at the back end of the field in 8th as they move on to the backstretch. Ransom Painter and Nick Juarez. They carve out the pace here to the backstretch by 1 length. Haskell is in a little tight right on the inside. Daryl's Bolt is just outside of him in the green and white. Farther out, King Doodle is caught wide. He's 4th. Chrome Run on the inside 5th. And Kid Shalene splits horses. And he is racing now 3.5 lengths off the lead. He's one of the grays. Then 1.5 lengths to Asset Basis and 5 lengths farther back to Discovery Peak. They move into the far turn here. The finish line is the 16th pole, and it's still Ransom Painter. He's been leading it from the start. Haskell is staying inside. Daryl's Bolt is now moving into 2nd. Haskell on the inside 3rd. Kid Shalene and King Doodle from the outside. They are placed 3 lengths off the lead, and it looks like Kid Shalene is going the better of those 2. Then comes Chrome Run on the inside, an Asset Basis into the short stretch. It's Daryl's Bolt. Up to collar, Ransom Painter. Right along the inside is Haskell. Kid Shalene is going to be 4th. Here they come to the finish. Haskell gaining on the inside of Daryl's Bolt. Haskell wins it a neck to Daryl's Bolt. And then came Ransom Painter and Kid Shalene.
Haskell, Diodoro, all meet long, stretching horses out. He has just been incredible. Does it here. New Gelding with the meets leading rider aboard for the win.
I'm surprised he was as big a price as 4-1. New Gelding, he also drops back down to the 20,000. That was where he ran a good 3rd, 2 starts back in California, going a mile at this level. He's a horse that got a tremendously patient ride from Christian Torres, saved all the ground, waited to the final moment, able to come up the inside. Got to give a little credit to Paulie's 4, Ransom Painter. He liked that horse, and he ended up holding on to 3rd at 35-1.
Meanwhile, yeah, Haskell 4-1, Diodoro stretching out here. A horse who, unlike that big favorite, who was further back than I think everybody expected. It's that nice trip up the inside, was not a proven loser, just his 5th start. Lowest level he'd run at, gets the victories. We head back to New York, 7th at Aqueduct. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf, this 50,000 starter allowance. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I really do think the path to the winner's circle is through the 2 Linda Rice runners, starting with the 2 Mo Reward. I just think it feels like they regrouped with this guy. He's getting back to turf. He had a sprint on the dirt in February, and they said, okay, let's give him a chance and wait for turf season. Going a mile and a 16th may seem like might be a bit short for him, but I think coming off of that 1 sprint and being fresh and the way he looks here in the paddock, I think he's a major player here. The 4 Smoking Heat making a real nice impression. Another one getting back to turf. Just caught my eye here in the paddock. Liked him a lot. A horse is a bit of a price that I think you really got to pay attention to here is the 5 Lord Gatling. This horse has plenty of turf pedigree. Juddmonte bred out of the mare Quick Fire. By Noble Mission, who's by Galileo. There's turf all over the page here, trying it for the first time. Now, when we look at horses from a physical perspective, and we talk about horses that may be suited to turf racing, we talk about longer, slacker pasterns and their feet. and usually it's a wider, flatter foot. This horse doesn't have a particularly wide foot, but he's got a very flat foot, and I believe that'll correlate, or translate, I should say, to running well here on the turf. And then the 8, Royal Spirit, your favorite. There's a lot to like. He's the most proven turf runner in the field, and that's the other Linda Rice runner. So I do think that Linda Rice's horses are going to be very tough here, both of them, Mo Reward and your favorite Royal Spirit. But those are the other two that I thought, you know, maybe a little food for thought, if you will.
All right, Meg, take it under consideration as we get a look at this field momentarily. There's the other Linda Rice runner, Royal Spirit. She has the 2, of course, as well. They're both major players.
Taking a look at a race back in October where this horse ended up finishing second in the starter allowance. It was a yielding turf course at Belmont that day. And I had written down in my notes that the track was pretty kind to early speed at that time. And this horse was forwardly placed. Big performance from Royal Spirit. Came off of the layoff, made his first start of the year down at Gulfstream, going a mile on the turf, and didn't really do much running that day. I think coming back here to New York, second off the bench, back with Linda, we should see a nice performance from him. He's a horse that typically always runs his race.
3-1 favorite right now. Looking for his 3rd win on the grass. Dylan Davis will be aboard and has to deal with his stablemate. The 2, of course, Mo Rewards, who's just behind him, 4-1 on the odds board. Should be coming from a bit further back.
Yeah, that's the good thing with Linda's 2 runners here. They have kind of contrasting running styles. Mo Rewards is going to be very far off the pace as usual, and Royal Spirit has the ability to show some tactical speed and be not too far off of it.
That man right there. I thought he was on an interesting long shot here. That's Manny Franco. He's on Sell Something, the 6, 14-1.
Yeah, this horse is making his first start of the year, getting back into the turf. He's run some decent numbers on the turf before. We'll see what he does. I thought it was interesting to see Manny Franco take the call on this horse as well at a big price.
Yeah, 4-year-old making his return to the races here off since November. He's faced Royal Spirit a couple of times well behind him. See if a little bit of time off, freshened, can change things here in the rematch as you look at the current favorite again. Royal Spirit, 3-1, and there's the man who will pilot this horse, Dylan Davis.
And Dylan's been having another strong meet. He's been making good decisions, riding aggressively, having horses get their position going forward, as you always hear Richie say. And he, like Manny Franco, staying here in New York over the winter, having the opportunity to kind of build up that business, I think is a very smart decision for some of these riders, too, because you have trainers that will remember the good rides that you gave on those horses over the winter, too, when some of the other guys have gone to Kentucky or gone down to Florida.
A lot of money on the 10, who we'll get to, has only had 1 turf start, and it was a win at Gulfstream. We start with a 1 Bricko for James Bond.
This is a horse that's been very tough to keep on the racetrack. Apprentice Jamie Torres will be aboard. He looks like he is pretty fresh off the bench.
4-1 on the other Linda Rice runner, Mo Rewards.
Getting back on the turf and back going long. That's what he did with Rudy Rodriguez when he had him towards the start of his career.
Mach 1 does possess some early speed.
He does, and he won going 7 furlongs last time out on the dirt. I think he'd have to improve.
More speed really on dirt, though, than turf. Here's the 4 Smoking Heat.
Richie said he caught his eye back in the paddock, and he's been hot today, so take note of that. This is a horse I've always preferred going a bit longer.
Lord Gatling, Edmund Pringle, turf debut.
For what it's worth, back in July when this horse was supposed to try the turf and it was off the grass, I wrote, very disappointed, would have liked to see him on turf.
Sell Something. Here's Manny Franco, 4-year-old return for this horse.
Interesting to see Manny Franco take the mount. It looks like he has done well. Oh, he's a little bit sharp today. Typically a horse that doesn't carry a lot of condition, and hopefully that break will give him a chance to go back to basics and flourish.
Big price on a horse debuting on the grass here, Strong Light.
Strong Light getting onto the turf for the first time. There is Tappet and Giants Causeway as far as the sires, but no siblings won on the turf.
Still favored. We'll get to the 8 in a moment. Here's the 9, Big Venezuela. 13-1.
Big Venezuela getting back on the turf the first time since May of last year when he did absolutely no running and didn't show his typical speed either.
And then Kingfish Stevens, this horse taking money. It was 12-1 on the line. Only time on the turf it was a win at Gulfstream.
Yeah, he did. He broke his maiden that day for $25,000 back in March. I saw him back in December at Tampa when he was very obstinate. They almost could not get him into the starting gate that day.
Had some trouble in that race, still won. Here's your favorite. This is Royal Spirit.
Royal Spirit getting a nice warm-up from Dylan Davis. Second off of the layoff, too. I think that this is a better spot for him. Just kind of ran in place at Gulfstream last time out off the bench.
4 minutes to post here in the 7th at Aqueduct. It's the start of the late pick 3. You can play it by getting sign-up started with Now Bets. There's the offer. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members punch in that code. Bonus 200, and you're good to go at NowRebets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this late pick 3 coming up, where this horse right here favored throughout, but as the board shows, it's a fairly wide open race.
I love seeing what Dylan Davis was doing with Royal Spirit right there, too. He gave him a nice warm-up away from the pony, then just allowed him to stand, taking his surroundings, giving him a couple pats, all about reassuring him. And I think that that's some real horsemanship there.
Meanwhile, here's this Kingfish Stevens start number 5, which is the second try on grass, where he had broke his maiden in his only turf start. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, kind of what I saw in the paddock is just being reinforced on the racetrack. I'm going to pick the 2 Mo Reward. I just like what I'm seeing from him. I love the way he warmed up. And if you look at his turf races, I think the 4 times that he's run on turf, he's faced considerably tougher horses. Now, he may want more ground, but I'm counting on him being a little bit fresh and having that one sprint back in February that maybe he puts himself just a bit more in the game. He's going to be my top selection. But full disclosure, I continue to like the 4, Lord Gatling. I think this horse has a tremendous pedigree for the turf. And from a physical perspective, I think he should take to it. He is 4 for 12 lifetime, albeit, you know, against easier company at times. But I think he's going to appreciate moving to the turf. And I think he could play out to be the main speed here, maybe the speed of the speed. The courses have been playing very fast here. And then your favorite, the 8 Royal Spirit. He looks good. I do like the warm-up Dylan gave him. And, you know, just what Acacia noted, I like when riders kind of bond with their horses. Give them an opportunity. See things. Breathe. Look around. Keep that clear-headedness about them, that clear eye, if you will. So I'm picking the 2, but full disclosure, I'm making an exacta box 2, 5, 8, because I think at 13-1, the 5 could be the one to make our number.
Listen to me. He's a totally different person now.
Hey, he's been firing away. He's feeling good. I don't blame him.
He's been the hot hand for us.
But look, I agree with Richie. I mean, like I said, the time that he was supposed to try the turf, talking about Lord Gatling last year, I wrote in my notes that I wanted to see him try the turf. And Richie's absolutely right. He has so much pedigree for it, too. So he's very intriguing getting on the grass.
And good point, too, that Mig brought up. I thought he potentially could be the speed in here as well. He showed that speed on synthetic, which can sometimes be an indicator of how you're going to run on turf as well. So it looks like potentially, I mean, that was sprint synthetic races where he was forward.
Absolutely. He has early speed. He's stretching back out in distance. I think that this is a very intriguing runner at a big price. I did really like everything I saw from Royal Spirit. I have no problems with him. I wanted to get somebody a little bit different. So went to Kingfish Stevens. I do like Javier Castellano aboard this one. You might have gotten a little shot of him a moment ago, as he does have cheek pieces on, a piece of equipment that Carlos Martin actually uses quite frequently, probably more so than many other trainers, at least based here in New York. They're very, very common in Europe. It's a similar kind of mindset as blinkers in that you're limiting the horse's peripheral vision. It's a little bit more open than a blinker cup, and it also really inhibits a horse's vision behind them. They can see behind them, and for horses that can be a little bit distracted, as I mentioned, Kingfish Stevens back in December when I saw him, he was very, very tough. He was really bad loading. He was sidestepping. He was really green all over the place, and maybe with those cheek pieces on, it just helps to kind of keep his vision a little bit more narrowed to what's in front of him.
Royal Spirit, meanwhile, down to 2-1. I thought he looked great on the racetrack. This is a horse who's graded stakes placed, by the way, on the turf in his career.
No, I agree. I think he's very much the one to beat in here.
2-1 with Dylan Davis. The 8 has been favored throughout. Linda Rice with the top 2 choices on the board in this 7th.
She's got him surrounded, that's for sure. Royal Spirit, he had a lovely warm-up under Dylan Davis. He was a horse when Todd Pletcher had him that he used to be very tough prior to the races. He would never link with the pony. He was always screaming in the paddock. It didn't look like he turned a hair down there today. And he's, you know, he's back making the second start of his 4-year-old season. He's a little bit more mature now, and it's showing.
So great to have turf racing back. Came back just the other week, but really, and especially for people that like to play these multi-race wagers, opens things up quite a bit.
Absolutely. I love turf racing. I think it's such a fun puzzle. I love looking through the pedigrees. I like looking at maybe notes of horses physically that I was intrigued in trying the grass and having the opportunity to see them do it. I think you could find some great prices and have a lot of fun when it comes to turf racing.
Linda Rice with a 2. She's got the 8 as well, who is favored. We're set.
Number 10, Kingfish Stevens to the outside. Being a little bit green, but much better today.
Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Lord Gatling breaks well from in between horses, Smoking Heat, and from the outside draws. Here comes Big Venezuelan, also Kingfish Stevens in the early mix. 3 across the course. Lord Gatling's got the lead. It's Lord Gatling with a neck in front. Big Venezuela is stalking right here from second. Going to be a touch wide as Kingfish Stevens, and now we'll tuck right in behind. Javier Castellano now tucks right in behind those leaders, is in the 3rd spot. It's another 3.5 lengths back to Sell Something, who's alone in 4th. It's followed in the blue cap by Royal Spirit, who corners a touch wide. Down towards the inside is Mo Rewards, who's going to be in the 6th spot. Getting very ranked there. Just having a tap on the brakes was Mach 1, Eric Cancel. They got shuffled back and get passed by the Gray Brico down towards the inside. Second to last, that's Strong Light and the early trailer. Smoking Heat, pretty well strung out. It's Lord Gatling in front. Lord Gatling's got the lead, went 23-2 for that opening quarter mile. Big Venezuela starts to apply more pressure up on the outside, and these two start to get away. 48 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Perfect trip for Kingfish Stevens, alone in 3rd, is well ahead of that trailing pack, is only 2 off the leaders and inches closer now. Sell Something starts to move forward at a big number, also under drive as Mo Rewards. No move yet from Royal Spirit as they work into the far turn. On the front end, to the inside it's Lord Gatling, to the outside it's Big Venezuela. They went 1:12. And 3 for 3/4 of a mile. Kingfish Stevens is called upon for the effort here from 3rd. He's trying to run these pace setters down who are still there. Lord Gatling to the inside. Big Venezuela. Kingfish Stevens is now unleashed, and Sell Something is following that move on the grandstand side. Also starting to run on. Here comes Royal Spirit. Brico's looking for late room as well. It's Sell Something now to put a neck in front. Kingfish Stevens is trying to come back towards the inside. Sell Something. Manny Franco on fire. Sell Something gets the victory over Kingfish Stevens. Then a photo. What was Royal Spirit? Down towards the inside there was Brico. 1:42.63 seconds.
You said it, too. I mean, it sort of made you pay extra attention to this horse. The fact that Manny Franco showing up here, 25-1 on Sell Something.
Yeah, good call with this one, Greg. You liked him more than I did, but he, as you said, with Manny Franco picking up the mount with a horse that had broken his maiden for 40 and we hadn't seen since November, he must have been doing something right in the mornings, and it looks like he really did well after that vacation. Just as we talked about in the last race with Unbridled Bomber, sometimes just giving horses some time and then coming back to the racetrack, they go back to some of those better races that they had. They mentally feel refreshed, and I think it's much like a human after having a vacation and coming back to work. You feel like you can attack your projects a little bit more. I thought the horse that I liked, Kingfish Stevens, was making a bit of a run, but Manny Franco had all the momentum with Sell Something on the outside.
Had some figures, especially going longer on the grass, that fit with this group if he could get back to some of his best. And certainly off the bench today, he did here for Gary Siaka. Franco, owned by Roger Sambora Jr., 4-year-old son of Lauban at a monster number to shake things up. And I think this is pretty much sealed a pick 6 carryover. I'd have to think. We shall see. No favorites winning yet in the sequence. Now a 25-1 shot as well. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Derby picture, it is set for that first Saturday in May. One more getting in with that 3rd place finish in the Lexington Disarm. We'll show you who's lining up where, or who's in that top 20, I should say, when we come back.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's Dayta's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's Dayta has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's Dayta.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. This man here does things unusually well also. Manny Franco continuing to roll, this time on a 25-1 shot.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you put him on. Manny Franco seems to know how to find his way to the winner's circle. Patient ride with Sell Something, tipped him out at the right moment, was able to run down those pace setters. And there was some pace on Lord Gatling, was the one that went out to the front. It was the first time on turf, as Richie had predicted, but he had some pressure throughout the whole race from Big Venezuela, and closing with the best momentum outside at 25-1 was Sell Something, who really seemed to do well coming back in the first start of his 4-year-old season.
Rolling off the bench, $53 winner and a $1,200 plus pick 3. Give you some kind of idea how the pick 6, pick 5 is going if you were still alive. Take a look at this pick 5 sequence. Starts with a 6-1 shot. No favorites in the sequence. Unbridled Bomber beating a heavy favorite too in Stage Raider. Not just an upset win, but beating a very heavily bet favorite. And now Sell Something at that huge number. I'm sure
Stage Raider was probably a lean for a lot of people, and that is definitely going to be interesting to see if we have some carryovers going into Thursday.
By the way, the pick 6 too. It's Security Code beating a pretty heavy favorite at 9-2 to start it off. Race 8 is next. And here's a look at the current odds for the 6-furlong outer turf sprint first allowance condition coming up.
It's 4-1 on Anna Karenina for Chad Brown, and I think that just goes to show how wide open this race appears to be.
Speaking of wide open, first Saturday in May, you could say the same about, unless you happen to be a huge fan of the 2-year-old champion Forte, and he's done very little wrong to this point. But I think many taking, the feeling that it is pretty wide open this year, and now we see the Lexington horse is going to wind up getting into the Derby from this race. Third place finisher Disarm, but a horse for Brad Cox, first time in against winners in a graded stake, and wins the Lexington.
Brad Cox is just absolutely loaded when it comes to his 3-year-olds. I think that he's still figuring things out too, this horse. You see First Mission hanging on his left lead down on the inside. He switches late, and then he's able to re-rally, overpowering Arabian Lion. And I guess the question with Arabian Lion is, does he really want to go that far? Is he a horse that prefers going a bit shorter? I know that for both of the top 2 finishers, the Preakness had been the probable next goal. As far as Disarm, he now has 46 points with that 3rd place finish, so he is now in the body of the race. I don't know if they will opt to run him. I also wonder if he is better going shorter.
And for this horse here, as we talked about, off a maiden win, you win a grade 3, and the fact that Arabian Lion came and tried to intimidate him a little bit too, and it did not. He still goes on to win. Fairly impressive from that point, a horse we may see down the line.
Absolutely, and I think that First Mission, Michael Banahan from Godolphin after the race saying that he thought that the Preakness would suit quite well to be the next stop for First Mission. He's a very talented horse when you look at the likes of the 3-year-olds that Brad Cox has as well, including Angel of Empire, who's second on the list right now, the Arkansas Derby winner. Just makes you think about how loaded the barn is when it comes to those 3-year-olds and the quality.
And Brad Cox going to have 3 in the Derby. Obviously, Todd Pletcher, he's going to have 3 in the Derby, including the horse probably to beat with the 2-year-old champ. He's got Forte, he's got Tapit Trice, he's got Kings Barnes. Outside, we're going to talk Tapit Trice here, but outside of Pletcher's contingent, who scares you the most?
Outside of these top 3? Oh,
we'll get to that. Let's
yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. That's tough because I agree with you. I think it's a very tough year and pretty wide open. I wanted to highlight Tapit Trice's last race in the Bluegrass because he's not the fastest out of the gate, but that break was actually one of the sharpest out that we've seen from him. And then now as you see him, I thought that the Bluegrass was probably the best performance yet, having gotten a chance to see this horse several times. Thought his Tampa Bay Derby was a big effort, but this was really a step forward in the right direction. In his previous races at Tampa and Gulfstream, when he breaks slow, and Louis Science has been so intentional about immediately taking him to the outside because he's a horse that seems to really resent kickback. And I thought we saw a lot of improved maturity from him in that last start. He's a son of Tapit. I would think he's probably the one that screams Belmont Stakes to me the most, but he's a horse that I am very interested in and have always liked, and maybe is getting good at the right time.
You just like to see that too, that you pointed out, the fact he's learning at the right time, that the best break probably he's ever had. That was a major concern for him coming into that race, and that he answered that question was huge.
Big performance from Tappet Trice. And yeah, I think Angel of Empire, to go back to your earlier question, ran a big race in the Arkansas Derby last time out. I do think that Todd Pletcher seems to kind of have them surrounded, and I think a lot will depend on the post position draw too, because there are some horses that still have some things to prove going into this year's Derby.
We're at Oaklawn, 7th race coming up. 2-turn mile, non-winners at 2 life. This is Accidental Hero. Look who he faced first time out.
Angel of Empire, speaking of, this is a horse that took a while to break his mate, and he finally did so last time on synthetic.
Yeah, he was second to Angel of Empire. It was a slowly run race, though. Judo, Brad Cox, Ricardo Santana Jr.
This horse won first time out on a muddy track at Ellis, looking to get back to the winner's circle today.
This horse was on the road to the Derby through New Mexico for a while, Garuvan.
Garuvan, I think he prefers going a little bit shorter. Shorter is better. He'll stay at the mile today. Let's see if he can make some noise.
For this group, this horse got a decent number in a maiden claiming win last start.
Sir, I love the name. It's so great. Won last time out, and now he's claimed, moved to the Cipriano Contreras barn.
Trace Soles, Steve Asmussen with Christian Torres.
Stretching out in distance. He won sprinting in his first start. He did run well going long on the turf, two back.
Wrecker Point. 2-1 favorite, Chris Hartman off the claim from D. Wayne.
Major player, though. He's run 2 80-plus Beyer speed figures and has proved he can handle the distance.
And GT 500 outside for Ingrid Mason. Maiden claiming one came on a sloppy sealed track sprinting.
That was going 6 furlongs. This will be his first time trying to navigate the mile by a stern. The distance is a big question.
That's your field, 7th coming up at Oaklawn when we return. We'll have it for you live. Stick with us. More America's Day at the Races coming up on our FS2 coverage right after this.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational. And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for being with us on this Sunday afternoon with live coverage from Aqueduct and here in Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. Getting set for the 7th coming up. 2-turn mile in this non-winners at 2 life condition. There's Judo. Brad Cox, Ricardo Santana Jr. 7-2 on the board. Let's check in with Paulie.
Yeah, Greg, an interesting race here. I think you can go a couple different ways. And the way they wrote this condition is kind of a little bit crazy, because if you look at the 4 here, Sir, he's in for the $50,000 tag, so he gets a ton of weight. If you look at the 2, Judo, who's in for the $80,000 tag, Ricardo Santana's got to carry 125 pounds. Walter De La Cruz is getting a 9-pound break, 116 pounds. So I know a lot of people don't pay attention to jockey weights anymore, But, you know, that could be something key. I'm not a fan of Sir the 4 in here, coming off that win. But it is a kind of weird condition. But let's get to the horses. I thought the 2 Judo looked good on the racetrack, obviously, for Brad Cox. Ricardo Santana and irons. This horse has faced some nice horses. Gun Pilot, 2 Eagles River. So he's going to get some class relief. And I understand he ran 5th in a field of 5 at some of those horses. But this is some class relief compared to some of the other horses he's run. Garuvan, if you remember, we hit this horse at Churchill Downs in a restricted race. I'm kind of with Acacia. I don't know if around 1 turn, around 2 turns is what he really wants to do. I think he's a 1-turn type of horse, but his figures are pretty good in this race. So I thought Garuvan had a good look in here. And then the 6, obviously, Record Point. And you can't, listen, Asmussen in the 5 and the 1, but I'll get to the 1 here in a little bit. Record Point claim from Dwayne to Chris Hartman was a little chilly on the board, but now at that 8-5, I don't know. I mean, a couple decent races. The last race was really good, Ken. He repeated. You know, Chris Hartman is so good off the claim. I tell you the horse I like, the 1 Accidental Hero is getting bet from 12-1 to 5-1. You know, I went back and looked at his replays on the dirt, and his other replay on the synthetic, he did not like it. I tell you what, he came back in his last race, completely different animal, and he's getting bet. And he was working well at Turfway Park. We've had a couple Turfway Park shippers come in here and have run well, and I think coming off that synthetic, Greg, they're really fit. The 1 is getting played here. Steve Asmussen has been hot as a pistol. He's been winning races, and he always closes out the Oaklawn meet on fire. I think the 1's got a big shot to upset the apple cart here.
Paulie, thanks. We talked about who he faced last time out. He didn't just face Angel of Empire, who's one of your main players for the Kentucky Derby. He ran 2nd against him, beat less than 2 lengths. Yes, it was a slowly run race, but that was his debut as well. Getting back to dirt, definitely intriguing here at 5-1.
Just goes to show you that when a horse starts off his career, you never know who's going to be in the starting gate with him. And while Angel of Empire improved and took steps forward, this horse has kind of remained the same. But I do think that Paul brings up a very interesting point as he's taking attention, gets back to the main track. He has plenty of foundation at the mile distance as well.
Set for the 7th from Oaklawn. Record Point, the 6th, the favorite for Chris Hartman. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. They all came away well. GT 500 sprinting off here for the early lead. Judo is placed 2nd on the inside, and then to the outside, Record Point is just outside of Tres Soles. Accidental Hero tucks up 5th on the inside. Outside of him is Garuvan, and last of all is Sir in 7th as they turn onto the backstretch. Now it's Judo taking over the lead here from GT 500. Judo by 3 parts of a length. GT 500 is next by 2. And Record Point is settled just off the pace. He is in a chasing spot while 3 wide and 3rd. Outside of him is Garuvan in 4th. And then a length and a half to the 2 Asmussen runners, Accidental Hero, who is on the inside of Tres Soles, and outside of them is Sir as they race into that far turn. The finish line is the 16th pole, and it's Judo with a narrow lead. GT 500 is prompting, and Record Point is right there on the outside of them. He's been eyeing that top duo. He's racing in 3rd. Now Garuvan and Sir gaining from the outside. Sir into 4th. Garuvan is starting to flatten. Then the Asmussens are still at the back end of the field with Accidental Hero inside of Tres Soles. Here they come to the top of the short stretch. And Record Point is making his move on the outside. GT 500 is next. Judo drops out of it on the inside. Then comes Garuvan. Here they are in the final strides. Record Point. Record Point is drawing clear. And Record Point, the farther they go, the more he draws off. He takes it 3.5 over GT 500. And Garuvan, Judo was 4th.
Record Point, first off the claim for trainer Chris Hartman. Sensational meet for that barn continues.
And Chris Hartman is deadly off the claim, and this horse had already run some quick races. A sharp claim comes right back in. He was in for the $80,000 tag today in this condition that Paul described so well, and he comes right back to the winner's circle, immediately rewarding the connections, building off of that 3rd place finish last time out.
9-5 on your winner record point at Oaklawn as we return to South Ozone Park here in Queens. 6 furlongs on the outer turf coming up in this first allowance condition. 4-1 is your favorite. This is a wide open race. Let's go to Mig.
It really is a wide open race, and we'll start with the two Wings Like Eagles, who broke her maiden last time on the dirt, and she had some very, very difficult trips early in her career on the turf. Now you got to ask yourself, whether it's just because she was inexperienced, green, not braking well, or did she not have a quick enough turn of foot to make gaps as they presented themselves? Her dirt races have been more up on the pace, and she kind of grinds a little bit one pace. I just don't know that that's going to translate to turf here, and she's taking money, but I think she's taking money more on her dirt form. I could be mistaken. The 3, Hey There, looks great for Brad Cox. More recency than some of the others. She was running on synthetic at Turfway Park. Now she gets back to turf, and her turf races were all good last summer, particularly at Saratoga, the 5.5 furlong race. I think she's very interesting. Horse I'm very bullish about here, and I think she's going to run lights out, is the 4, Anna Karenine. This is a turf sprinter. She ran sprinting in Europe. They're so good at understanding and knowing what distances horses excel at. Now she shipped to America, goes into a great barn in Chad Brown. They tried her in a grade 3 going a mile. She didn't break great from the rail, but got position. She doesn't want a mile. You look at her, she's about 14 hands. She looks like a turf sprinter. I think she is going to be extra tough to beat here. And then the 9, Runaway Rocket, coming back on the turf for Tom Morley. You get Javier Castellano. They gave her a chance going into winter to run on the dirt. She really didn't want it. Back to doing what she really wants to do, sprint on the turf.
All right, Mig, good stuff. Let's see what happens coming up here. There is Runaway Rocket. Tom Morley barn has Javier Castellano aboard.
Taking a look at a race back in October, this was the last time she was on the turf. She was a huge price this day, and she actually ran a very good third. She was consistent in her turf races, too, going long and going short. And while she did win in Saratoga, going a mile and a 16th on the turf, she's run better by her speed figures when sprinting. So I agree with Richie. I think that sprinting on the turf, despite the fact that she is a pretty long and rangy type of filly, is actually what she really prefers to do. So I think we're going to get to see her back in the spot that she likes to be and getting her preferred conditions as Javier Castellano climbs aboard.
Yeah, good to see Javier back in New York. 7-1 on Runaway Rocket. As our post-parade coming up, obviously Mig talked quite a bit about the 4 and that one taking a late punch on the board, down to 5-2 favoritism. Here's Respectfully. Blinkers go on.
She did win sprinting on the turf, going 6.5 at Santa Anita back last year. Has some speed, blinkers on. Let's see how it transfers.
Wings Like Eagles, 9-2 Junior Alvarado for Belmont.
I've always thought that she moves and looks more like a turf horse, but I agree with Richie. She is a one-pace grinding type.
9-1, Hey There, Brad Cox.
She's intriguing, getting back on the grass or turf sprints last summer. I thought that she would always like a little bit more than the 5.5. The 6 furlongs here should suit.
Wide open field, evenly matched it looks like, and of course default they go to Chad Brown.
And I agree. I absolutely think that she wants to sprint. She ran like a horse that wants to sprint last time, and here comes the bride.
11-1, Lady Milagro.
Does actually post a win on the turf, but it was a long time ago. Let's see if she does have speed on the dirt.
Gallon of Rush at 6-1, Jose Ortiz.
She has never actually crossed the wire first, but she always seems to run her race, and she does prefer going short on the turf as well.
That one for Christophe Clement. Fontana Frida for the Jimmy Bond barn at 10-1.
Getting back to what she wants to do, the first start of the year after that November layoff, comes back to the turf and has run some good races against New York Brits on the grass.
Dylan Davis showing up on Kitten's Appeal, who has shown on occasion some good dirt speed.
The dam never tried the turf. No siblings have won on the turf. Not too much pedigree to suggest that she will handle the surface switch.
One of the primary runners Mig was talking about, Runaway Rocket for the Morley barn.
Has run some good numbers when sprinting on the grass. Gets back to that too. She's given a bit of a vacation since December and coming back fresh here.
Palace Gossip set just off the pace last time out and got a win with Jose Lizcano. Kenner Carmouche aboard today.
I thought she was a bit intriguing. Usually with this barn, though, I like to see them have a race off the layoff. But she, I thought, ran a very good and very game effort last time in November.
And State's debut filly who ran at Naas in Ireland last time out. That was back in May of 22.
I have no idea what to do with this filly. You see her by herself in the post parade. Typically in Europe, they don't have lead ponies, and so she's by herself looking totally bewildered out there on the racetrack.
4 minutes to post. This is the 8th coming up here at Aqueduct 6 furlongs outer turf. Reminder to everyone watching, you can play along by getting signed up. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. The code right there, bonus 200 at NYRABets.com. So 5-2 favorite. The 4 here for Chad Brown, Manny Franco. Looking to add to his tally this afternoon. This will be the second States start. Chad Brown put her at a mile in a grade 3 in her States debut back in March.
Well, I do think it's interesting, too. She won going 5 furlongs over in France. And at Gulfstream, you can either run 5 furlongs in a turf sprint, and there are not an abundance of options, especially for horses of that quality, or you can try going the mile and see if she can stretch herself a little bit. So I can certainly understand wanting to see if she could handle it last time. She actually broke really well from the inside post in stateside debut, and she broke sharply out of the gate. That's intriguing and very encouraging. But then she kind of dropped back, and she got a little bit keen, and the way that she ran and the way she was pulling and then faded, that whole race suggested to me that she was running like a horse that wants to sprint, and that's what she gets to do today, on top of what Richie said about her physically. And you can see just how small she is, even next to the lead pony right now. This is what she wants to do.
14 hands. That is
I don't know if she's quite that small, but she's tiny.
Let's go back to Mig.
All right, I'll give her 14 too, but I'm not going any further. But listen, she may be diminutive, but I do think she's going to really appreciate sprinting here, and she could not be better turned out. Picture of health. Really love what I'm seeing from the 4, Anna Karenine. But she's my top selection, there's no doubt. The 3 horse continued to like her. Love the way she warmed up. Very sharp here, Hay there. And the 6, Gallon of Rush. Nice impression in the warm-up. Really well turned out for trainer Christophe Coman. Sporting her Florida tan. Been training at Payson Park. The winter ships in here. You know, I do think she'll show up and run well here, but I'm all about the 4, guys.
When he's done, can I just say?
All right, Mig, thanks. 2 minutes to post here coming up. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, well, Richie talks about their Florida tan and horses coming up from Florida a lot, and wanted to expound on that. Shocker, this is actually me tan, by the way. This is about as tan as I get, maybe sometimes in the summer at Saratoga. But to his point, when horses are training down in Florida, particularly at a place like Payson Park, it's nice weather, it's warmer, it's not too hot this time of year. And when a horse like Gallon of Rush comes from Payson, you have the opportunity to train on the turf course there. And there's also the use of round pens and a lot of paddocks. There's just a lot of space, which isn't necessarily the case when they come back here in full training in New York. So when they ship up from Florida, they've had the opportunity to just kind of be a horse, and it's really a great place to train horses, and very quiet. And that's why we see a lot of trainers, even though it's an hour and a half from Gulfstream and 3 from Tampa, opting to train at a place like Payson. And that's what Richie's talking about with their Florida tan, because they do get to spend so much time outside, which I think is such a benefit.
Do you see a lot of horses coming back from that experience to kind of just refresh a little bit and run huge performances?
Oh, definitely. I mean, even some horses that have a little bit of a winter break, they don't even necessarily need to leave and go to the farm. For instance, Cody's Wish was at Payson Park with Bill Mott pretty much the whole winter. He stayed there. He was out in the paddocks. He was in the round pen. And then when he got back to training, you could see how much he had flourished just with that little break. And he was sharp on the track, and excited to see him back this year. But yes, I think it's a big benefit, and especially for the turf horses, because and often when they're New York breds as well, you'll see them have a chance to come back to training in Florida and then ship up here and be ready to race.
Well, this filly, the favorite for Chad Brown, cutting back in distance, won her debut going actually 5 furlongs over in France on turf course with a little bit of give in it, but she won by 5 lengths as well. Going that short a distance in a turf, I don't care who it's against. It's a big margin.
And she showed some speed in her races over in France, too. And as I mentioned, even last time at Gulfstream, she broke well from an inside post. Oftentimes when we see horses come to the States, they don't necessarily break as quickly out of the gate, and they don't have the same kind of gate speed. She's not slow out of the starting gate.
8th from Aqueduct, 6 on the outer turf. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Anna Karenina is now moving forward. There's Palace Gossip, Lady Milagro, and Sister Bridget to the outside. Sister Bridget stepping forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Lady Milagro breaks well with early speed, and there's Palace Gossip up on the outside. They're 1-2. Just off of them is Runaway Rockette, and Fontana Freda is in the early mix, is now taken third. Anna Karenina in the pink cap moves forward. A lone leader up front in Lady Milagro, who's now 4 lengths clear. Further back in the field there in 6th, that's Respectfully. Just had to tap on the brakes, and Gal in a Rush is in between horses in 7th. Out wider there is Sister Bridget. Towards the tail end of the field is Wings Like Eagles. Second to last, that's Hey There, and the trailer at the back end of the field is Kitten's Appeal. Lady Milagro is loose on the front end. It's Lady Milagro 21-3 for a pumped up opening quarter. Anna Karenina starts to move in closer with Palace Gossip. They're 2nd and 3rd as they chase this runaway leader who's now only 4.5 lengths in front. Lady Milagro at a big number here at the top of the lane, 13-1, and now Lady Milagro gets the cue. Anna Karenina is ready to challenge, is in the 2 path, and now tips towards the outside for her run. And here comes Anna Karenina, who's in full gear, but Lady Milagro is still there. It's Lady Milagro, Anna Karenina from the back. Gal in a Rush is now rushing up on the outside. Lady Milagro is going to have to deal with Gal in a Rush. Lady Milagro is almost there. Gal in a Rush is now lunging. Lady Milagro, look to hold on. It's a photo. Look like a nose. Lady Milagro and Gal in a Rush. Anna Karenina and Palace Gossip in 1 minute 7.71 seconds. It's a photo.
Lady Milagro desperate to hang on, and she may just have done it. Gal in a Rush making it awfully tight late.
I think she just held on, Lady Milagro. Jamie Torres let her open up and getting back on the turf for the first time in a long time. And again, she actually boasts of victory on the grass. It's just that she hasn't been on the turf in such a long time. It looked like your favorite Anna Karenina was coming to make a run, and she kind of faltered there, not having quite enough. But the big late run came from Gal in a Rush. She got good notes from Richie with her Florida tan, and she came running, and I think might have just run out of real estate.
13-1 inside, 4-1 outside. And where's that wire?
Oof, that's very tight. It's a great ride from Jose Ortiz, too. You can see, and Gal in a Rush just missed in 2nd. It was the 5 Lady Milagro, but hands and heels on Jose Ortiz, urging her forward, and she was responding, Gal in a Rush.
13-1 upset. Jaime Torres, this filly was able to open up about 4 lengths on the field pretty early on in this race.
Yeah, and Richie's been singing his praises as an apprentice jockey, and he did tell Maggie last week he does prefer Jamie, and I think he's really made a splash here in New York, and to be a young apprentice rider and have big wins like this on the turf as well and smart rides, those are the things that turn people's heads, especially when you have as tough a jockey colony here in New York as we do.
Always a special time to be able to head to the winner's circle, get your picture taken. Carlos Martin, Jaime Torres, and 13-1 Speed Lethal here, Mig, with the 5.
Yeah, speed is always dangerous, and you get an apprentice rider that finishes like that. It looked like maybe he took a step out late. Anna, the favorite, Anna Karenina, got caught in between Gal in a Rush and Lady Milagro. It was very late in the game. I don't think it cost her a placing, but you did see Manny Franco having to check pretty severely right in the shadow of the wire. But again, this is an apprentice rider that I am very impressed with, and he does not finish like an apprentice rider. He finishes very, very strong. I'm watching the head on now. He's going to drift slightly. Is the inside? It's just almost like a little bit of a step out. Very, very late in the game. It didn't cost him a placing. I doubt there would be a change, but I did see some action. Manny Franco having to check late.
Unofficially, 5-6, 4-10, 13-1 with the apprentice here for Carlos Martin. We'll be back to make it official right after this.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, as Mig alluded to before we went to break, he thought we might see something, and right as we went to break, it went up. Very late inquiry and objection with the first and third place finishers flashing. Take another look at the head on here. Yellow cap, your eventual winner, down on the inside. Pink cap, third place finisher who lodged this objection, Manny Franco.
And right here with the red noseband, the red shadow roll, the 5 Lady Milagro, who set the pace as Jamie Torres goes left-handed. She veers out and does seem to cut off the number 4, Anna Karenina. Now, what the stewards are looking at this point is, did it cost the 4 a better placing? Could she have potentially gotten second or even won the race at that point? I don't know if she was going to get a better placing than third that she did, but and it has been said no change, and I think that that's the right call.
And it was right before the wire where it happened, so it was really late stages of the game. And we have just been told, well, it's still blinking on the tote behind us. We will wait for to go official.
There we go.
And
no
there
change.
it is.
Galina Rush ran a big race off the layoff, though. She was flying. That's a tough beat.
5.64.10. Yeah, big one for Galina Rush off the bench for the Clement Barn. Jose Ortiz, who was looking for number 3 today. But in the end, it's Lady Milagro, gate to wire, desperate for that wire, and gets there in time. Our winner circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. So if we didn't already have a pick 6 carryover, I would think we for sure do now. 28.80 for the win. Sure, these connections got to be ecstatic with this performance, getting back on the turf for the first time in a long time. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I'm with Jamie Torres, an apprentice rider that I've been so impressed with. And she was going fast, but she was doing it comfortably. That looked like kind of a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I was all the way. I looked like relaxed, but I was always asking her with my, like, doing sounds, like, because she get too relaxed, like, too much. She put her ear up, and then at the end, she just, like, stopped. So I was all the time over her to make her, like, know what he's doing.
Now, very, very late, she kind of took a step out, and you still had the horse in between you. It didn't cost that horse a placing. Were you aware of how quickly she came out?
Yeah, I worry about that. That's why I didn't get to whip her a lot of times, because I felt like she was logging out. So I just tried to correct her with the rein and whip her, like, not too much.
Holding it together. Jamie, I've been so impressed with the way you finish. You don't see apprentice riders finish as strong as you finish. Is that something you constantly work on?
Yeah, I love this. I love this, so I work really hard to improve every day. And watching races, I just watch races for the jockeys that I really like, and I try to get better every day.
Well, you're doing a great job. Congratulations. And, guys, you're not going to see an apprentice finish better than Jamie. And, you know, when you're taller like this, you can look good on horses, but you got to work at it.
He has made an impression here as an apprentice, and to be able to finish, too, in turf racing for an apprentice, it's a big thing.
It absolutely is, and he's able to set the pace. He's able to come from off of it, work out trips on turf and on dirt. Big things, again, that you need to show you can do in turning some heads. And I think he's got a fan in Richie, too. And you can see how tall he is. Richie often talks about trying to be a lizard on a log on the horses, and Jamie Torres has been doing a very good job of doing just that as he brings home yet another big price in the sequence.
It's incredible. And, you know, in our pick 6 as well, we've not had a favorite win. Started out with a 9-2 shot, and this pick 5 been sensational as well. We'll tell you what you're alive to for those few that are alive when we get to the next one coming up. We go back to Oaklawn right now. Race 8, 2-turn mile in this first allowance condition race. As we get set for our post-parade, Pat's Property, the 5, taking a lot of money right now, as is 10 gauge for Steve Asmussen with his son. We start with Super Constitution.
This one, a big price at first. Back to the McLean Robinson, I should say. First start since September, so off of a bit of a layoff and trying to turn things around after a couple disappointing efforts.
This one interesting for Lynn Cash, outlier.
I agree. Ran a huge race last time at 54-1. Was pressing the pace, had to work at it throughout, and held on for a game second.
Lansdowne, Tammy Hornsby, going to stretch out.
Going to stretch out off of a sprint win. The question is, does this horse really want to go this far?
Megan's Honor, 14 of 20 career starts, has been first or second.
Yeah, it comes off of a disappointing effort, and I think as a result, his form is kind of dirtied up, but he's one that could certainly outrun his odds for a share.
Pat's Property ran second off a very long layoff.
Has some natural speed, too. Came back from June to April. Ran a good second last time out at a big price, and you're going to have to get a short price on him today.
Kelsey Har and Bandit Point at 6-1.
This horse was 4th last time out at Oaklawn. Going to stretch back out in distance. Does boast a win at the mile, though.
Interesting long shot. Actually taking money right now. 15-1 Morning Line, 5-1 Mom Zouge.
Well, it seems like the angle is Steve Asmussen and his son Keith. They've been unstoppable together. We've seen some really nice wins from the duo over this weekend. I'm sure very special wins at that.
Yeah, here they are with 10 gauge.
10 gauge. Oh, I skipped the 7. See, I pulled a Greg, as you did earlier. Well, there you go. You heard what I had to say about Steve Asmussen and Keith Asmussen. So 7-2 on them. This horse makes a lot of sense.
And Beard Chaser on the outside at 15-1. Kim Poole has provided some monster long shots at this meet.
Absolutely. And this is a horse that, when going longer, has shown some speed, too. Hasn't shown any of that speed recently, and it seems like they've been trying to figure out ways to sharpen this horse up again. Sometimes when you have one that naturally shows some speed, you'll cut back in distance, stretch back out, try to find ways to almost trick that horse and get him to show some of that speed he used to have, because that seems to be when he runs his best races.
2 minutes a post. Sunday feature from Oaklawn. We'll have it for you live when we come back, when we continue with America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage.
Known agenda.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Not happy with our production crew right now.
I'm so hungry.
Oh my gosh, that looks
so
good.
hungry.
We're starving here. Can we get that delivered to the set from Hot Springs?
I would love that.
Wow, does that look good?
Looks really good.
Apparently, DeLuca's Pizza, by the way, they're from Brooklyn. And it's
well, that makes sense.
One of the hot spots in Hot Springs. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, it's one of the hot spots in Hot Springs, and it's probably the one thing that people mess up my name all the time. I get called DeLuca more than I get called LaDuca most of the time. So it's absolutely a wonderful place to have pizza. And the crazy part about it, I'm going to give everybody a tip out there that wants to come out here to Oaklawn or wants to come out here to Hot Springs. I've been here for like 4 months now. I've had about 15 to 20 people say, have the hamburger at DeLuca's. I'm like, wait a second, it's a pizza joint. They said, have the hamburger, and here's the key, put nothing on it. I said, wait a second, now we're going to a pizza joint with a hamburger with nothing on it. It might have been the best hamburger I've ever had. And I think I've told that to a couple people, and a couple of the locals have said, yep, you found the best hamburger in Arkansas. So not only are you finding the best pizza maybe in Hot Springs, you're finding the best hamburger, yes, at DeLuca's in a popular place. And yes, I'm getting hungry too. This race is interesting, because when you look at the 7 and the 8 in here, you got Mammoose and 10 gauge, okay? They're both your favorites here. And like, Acacia was talking about the 8, the Asmussen Barn is absolutely on fire. But you got horses here in the 7 and 8 that are one-time winners against a lot of multiple-time winners in here. So what do you do with a horse like Mammoose and 10 gauge? They're two horses that come from way out of it. Although 10 gauge... he kind of runs to his competition. His numbers are great, but like I said, he's a one-time winner. And then you get to the 2 outlier, and I look at the 2, and I see an 8-time winner. Should not have been 54-1 last time out. But now do you want to play a horse at 54-1 last time, and you're getting 7-1 today? And then the 5, Pat's Property, I think it's the logical one. John Horan had this one at 24-1 with De La Cruz, Walter De La Cruz aboard last time, and I thought the horse ran a bang-up race and has shown to repeat the races too as well. So I kind of agree with the public now that the 5 is the favorite. I think the 2's the bet. I get it. The Asmussen Barn is going great guns, but the 7 and 8 being one-time winners and horses that come from way, way out of it, I just can't see them winning the race. Maybe they can run 2nd or 3rd in here. I think it's between the 2 and the 5, to be honest.
Interesting. First of all, I want to try that burger, too, now. Wow. Pat's Property ran such a huge race, the 5, off such a long left. Tried to do a gate to wire. Sometimes, though, these horses, they run so big off a long left, that second start, they can falter. But look who he faced right before he went to the bench. Showed speed and hung in there for a while against Elite Power.
Elite Power, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, won in Saudi Arabia as well. A horse that's gotten very, very good for Bill Mott. And yeah, when you see a horse come off a layoff and then try to take them every step of the way, that is not an easy thing to do. Show speed and then tired is usually the tried and true example of a horse that needed that race and can run better next time out.
Could be awfully tough here. That is the 5. It's a feature on this Sunday card from Oaklawn. Let's go to Jim Byers.
And the last in is Beer Chaser. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lansdowne hustling for the early lead. Super Constitution away well. Outlier being pushed in between horses to be part of that front group. Pat's Property in the white is right with them, while 4 wide. 10 gauge, also 4 wide. Might be looking to tuck in a little. He's racing in 5th. And then a 2.5 length break to Beer Chaser, then Megan's Honor. And the back 2 are Mam Zouge and Bandit Points, giving them a big head start. 3/4 of a mile to the finish here, and it's Lansdowne leading the way here. This long shot steps it off by 3/4 of a length, and Pat's Property just sitting right outside of him in the clear and in a nice spot to this stage. 10 gauge is hustling up 4 wide on the outside for Keith Asmussen. Then Super Constitution from between. An Outlier is pocketed right in behind them in the red and black, right behind the lead on the inside. And then comes Megan's Honor, and it's a break of 2.5 to Beer Chaser and Mam Zouge and Bandit Point as they move around the turn and come to the top of the short stretch. Lansdowne, Pat's Property, 10 gauge. Those 3 across the track, 10 gauge on the extreme outside. And then comes Megan's Honor, and to the inside, Outlier is dropping back. They swing into the stretch. 10 gauge has taken over the lead for Keith Asmussen. To the inside is Pat's Property, and they come down toward the finish. Megan's Honor is racing 3rd. Here's Pat's Property digging back in. 10 gauge is going to have to settle for a minor award. They're to the finish. Pat's Property holds on. A late bid from Mam Zouge on the outside for 2nd.
Big effort here from Pat's Property, who's running a great race, sitting in a great spot early, gets passed, and then fights back for the win.
Yeah, actually looked like he was done, and then when he switched leads, he re-rallied up the inside and dug in so gamely, second off the layoff. He was a much shorter price than he was last time out, but he built off of that last race and gets to the winner's circle today. It looked like 10 gauge was just going to roll on by, but to no avail. Pat's Property ready to roll today.
Good effort here. Walter De La Cruz aboard for the win. Set just off the early pace setter and able to show a lot of finish here in the stretch. Second off a lengthy layoff, just the 3rd win of his career in 13 starts for this 5-year-old. As we head back to New York, and these are the pick 5 Will pays. Pick 6 is going to be a carryover. They are monstrous in the pick 5, and that is your favorite in the pick 5. This horse is a first-time starter for Michelle Nevin, who probably has a horse to beat in this race. She does, with Bustin' Roxy, who's shown ability already.
It's so interesting that the lowest payout in the pick 5 is to this first-time starter, Ever Graceful. The Damwell Stakes place, won a couple times on the dirt, and she's been a good producer. In fact, there's grade 2 winner Bye Bye Bernie in there, who won on dirt and turf. Grade 3 place Joe Franklin, and multiple stakes place Little Dipper. However, Michelle Nevin, certainly not a barn that's known for winning first time out, and that's why we see this horse at 9-1 on the board right now, but favored in the pick 5 Will pays.
Now, lowest payout in this sequence, 36,000 plus. There's the one stablemate of that first-time starter who's the one to beat. That's Bustin' Roxy. Ran at this condition last couple of starts, but last time out showed speed, was on the lead, just got beat a half length, has the rail to take advantage of that speed today.
This was a tough beat for sure. Broke out a little bit at the start too, but went right out to the front. It didn't matter that even when he broke out, Manny Franco had her keep her momentum going forward, and you can see here she's starting to get a little leg weary, and Manny's really working on her, pushing to try to get down to the wire, and she just gets nabbed late. That was her first time with blinkers on as well, and she showed a lot of improved speed. She is the horse to beat in this group.
Speed from the inside, Manny Franco. Feel good with this filly in his hands. Who tries to pressure here?
Yeah, that could be
like
interesting.
Absolutely the quickest, doesn't she?
She does. She is the fastest early. Madam Rose has a little bit of speed. I don't think she's nearly as quick early as Bustin' Roxy. I mean, go back and watch the start of that last race in the pan shot. You can see just how much she accelerates right out to the lead. I guess the question is, do any of the first-time starters show speed? It seemed like the 2 tumbles was a bit of the wise guy horse making her debut, owned and bred by Matisse Racing, and Kendrick Carmouche takes the mount on that one. So I'm wondering if she shows a little bit of speed in her first start, but you'll imagine from the inside, Bustin' Roxy will try to get right to the lead.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up with the 2 because that's a late rider switch. Kendrick Carmouche on the 2. First-time starter that we know Kendrick loves to be aggressive when he can, and this is a filly first-time starter that does have a bullet gate drill. Was at Penn National.
She does, and has been training up at the Finger Lakes, coming down now. We'll see if she's ready to roll at first asking. There she is with Kendrick and taking some attention too at 4-1. Like I said, she seemed like she was a bit of the wise guy horse in this race. If maybe you don't want to take 3-2 on the favorite, Bustin' Roxy to the inside.
Post parade coming up. We will start with Bustin' Roxy here in a moment. Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin will team up. As you see, rider up on the 9 there, Georgie's Ladies. That's Joey Martinez, who I thought maybe the 3rd likeliest winner of this race.
Yeah, she ran okay last time out. She was in that same Bustin' Roxy race, and while she wasn't as close to the lead, she was forward.
So here's Bustin' Roxy. Speed inside, and you get Manny Franco.
Manny Franco looking for another one. Second start with blinkers on.
First-time starter. Here's Kendrick Carmouche on the 2.
And tumbles. As you see, she's not even linking up with the pony. It looks like Kendrick's just waiting until he can take her away for that big warm-up.
Grace in motion. Blinkers coming off. This is start number 10.
Turf to dirt. The only dirt start was back in October of 2021 when she did not run a step.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yes.
It was going a mile at Belmont. Madame Rose, one that could maybe press the 1 as well. We skipped to the 5, though.
Seems the 4 is coming out last.
There's LaChance.
LaChance, as she cuts back in distance after a couple mile tries, has not shown any finish yet.
15-1, Stormy's in style.
She dropped in class first off the layoff last time out. I wish that she did a little bit more running. I tried to look and see if there was a way to make a case for her. I just wish that with that drop, she'd shown a little bit more last time out.
A couple of races from Mrs. Bell that make her a contender.
Absolutely. They were for maiden 16, but I do think that this is a pretty wide open 25 here.
Stablemate to the favorite, who is the favorite in the pick 5, this debuter for Michelle Nevin.
I touched on that pedigree. There's certainly enough pedigree to suggest that she has ability. I just think with this barn, I like to see them have a race first.
There's Georgie's Ladies, 5-1 with Joey Martinez.
4th in the race behind Bustin' Roxy last time out. She was up close, ended up finishing fading 4th a little bit in that race, but certainly one that she could build off of.
And Elijah Greenidge, jockey on Madame Rose, who is 0 for 38.
Every once in a while, she shows up with an in-the-money finish, but she has a little natural early speed. Let's see if maybe she's one who could be forward and try to keep up with Bustin' Roxy early. She hasn't been able to show anything late.
Nightcap coming up. Mig, as this race is easy, is the speed on the rail with Manny Franco.
I don't see anything easy about this race. Lower level maidens. Listen, Bustin' Roxy ran really well last time. Diminutive daughter of Bustin' Stones, and all the Bustin' Stones run. They find their level. Expect her to show that speed. I think the rail simplifies things for Manny. Just you got to let her roll away from there. But lower level horses are, not always the most trustworthy. The 2 first-time starter Tumbles, I've taken more than a few. Kendrick Carmouche picks up the mount here for Sally Iorio. Interesting, Sally Iorio, somebody I worked with from the time we were kids. His 100-year-old uncle is here, a World War II veteran, and he came out to watch his horse run. So I'm rooting, honestly, my heartstrings. I'd love to see World War II vet that's 100 years old get into the winner's circle. She looks good. Got a big warm up under Kendrick. She really wanted no part of the pony, was shying away, which I never take as a really great sign. The 8-horse first-time starter, really substantial filly here by Majestic City. Nice looking, put together well. I kind of feel like she will be better with a race under her belt. And then my top selection will be the 9, Georgie's Ladies. Out of a mare, Mac Lady, who is a full to Uncle Cammy, a horse I won the Bold Ruler on. The whole family wants to be fast. I think she took a step forward last time, and it looks to me like maybe it just took a little while for the light bulb to go on, and she's kind of rounding into form, and you're getting a 9-2 as opposed to 7-5 on the rail. And guys, I've been to DeLuca's Pizza. It's great, but I also grew up in Brooklyn, and there's places like Prince of Pizza on Coney Island Avenue. There's Spumoni Gardens in Gravesend where I grew up, and DeFara's on East 15th Street. I mean, DeLuca's is great, but you want to do a pizza tour, let's head to Brooklyn.
I'm with you, Mig. DeFara's might be the best pizza I've ever experienced in my life. I don't know if you can do better. If you can get to New York and you have the time, you got to get to DeFara's.
I'm just saying, I'm from New Haven, Connecticut, which is also known for pizza. So you've got Sally's and Pepe's. Yes.
We're having a throwdown, it sounds like.
Yes. The pizza throwdown. But I will give Mig that. Brooklyn pizza is excellent.
No argument here. 2 minutes to post in this finale coming up. 6-5 favorite with the speed from the inside, but this first timer next door taking money. Obviously that 8, intriguing that it's the favorite in the pick 5, and this 9. At 9-2, Georgie's Ladies could benefit if there's a pace duel.
Yeah, she absolutely could. She wasn't too far off of it. She's in the proverbial catbird seat, and she's making now the 3rd start of her form cycle for Eddie Barker, which I like too. Dropped to this level last time out, and she took a big step forward. She's drawn outside again. It took her a little bit of time to switch her leads last time, but she improved. And I think to Richie's point, she's steadily moving in the right direction. And usually you expect the 3rd start of the form cycle, the 3rd start off the layoff, to be the best race. And that's what we should be getting from her today. And she's 4-1 on the board, Georgie's Ladies.
Nightcap coming up. There's Kendrick on Tumbles.
Glad to see she's linked back with the pony now. I didn't like to hear that from Richie, that she was being pretty green in the post parade.
See what we get from this one early on in the race. That could really change how this race plays out if this filly can put some heat on the Philly Tour inside here.
Yeah, either that or two, even if Bustin' Roxy is just faster early on, I don't think Kendrick Carmouche is going to let her get too far away. He's the type of rider that's really, really aware of those kinds of things, and make sure that if he's not the one setting the pace, he's not going to be too far off of it either.
Yeah, we talked about the 4 having a little bit of speed as well. I've never heard of this rider, Elijah Greenidge, showing no mounts, riding for Peter Chin here, taking over on a mare, 5-year-old mare. When you're 5 years old and you still have not broke your maiden, not a great thing. And combine that with 0 for 38. A lot of negatives.
Yeah, she's tough, that's for sure. Like I said, every once in a while she shows up with an in-the-money finish, but they've been fewer and far between recently.
We already know we have a pick 6 carryover set for next week. A few, very few, alive to some big numbers in the pick 5. Good luck to you if you have a ticket alive to this point. There's Kendrick Carmouche on this first-time starter. This is Tumbles, daughter of boys at Toscanova. Digging the heels in a little bit, but she cooperates and gets in line. Bustin' Roxy, though, the speed from the rail with Manny Franco. Can she take this field gate to wire? Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the nightcap.
Ever Graceful. Ever Graceful steps in. Georgie's Ladies to the outside. Georgie's Ladies is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from Bustin' Roxy down towards the inside. Stormy's in Style is in the early mix, and up on the outside is Georgie's Ladies. These 3 up top. Then Mrs. Bell, who's going to track in the 4th position. Ever Graceful out in the center of the racetrack is in 5th. Towards the inside there is Tumbles, who's to the inside of LaChance, and towards the back end of the field, that's Madame Rose with the trailer. Grace in Motion. Still 3 across the racetrack as they have 4 furlongs left to go. Bustin' Roxy at even money is a neck in front. Georgie's Ladies is ready to pounce, and here comes Georgie's Ladies to run right by the favorite. Georgie's Ladies is kicked on, is up by 3/4 of a length. Bustin' Roxy is trying to come back towards the inside, taking a little off the pace with Stormy's in style at a big number is there in third. Also trying to run on from the back there is Mrs. Bell. The rest with a lot to do. La Chance with a late rally as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Georgie's Ladies is going to hug the rail, and Georgie's Ladies now kicks away. It's Georgie's Ladies in front, but Stormy's in style is in gear down the center of the racetrack as well, is trying to run on. Ever Graceful is making up some late ground. Georgie's Ladies is looking tired up front. Ever Graceful, Stormy's in style in between horses. Mrs. Bell, La Chance on the grandstand side. It's Ever Graceful who's taking the lead. Ever Graceful, La Chance is the last one with a shot. Ever Graceful, La Chance. Ever Graceful wins the finale. Ever Graceful over La Chance. Then came a photo. That was Stormy's in style trying to hold off an oncoming Tumbles in 1 minute, 15-4.
Ever Graceful. There's Michelle Nevin. It's her other horse who was the favorite in the pick 5, first-time starter, who gets the win in the nightcap.
The proverbial, they knew, Greg, as this one, as we touched on, was the lowest payout in the pick 5, just able to hold off La Chance. There was actually some pace on early. Madame Rose didn't break, neither did that first-time starter Tumbles, who put a little bit of a late run, but the first one to make the move was the number 9, Georgie's Ladies, and she looked like she was home until she started getting leg weary, which opened it up for the closers, and that included Ever Graceful, still a bit green, but prepared enough to win at first asking for Michelle Nevin.
Daughter of Majestic City at 8-1 in the nightcap, but again, the favorite in the pick 5. Closing out this card with reigning Eclipse Award winner as Outstanding Apprentice Jose Gomez, now a journeyman. And teaming up here with Michelle Nevin, Barry Ostringer on an impressive first-time starter.
And Michelle Nevin, if you look down at her stats in the last 5 years, 0 for 25 with first-time starters. And yet this one certainly found the right spot, very well placed by Michelle, a filly that, again, we touched on, had pedigree. And I think Michelle is a terrific horsewoman. Her horses always look the part, and she really does a great job with her stock and getting them prepared for the races and bringing them over ready and in the right spots.
By the way, if that 5 had got up, 252,000 in the pick 5. Ever Graceful, 8-5-2-6. Michelle Nevin, her other runner, gets it done at a price. We'll see if she kept this one around in the barn, too. In this 25 maiden claiming event, there's Jose Gomez, adjusting to life as a journeyman. One of those prices coming up as we head back to Oaklawn. And Pat's Property, big effort from this 5-year-old who was passed in the stretch by 10 gauge for Team Asmussen, able to re-rally and get the win as that horse backs out of it. Mamzouche made a late run, as did Megan's Honor. $7 for the win. Walter De La Cruz aboard for the victory. Let's go to Paul.
With inning training here, John Horan of the feature race here, Pat's Property. Listen, this horse ran a giant race day, and Walter De La Cruz had a handful on the backside in trying to rate this horse.
Yes, he done a great job, Walter. We spoke earlier before the race, and he thought if we get something to press, we'd be in good shape, which he did. And he rode a perfect race, you know. He was never, I don't think he was ever going to be beat today, in my honest opinion. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's an honest horse. I mean, he had everybody coming from left to right, and Walter kept on asking, and he kept on delivering.
That's the way he runs. He's just a really honest horse.
What would you do next? You stay around 2 turns with him, John?
Yeah. He stayed 2 turns, mile and 16, mile 70, somewhere around there, you know.
John Horan is a very good trainer. He's very soft-spoken. Always stands right behind me over here when I'm over handicapping the races, and he knows exactly what he's doing. He got the job done with Pat's Property. This is a nice little horse by Carpe Diem.
The sound, he was ultra confident in his horse today, and Pat's Property delivered. Nice training job by John Horan as we move into the nightcap. Going to close out the Garden Hot Springs today, 6 furlong sprint. Arkansas bred non-winners at 2 lifetime. Tag 12,500 here. This race, tough one to close out. It is wide open. Lord M, though, the 4, certainly to take a lot of money. We'll take you back to earlier today on the card. And the Plenty of Grace, Evie Jets coming up with a big performance. We'll take a look back when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. This is coming up next weekend for a tremendous cause to support the PDJF. 2022 edition raised over $400,000 supporting jockeys who've suffered from serious on-track injuries, which was added to $1.2 million in support of this foundation since the inaugural telethon 2018. We're going to be checking in live next weekend for you throughout 12 Eastern to 6 p.m. Eastern, and anyone who gives during that time entered to get autographed memorabilia every hour.
Pretty special, and the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund does such amazing work. It's such an important organization throughout the sport. Each and every day the jockeys have an ambulance that follows them around the track. It's a dangerous job, and we have to look after those members of our community.
Several Hall of Famers going to be part of that coverage. Again, we'll be checking in live throughout our program. With that, give what you can and be entered to try and win some of that autographed memorabilia. Back in the nightcap here in New York, first-time starter for Michelle Nevin. Ever graceful with the victory.
Philly by Majestic City gets the job done at first. Asking the number 9 Georgie's Ladies was the first one to take over to that pace that collapsed, but she was getting leg weary, and closing on the outside was a former last year's champion apprentice Jose Gomez, who came running late on Ever Graceful, the lowest payout in the pick 5, which was still a generous return, by the way. And we're going to have that pick 6 carryover going into Thursday.
Someone thinking what could have been for $250,000.
I know. I'm really sorry if you had the 5 in the last race. That is tough.
Ever Graceful, meanwhile, just over $36,000 for that pick 5. We're going to have a carryover next week when we get back to action here in New York. $37,400 and change.
Whew, got to study up.
We're going to look back to earlier on the card today. Race 3, we had an early stake, Plenty of Grace. Malavath back in action for Christophe Clement, but Evie Jets coming up with a 5th win of her career.
It was Evie Jets that took them every step of the way off the layoff. Not an effort today from Malavath. I'm sure they'll regroup. It was her first start for the barn and off of the layoff, and we'll see if she can move forward after that. But Evie Jets, we knew that she had the pace advantage going forward, but she really dug in when White Beam came to her. And I know that this was a very special win for the Cantor-Massey team. The estate of Bob Amendola, of course, Bob passed away last year. His son Michael overseeing things, and I thought what Matt said to me after the race was pretty special. He said, I'm sure Mr. Bob was watching from somewhere.
This mare provided this barn their first graded stakes win.
Yeah. She's been very good to them, that's for sure.
Was claimed for $80,000 and has had a tremendous run since that time. So congratulations to Merkin Cantermasi, estate of Robert Amendola, Eric Cancel aboard for that winning ride. 5th win of her career, and you really did dig in for that performance.
Very game effort. Yes, she had everything her own way, and Eric Cancel did a terrific job getting her to relax on the front end, but she fought when it counted.
This finale at Oaklawn, it's a tough one to wrap your head around. State bred, $12,000 claiming group, non-winners at 2 Life, sprinting 6 furlongs. Favorite is the 4. It's Lord M. Just missed by a neck at the level last time out, but you don't see a ton of consistency from these runners. That's the nature of the condition. Here's Point Blank.
Broke his maiden last time out, stepping up to face winners for the first time. This is the logical spot to do so.
Super Geek at 27-1.
Been a long time since we've seen anything close for this horse. Just 1 for 15 in his career.
Big drop for the 3 Westheimer Street.
Yeah, I'm surprised this horse is 5-2. I thought would take more attention, but maybe because it's such a precipitous drop, there are a few questions if he can be trusted.
Here's the current favorite, Lord M.
2nd last time out, 1st off the claim for Norm McKnight. See if he can build off of that effort.
Miri a Coincidence, another one that drops down.
A big drop, but this was a horse that was claimed for $10,000 2 starts back when finishing 3rd. Makes a lot of sense here.
Kinfolk. Ron Moquette with Keith Asmussen.
4th last time out in the 16 non-winners of 2 at Ellis Park, and prior to that facing Arkansas Breds was running against much tougher.
Hard Scrabble. 9-1 here, Jerry Hollendorfer.
Another last out maiden winner comes back in a logical spot. Does have speed, which could be a key in this race as well.
Vying edge some big figures against this group for Tom Swearingen.
Certainly a standout based off of that. 4th in the most recent effort at Oaklawn for the 16,000 non-winners of 2.
Thought Hacker had an outside look. Tim Martin, coming off a maiden claiming win, was the favorite.
But got a nice speed figure that day of 59. Has some early speed as well, and I think this is the right spot to come back and face winners for the first time.
Another one who broke the maiden last time out, it was a Delta Downs for Euro Believer.
Yeah, first off the claim, too, was claimed out of that race, and we'll see how that form from out of town stacks up here.
Cut back in distance for Depart, 40-1.
Unfortunately, not much better going shorter versus going longer. Hasn't won since that debut at Lone Star.
Don't forget the also eligible. This horse intriguing. Mr. Cougar beat by a horse who won earlier on the card today. That was Aloe Henry, who was stretching out.
Yeah, good point there, and was a huge price last time out. Not too far behind Lord M at 2 starts back.
Oh, decent appearance from that 7 for Hollendorfer Hard Scrabble. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Nightcap from Oaklawn when we return on America's Day of the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to Take Charge Indy back.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. One more to come. The nightcap from Oaklawn out in Hot Springs. Our program brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. Going to close out the card with a 6-furlong sprint. Non-winners at 2 Life, and one of the better betting races on this entire card, Paulie.
Yeah, these last races and these Arkansas bred races have been crazy, Greg. Yesterday, we had a $35,000 superfecta for 10 cents. And the crazy part about it, I met somebody today that actually plays their birthday. And he looks at me and goes, you got to be kidding me. Yesterday, it ran 2:12.74. I said, yeah, I understand. He goes, that's my birth date, February 12th, 1974. And sometimes I play it, and I didn't play it yesterday. Well, it was $35,000. So these Arkansas bred races can get a little bit tricky. We're getting a scratch right now. I'm sorry, I just paused there. Scratch the 13 in here, Mr. Cougar. So, Wolfie, you just got scratched. At age 7, Mr. Cougar, I guess we could call the horse a Cougar 1 for 30 lifetime, just got scratched. I thought actually was improving a little bit, maybe to hit a placing a little bit, but we'll see Mr. Cougar for a better day. You know, when you get to this last race, I was in love with the 8. I liked Vying Edge, and the reason why is this horse had a brutal beginning in his last start. And, you know, Chelsea had nothing really she could do but to try to move forward with the horse because the racetrack had been playing a little bit towards speed. And the horse made a little bit of a middle move and then sort of, you know, flattened out. You had mentioned that Al Henry had came back and won today. So I think it's a kind of a key race. I thought Acacia made a great point with the Chris Hartman horse here, the 3. You know, when I looked at this race, this horse completely plummeting to 15. You would think you would just get immediate money just off the get-go because Chris's name, but not really taking the money and is not really buried in the picks as well. So I don't know what to do with the 3. The 4, Lord M, is probably the most consistent horse in here that you could probably trust, and I can understand why the public is going there. But these races can get crazy as can be. I do like the 8. I think the 8's going to run a big race today. It'll be right there at the wire. Swearington and Chelsea Bailey have been a good team, and I think this horse has got a big shot today. But you never know in these Arkansas bred races. Hopefully you can end up with a winner today because I've been awful.
That's all right, Paul. You've been strong pretty much all me long, delivering us upset prices. Yeah, I'm with Paul. I thought the 8 was the one to beat.
Oh, I agree. I thought that this horse ran a good race last time out. Ran a big buyer speed figure for this level, that is, on debut. And it's just been a little bit more consistent maybe than some of the others that he faces. He could have some pace to run at, too, with the presence of Hard Scrabble. You've got a couple others in here that have some early speed. Hacker is not slow early. And we'll see how it plays out. Again, late scratch at the 13, Mr. Cougar in here. And Lord M, still the favorite. I know that this horse ran a big figure in a good race last time out, but 1 for 12 with 5 seconds is tough at a potentially short price.
I wish we could get a look at the 7 again, too, because going to break, he made a really nice appearance, and he really seemed to wake up last time out when he broke his maiden. We'll see if he can back it up again here. He's a price, well, 7-1 right now with Nick Juarez.
There he is. Good-looking horse by McLean's Music. I'm such a big fan of that stallion. Of course, the sire of Jackie's Warrior.
And Steve Asmussen might have Jackie's Warrior 2.0 after what we saw from Skelly in that Count Fleet.
Seems like Steve just every year is another very talented dirt sprinter.
Just reloads.
We're getting to see the Matolis at the 2-year-old sales now.
Exciting.
They'll be debuting soon.
Very exciting. He was so much fun to watch. Yeah. Set for this nightcap coming up from Oaklawn. Ooh, the 7 breaking through the gate. Ooh.
Oh, and it looks like the assistant started did a great job trying to shield Nick Juarez. I'm not sure if Nick ended up getting stepped on or what happened there. It looked like that could have been the case, but the 7 Hard Scrabble breaking through the gate there. Nick off to the side. I hope that he's okay, as it seemed that horse spooked, broke free, and the outriders will try to apprehend him.
You saw Nick Juarez sort of, I believe, still on his hands and knees. He was trying to crawl away from the front of that starting gate.
Yeah, because especially in something
like the background, walking under his own power.
I hope so. But it was smart of him to try to get out of the way as soon as possible, because especially when something like that happens, it's not uncommon for a second horse to try to lurch forward and break through. And if he's still down there in front of the gate, it's a very dangerous position to be in. They're loading, backing out all of the runners. And that's Gallardo, who was aboard Mr. Cougar, who was a late scratch. And that looks like that's Nick there in the red cap, right? That's good to see.
Yeah, good to see that he's walking under his own power, no question. As he was, on his hands and knees for a bit there, just hunched over in pain. But everyone going to be backed out while they sort out what happens here with hard scrabble. Any moment. I mean, that's you see what these riders are, dangers they take and what they do for profession. And there's Nick in that red cap on the left explaining what happened there. It looks like he's okay.
That's really good to see. Scary moment. And everybody else seems to be handling this okay. When something happens and they have to back out the rest of the field, it can cause to be a source of agitation for some of the other runners. I always like to say at the starting gate, especially with younger and more inexperienced horses, they're like Christmas lights. One goes out, they all go out. Seems like everybody's handling things okay, though, here. And absolutely, these riders are often in tough positions. And Nick Juarez, good to see him on his feet and his riding crop returned to him as he's standing behind the gate. And the tack is off hard scrabble, so it looks like they caught him, which is great to see, too.
All right, so 7's going to come off the board here any moment. As expected, looked like that horse ran away pretty good, but great to see. I mean, that could have been, who knows? I mean, great to see that Nick is okay. For a moment, it looked like he potentially could have got stepped on, but appears to be fine. And hard scrabble will be a scratch here any moment, as everyone's still waiting to load back up.
And what they will have to do, too, I'm not exactly sure where they apprehended hard scrabble. Okay, hearing that he would be behind the gate. And so it looks like they should be able to reload as a result. Otherwise, they would have to wait to get him back to the barn area before they could get back into the gate.
All right, so officially been taking off the board. And with that, still Lord M, your favorite at 5-2. So Nick Juarez just going to watch this one as a fan there. That's a tough way to go out here in the nightcap. But the most important thing is that he is okay. So good news.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it looks like you can see hard scrabble. I see him there without the tack behind the gate. So that's good news as well. Outriders able to apprehend him pretty quickly, too. And as you've heard Richie say many times, it's not a matter of if you're going to fall and get hurt. It's a matter of when you're a jockey. Things happen.
And good job of the starting gate crew. They got that 7 off the board as well on the starting gate. So we should be able to reload here any moment.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting set for the reload. And again, everybody seems to be handling things okay. It's a pretty tight spot there as they're in the chute to go the 6 furlongs and getting ready to load back in. But everyone seems to be handling things well, even though there's quite a few horses crowded behind the starting gate.
And you got to credit, a lot of the rest of this group here, because a horse breaks through the gate, you can see a chain reaction sometimes.
For sure. And as a rider, too, that's where your attitude and your nerves really come into play, to breathe, to relax. If you're relaxed, your horse is going to feed off of that energy. So important, especially in moments like this.
All right, so hard scrabble comes out. The 7 will load back up. It's 2-1 favoritism. The 4, Lord M, with David Cabrera vying edge. The 8, major player in this race as well. And there's the one going back to the barn there in the background. You saw hard scrabble there. Let's send it back to Jim Byers, nightcap from Oaklawn.
3. Hacker moves forward. Lord M. And the Bruno Schickendon's red and white striped silks. Now we got another one fractious in there. Hacker, I do believe. Kylie Jordan had to bail out or was unseated. So they will have to tend to Hacker for a moment. They're continuing to load, though, so that situation seems to be settling. As they continue to load them up, stand by here for race 9 at Oaklawn. getting set. And they're off. Appeared to be an awkward start for Kinfolk. Westheimer Street, Lord M, marry a coincidence all away well, and also Vying Edge and Chelsea Bailey driving toward the lead, and Hacker outside of them. It's Vying Edge by a head, Hacker to the outside next, then marry a coincidence in third. Lord M gets out in fourth, followed by Euro Believer racing in fifth into that far turn, and then Depart is stacked up on the far outside. Back to the rail, the gray Westheimer Street is about mid-pack and 5 lengths off the lead, then a 4-length break to Super Geek and Point Blank, and Kinfolk is trailing the field as they come to the head of the stretch. It's Vying Edge on the inside with the lead by a neck. And right to the outside is Hacker, then 2.5 to Lord M. He's in a good position here with still 3/16 to go. He's racing about 2.5 off the lead under left-handed urging and rallying. Farther out is Euro Believer. And Euro Believer is kicking it in here and is moving up to and by Hacker. Meanwhile, from the back of the field, Super Geek is coming on late, but Euro Believer, Christian Torres to wrap it up on an 8-1 shot today. Euro Believer by 2.5 over Hacker and Super Geek. Kinfolk and Vying Edge in a photo for fourth.
As we said, this type of condition, chaos can ensue, and we just saw it with Euro Believer, a head scratcher.
Huge price, first off the claim, and right to the winner's circle.
We will see you back next week. We have a Pick 6 carryover when we resume things here in New York. We're back on Thursday, 1 Eastern start time on our FS2 coverage. It was Pat's property in the feature at Oaklawn. Got passed in the stretch, re-rallied, and able to get the victory. Meanwhile, plenty of grays. Evie Jets digging in down the stretch under Eric Cancel for Mertan Cantramasi. And how about this gate-to-wire score? Lady Milagro getting back on the lawn, just holding on for the victory. Again, we'll see you Thursday, 1 Eastern on FS2.